Since he was little, this young man has shown extraordinary magic talent. At the age of 5, Lewin sensed mana and was able to summon it by the time he turned 7. When Lewin was 10, he surpassed many of the descendants of prestigious families at the SNIT Magic Academy, the top magic academy in the Radiant Kingdom, becoming the top admittee, and he was called a genius. Lewin began to dream about the future, how he would elevate his family's name to new heights, but he stopped at the academy. On the first day of class, Lewin realized he was nothing, could not even project mana outside. In front of the whole class, Lewin failed due to his mana disorder. For a mage, being unable to project mana is like a terrible curse. In that moment, everyone began to scrutinize his background. From an ordinary family, and he had no talent at all. Their attitude changed 360 degrees, from admiration to contempt. One guy even bumped into Lewin and mocked, "I accidentally ran into a useless loser. I wonder if he will end up as useless as him in the future." Lewin is someone who can't perform magic in a magic academy. For those who have envied him from the beginning, he is now nothing more than a source of amusement. Lewin thought everything would end there, unaware that there was still magic. Very end of despair. When the player's artifact is active, your life turns a new page. Lin feels like his body is sinking deep into the water. You are in an endless vast. A system panel appeared. You are the incarnation of Dra, the destroyer of worlds. What the hell? Before Lewin could understand any, a giant with glowing red eyes suddenly appeared before him. He saw the man's lips moving as if he wanted to say something. Suddenly everything changed like a storm before his eyes. A few hours earlier at the training ground of the academy, the professor was teaching combat magic and had the whole class practice. Now it is Lin's turn. The professor only asked him to create a fireball aimed at a 1-meter target dummy. A fireball is a type of magic that any student can easily form, except for someone like you who can't use magic. Lewin is extremely nervous. Will he be able to do it this time? The professor looks at him with an encouraging gaze. Lewin starts to go. That is right. He can't give up. Lewin casts a fire, and its size astonishes the other students. Can a human really have that much mana? Professor frowns, looking forward to it. Lewin is just as anxious. Now he just needs to launch it like throwing a ball, but it is still not ready. Lewin's arm trembles again. Inside his body, everything was turned upside down like just getting off a roller coaster, so he threw up all his breath. "I can't do it." Lewin wiped his mouth. The professor kept trying to encourage him, but Lewin really could not release mana. He did not even know how to do it. The professor felt utterly helpless. He was a final year student, but could not even perform basic magic like fireball. So how could he pass the graduation exam? "I will practice more." Even though Lewin said that, he secretly cursed himself for being useless. In this training, students needed to create 10 fireballs and aim at a target, but he could not even cast the spell to hit the dummy. At this rate, he might not even become a third-rate mage. How could someone so incompetent be the top student? Truly a disgrace to the academy. Whispers and familiar comments echoed in the classroom, because Lewin was an unknown noble who took the top student title from those with prestigious family background. He was disliked from the very beginning, but those bullies were nothing but mosquitoes. What really brought Lewin down was that he had no progress, or a glimmer of it all. It is all due to the mana disturbance curse from 5 years ago. Lewin now wonders how much longer he can endure. In the main hall of the academy, 2 bullies block Lewin's way. "Who is that? Is that dumb Lewin? It is time for you to pack up and go home." Not only the ones his age, but even the younger students call him dumb Lewin. "Because of you, the senior class's performance has dropped. Why did not you just go back to your godforsaken territory?" Ha! Lewin stays silent, his face darkening at their mock. Seeing him not resist, they push even further. "If you do not have skill, at least you should have some asset. It is only after coming here that I learned about the Al family. My father even said they are just a bunch of loud empty barrels." This Lewin could not take it anymore. He turned and punched the blonde guy right in the face, making him fall to the ground. "Say another word and see what my dad will do." Lewin could not hold back when they insulted his family. "You bastard." The blonde guy clutched his bleeding nose. "Ben Phone, you need to know when to stop. Who do you think you are to cause trouble with my father and my family? Do you even know who my father is?" The other guy rushed, but was immediately punched in the stomach by Lewin, causing him to collapse and tremble. Unable to get up. "You arrogant jerk. Do you dare to hit?" Ben Phone was so furious that he used combat magic right in the academy. Doesn't he fear getting expelled? Go to hell. Against this magical attack, Lewin could not move. The second professor heard the noise and rushed over to intervene, but it was too late. Lewin just took the brunt of his magical attack. Lewin thought he was done for, but now he found himself in a different, facing a giant in a cloak familiar system. "Lewin Adel." The man called his name, startling Lewin. Gradually, Lewin returned to the world. The voice calling his name was now that of Helen, the high-level healing mage. "Where?" Lewin sat up suddenly, causing Helen to panic. Lewin felt a bit dizzy, but he could sit up. More importantly, about that dream earlier, it was as clear as if he had experienced it in reality. Helen said he had been unconscious for nearly a day. Fortunately, the situation did not worsen. They still need to monitor him further, but Lewin looks very healthy for someone who just got struck by light. No injury, no burns or any internal injuries either. "Helen has never seen a case like yours." Even Lewin can't believe he is still alive. Just the lightning itself is a terrifying force, can incinerate a body in an instant, and yet you came out unscathed as if nothing happened. "Excuse me for a moment." Someone walked in. "Helen will go check the test result." The person who came in is Professor Haidu. He has his arms crossed and asks about your health. After hearing Lin is as healthy as a horse, that is a relief. The professor said there is a meeting going on among the professors about this incident. First, Ben Phone will be expelled for using strong offensive magic, the intent to kill, and spreading false rumors about the Al family, as well as bullying you. Based on all this, the teachers have made their decision. Lewin will also have to face punishment for attacking Ben. You will be required to participate in the Academy's volunteer activities for 1 month. After finishing every, professor has one more question for Lewin. Are you holding on to any treasures? Lewin is surprised by the professor's question. If he had any treasure, he would not have been bullied. Anyway, considering its value and rarity, the clan leader of the Adel family must have used it for the clan's benefit. The professor is pondering. Lewin is curious why the professor asked him this question. When the professor rushed to Lewin, he must have seen a red light surrounding him just before the lightning struck, like a high-level artifact protecting him and repelling Ben Raj's magic. "What did you say?" Lewin asked innocently. "Try to remember the dream you just had. Do they have something to do with each other?" Ice thinks he is going crazy. Lewin thought to himself, reaffirming that he definitely does not have an artifact. Professor Haidu nodded without saying anything more and left, making Lewin curious about what he was thinking. What Lewin experience was no different from a dream. The Draka artifact that destroys the world and the players. Lune also heard another line. He tried to remember. It seemed to be the status window. Just thinking of this term, a blue screen suddenly appeared before Lin, startling him. What the heck is that? Hylan just opened the door and ran in to ask about his condition. Lewin pointed at the board. Do you see it? That blue board. What nonsense are you talking about? Has the lightning messed up your head? Lewin, Helen asked curiously. She could not see it. That proves only Lewin can see it. On the board is information about Lewin, the embodiment of Draka. The wizard Draka was pursued by Dep Fong and his world after chasing endless power. Since birth, he has lacked mana, so his strength is the source of his power. Lewin is a player and can open the status window and increase his infinite power by completing quests. It is nothing. I am just a bit dizzy. Lewin is changing the subject so Helen does not think he has a nervous problem. According to the test result, Lewin is completely normal, and he is allowed to return to the dorm. Today is truly the strangest day of Lewin's life. He is still intact after being struck by light, met a red-eyed man in another space, and saw a status window telling him he is the embodiment of Draka, along with the professor's question. Perhaps the wizard Draka's artifact entranced him. Lewin opened the status window again and saw a quest frame appear. The repeatable daily quest includes punching, kicking, and spinning, 100 of each for a reward of 10 power points and skill unlock. Punching and kicking are also related to strength, but Lewin wonders how it helps him become a wizard. For now, let us just give it a try. Lewin takes a deep breath, tenses his muscle, and throws a punch. One hit to the left, one hit to the right. The number hasn't given you motivation. Keep this up and you will finish soon. Lewin continues, but it does not improve because he is swinging his arm incorrect. Lewin understands the basics of how it works, so he is excited. Alright, how to punch correct. The moon is high. Everyone is sound asleep, but Lewin is panting and drenched in sweat. Finally, Lewin is curious about the rewards of the quest. Suddenly his body feels light and comfortable. All fatigue disappears, feeling like something more fundamental than mana. Lewin has not felt this sensation in a long time. This is something you can only feel when you truly become stronger. Lewin immediately tests it by throwing a punch. The speed, air resist, and impact have all changed compared to before, making him excited. The strength infused into the magic is truly stronger now. He is left with the skill reward, making him curious to open the status window to check. It is called the Power Circle, an innate skill that replaces with strength. The Mana Circle is replaced by the Power Circle. All magic and movements are influenced by his strength. Place the Mana Circle with a Power Circle. This means Lewin's mana will be replaced by strength. Place your hand on your chest to feel it. Anyone who learns mana or feels mana has a Mana Circle around their heart. Plays a role in the process of releasing and enhancing mana, increasing the index depending on the length and amount of mana the wizard control. Lewin has 4 Mana Circles, more than his peer, but due to his own deficiency, they are all useless. After a while, Lewin was amazed. His mana ring had actually disappeared. The powerful circle spinning wildly right now must be the Power Circle. Lewin felt confused. Without a mana ring, he would not be able to be a wizard. If this new circle can't do the things the Mana Circle does, what will happen to him? Lewin felt a bit disappointed that his wizard life was about to end like this, but he was best at staying optimistic in pain, so he needed to give it a try first. Lewin tried to summon a fire, and the summoning speed was faster than usual, which surprised him. It even looked stronger. From the moment he saw the size of the fireball, Lewin realized this was definitely the power of the artifact. Of the 2 items, magic has a basic activation mechanism for releasing power. It requires 10 seconds to recharge, but Lewin can skip those 10 seconds and directly create a fireball using the power within his body. Lewin clenched his fists in excitement. Is this the power of the artifact? What is it? The status window reappeared, providing information about the wizard's frenzy, concentrating magic energy into his body and attacking enemies. When casting magic, the enhancement of strength will be added, and the magical attack will deal extra physical damage. First of all, Lewin does not understand the obsession, but that wizard Draka also has the same mana disorder curse as you, and he fought by focusing mana into his punches. How could he create such a method? Lewin is really impressed by Draka's persistence and creativity. A new task has been added, which is to practice using the wizard's frenzy method, using the power circle and strength to attack target. Lewin had never thought of this method. If you can become a wizard that way, you definitely have to try. Lewin casts a fireball, using it as a fist aimed at the target. Got it. Lewin was delighted when he successfully used magic for the first time. The task completed, and he earned an extra 10 strength. Not only that, but Lewin's spirit also improved significantly. He happily lay on the ground. Every time Lewin fails to release magic, finally, he succeeded by using his fist. At that moment, Lewin became curious about Draka. What kind of being is he? But his body is gradually becoming heavy. What is going on? Did he practice until morning and actually sleep here? Probably has not died yet, right? Lan chose a lightning bolt, but he still did not seem to care. The whispers around him woke Lewin up. When he groggily got up, the other students jumped back as if they saw a strange creature. You are awake now. You scared the life out of Lewin could not understand why everyone was gathered here staring at while he was. It is not every day you see a handsome guy sleeping on the ground. After all, it is strange for a noble to choose sleeping on the floor instead of a cozy dorm bed. Hey Lewin, did you drink last night? What the hell are you talking about? I am just really tired. So I said bye-bye. Watching Lewin walk away with his chest out and head held high made them look at each other as if Lewin had become a Did they really see that scarecrow just left with only the stake left in the ground because of Lewin? No way that is possible. Lewin returned to the dorm. His friend Jisun Demon 56 was brushing his teeth and looked at him curious. Did you stay out all night? What happened? It is not often you leave the dorm for so long. You are too nosy. Lewin coldly retorted Jae-sun's enthusiastic attitude. He is the hero of this family, known for mining resources. At least Jae-sun still treats him like a normal person. However, he is a guy who is both a drunk and a womanizer, and he often sneaks out of the academy. Don't he tell me you went to meet some girl, so after getting hit, you finally know how to enjoy yourself. Tell me about it. Lewin threw his shirt straight at his face to shut him up. Lewin soaked in the bathtub, feeling like he had just come back to life. He suddenly remembered he still had his daily task. Today it is 100 punch, 200 and spinning kicks each, but the reward remains the same. Lewin sat, is it going to double every day while the reward stays the same? Nothing ever comes easy, but if you can become a mage this way, then it is all good. A month later, Lewin diligently completed his daily, just as he predicted. The requirements kept increasing while the reward stayed the same. If Lewin did not complete his task day, all progress would reset to 0 the next day, so Lewin never skipped a daily task. Looking at the bright side, the task requirements did not exceed 3,000 repetitions. Otherwise, Lewin would be toast from doing tasks before becoming a mage. For the whole month, Lewin diligently punched and doing each 3,000 times and unlocking a whole new skill. The skill of passive body art enhances the body's ability, making it stronger and more flexible through training. Lewin's image in the eyes of his classmates has changed. From a bookworm always focused in class to a guy sitting at the back who just falls asleep. Is that all you see? Late, he has been practically living in the training yard, just practicing his punches, and they think Lewin is doing something to deal with his mana disorder. But no one believes he will change. Time passed, and Lewin trained while searching for clues about Drak, but there was absolutely no information or any similar name. Not only that, but there were also no clues about World Destroyer, player, status window, or quest. Drak, is he? This question kept circling in Lewin's mind. Lewin, come here. Jia-sun suddenly called Lewin to ask if he knew anything yet. But Lewin did not know a thing. So you do not know anything and just read books leisurely like this? Jia-sun's sympathetic expression made Lewin curious. The hot news is that the head of the Adel family is here. In other words, Lewin's father has come to visit. Lewin immediately ran to find his father. He is with Professor Hiddu. Seeing his son, his face lit up with joy. Lewin, my son, there you are. It has been 5 years since Lewin entered the academy and has not seen his father again. He said he is still doing well. Luna, Lewin's younger sister, has grown up and is passionate about martial arts. She said she would protect her weak older brother. Ha, I am so embarrassed. Lewin scratched his head at his sister's bold. Suddenly, their father showed up, making Lewin fear he knew about the bullying. Lewin looked at his father with determination. Father, I am doing very well. What do you mean? His father did not quite understand. Lewin said he was not physically or mentally harmed at all. His father took a sip of tea. Today, he stopped by to ask for Lewin's opinion about leaving the academy. If it is too difficult, Lewin can always return to his territory at any time. Actually, I guessed why you came here. Father, I think I have found a way. Lewin said sincerely. He also hoped his father would promise him some for the upcoming exam. Lewin promised to get good marks in the practice test. In return, if he fails again, he will do as his father wishes. After seeing Lewin's determination, his father had to return to the mansion after their conversation. The final exam has finally arrived. First test is an introduction to magic. The exam consists of 2 parts, a written test and a practical. Practical test is further divided into 4 parts. Goal setting, measuring magic, real-life resistance, and solo combat. As someone with mana disorder, Lewin can only get a perfect score on the written test, while the top of the practical test is always the prestigious Gary Hill's Mage. However, Lewin is sure this time will be different. You are definitely going to kick that guy's butt top of the server. After the written test, the students move to the practice field for the first part of the practice. Jason looked at Lewin with concern. He has been acting a bit strange lately. Do you have a plan for today as practice? Hearing Lu say he would try a new approach made Jia-sun happy. It has been a long time since Jia-sun saw his roommate truly act like a human. Lewin, what are you doing? Don't he tell me you are going to use that body for the practice? That Michael jerk brought a few others to mock Lewin. So what? Lewin calmly replied. Mudri placed a hand on his shoulder and whispered as a model student, if I had to give advice to someone who has failed the practical test 6 times like you, I would say instead of coming here to humiliate yourself, why do not you just give up right now? Who knows? Your advice is worth. The way Lewin responds makes Michael furious. You were so submissive before. How come you are so confident now? It drives him crazy. I will show you in the solo match. Just wait and see. The first round to determine the target has begun. The official name is multi-target shooting. The rule is simple. Test the number of targets hit in one cast. However, this year's test is different from previous years in that the targets are continuously moving, which is why the average score is terrible. Is there even someone who did not hit any target? They only increased the difficulty a bit, and the results are already this bad. Quality of students this year is really poor. The professors watching the exam are gossiping. It is a bit early for the professor to be disappointed. Miss Turn is coming up. You should take a look. Professor Eric, potion making speaks up. He is also Minsung. Michael steps onto the stage with 2 green flames in his hand. He will show Lewin the difference between him and you. Let us get started. Michael. He releases a network covers the target. Even if they move, they are still in his sights. The students watch in awe. That is definitely Michael for you. One spell and there are so many targets. Professor Eric stands up, clapping, and says loud, how about that? The boy truly lives up to being a descendant of Gary Hill lineage, does not he? With this, Small is indeed the pride of our academy. He will surely be the representative for this year's bank. Alright, Professor Eric, in response to his attitude, principal of Tyrion Signet Academy, also a level 7 archer, decided that there was no need to watch the next. Professor suggested the principal stay a little long because it was Lewin's turn. Lewin Adel, right, is that kid still at the academy? Principal was surprised, but because of Lewin's enthusiasm, he decided to stay a little longer to see what happened. Lewin stepped onto the field, excitement in his heart. This was his chance to test his strength and regain his pride. Lewin started moving, the professor supervising Signet, and he immediately unleashed a series of fireballs in an instant, leaving the professors astonished. No way. So many targets. The other students were also amazed by the number of fireballs created. Mick was bitter, but he still believed Lewin was just a loser. Even if he managed to cast 100 fireballs, probably could not shoot even one. Lewin stomped his foot and jumped, activating time refraction to distort and accelerate time for 30 seconds, boosting his speed by 200%. This was a skill Lewin had recently learned. Time refraction allowed him to move unusually fast to any place he wanted. Thanks to that, when Lewin threw it looked as if he was unleashing all his mana. After a minute of bombardment, the area around him was in ruin, as if it had just experienced an earthquake. Professors and students were frozen for a few seconds, feeling like they had just witnessed a resurrection. Lewin smiled in satisfaction. This time, you really did it. Lewin hit 27 targets, and the supervising professor regained his composure to announce the results. What the heck? Did he cast magic with one hand and then punch with the other? 27 is a record for this test. Why is he moving so fast? Flurry of whispers among the students. The sound of applause rang out as the principal happily stood up. Lewin is absolutely truly outstanding. The students cheered and celebrated. Loon's hard work paid off. Where there are happy people, there are also those who are bitter. A prime example is Michael, who is so angry that he can hide his expression. Being praised and recognized by everyone is something Loon has not experienced in 6 years. Now his chest is all fired up. This is the feeling of joy he has always desired. In the meeting among the professors, Professor Eric was extremely dissatisfied, casting magic in his hands and striking at what he called magic. I have never heard of any magic like that, but you know, magic has no limit. The second professor replied to him, magic is a field where anything can happen. If it follows a set framework, then it is no longer magic but math. But Loon. Principal raised his hand signaling Professor Eric quiet. The principal was very pleased to witness the miracle created by Loon today. It was a miracle of magic. However, there was no avoiding differing opinions among the professors on this matter, especially Professor Eric. He cursed silently in his heart. Damn that Loon. He is causing chaos everywhere. Meanwhile, Sen is draping his arm over Loon as they walk down the hallway. Hello. The Supreme Sorcerer has arrived. There is Loon. You know my name, right? We have been in the same class for the past 6 years. A crowd of students surrounding Loon leaves him bewildered, and he quickly heads back to the dorm under John's confused gaze. Just yesterday, this morning, Loon was still a nobody at the academy, and now everything has changed in an instant. You still prefer being alone. Of course, there are still plenty of people who do not like Loon. Prime example is this blonde jerk here. Broad daylight and he walks right into Loon's room, leaving Loon confused about what he is thinking. You got a few points with that not really magic trick, and now you are acting all high and mighty. Your arrogance makes me sick, so I am here to remind you not to get too proud. Loon does not understand what he is saying. He must be bitter about scoring lower than someone he has looked down on for the past, which is me? What did you just say? Punk. Moo grabs Loon by the collar. Loon gently pulls his hand away, making Mew's arm shake. He did not expect Lewis to look like a loser but be this strong. Mick, we both need to graduate. If you really want to push me that hard, then wait for the solo test in 11 and let us have a fair fight. Mick shoves Lewis away. You think you are good enough to fight a guy who fails every subject like you? After saying that, he immediately leaves, secretly cursing Loon as an arrogant jerk, thinking there is no way he would pass the practical test today anyway. So what does he need a battle test for? But he looks at his shaking arm from Loon's grip, wondering if he is really a wizard. The second test measuring mana performance has begun. This statue is the ancient Kingram Elf. The Academy's treasure is also a rare artifact. There are only a few on the entire continent. 500 years ago, the great wizard turned the Kingram Elf into a treasure, while still alive. Kingram is trapped in this artifact, absorbing mana and is considered a magical punching bag. This mana performance test requires students cast spells on Kingram to earn points. The students do not like Kingram because he grades as tough as nails. A score above 20 is already really good. A student summoning lightning looked really cool. Kingram said, study again. You 1 point sorcerer. It is not too late to drop out now. The next person laughed at the one before, and it definitely made an impression on Kingram. Not a good impression, but an impression of someone who is casting magic for the first time. What kind of pathetic magic is this? Mixed with plain water or something? Is this 100% mana? You damn elf. Giasenla had angrily returned to his spot. Next is Michael's turn. He was just as nervous, trying to attack Kingram with his strongest magic. Are you the son of Josh Gary Hill? At Kingram's question, Michael appeared Eric. That is right. I am the third son of Josh Gary Hill. Proud. Kingram laughed. Proud. Ha. Your father is a wet-brained fool who begged me for extra. Kingram judged him to be even worse than his father, giving him 27 points. You are just a mediocre elf. What nonsense are you spouting? The horned one was furious. The professor signaled for him to go back and shut up. It is Loon's turn, and for some reason, he feels really anxious. I am Loonettle. It is a pleasure to meet. This is the first time Kingram has seen Lin's because he could not pass the target identification, so he could not come here. Loon is summoning explosive magic, a level 4 spell that gives the students a chance to shine. Kingram is confused when he sees Michael's stand, because wizards do not stand like they are about to punch someone. But Mikol is actually ready to fight. He jumps up while channeling mana down to his straight into Kingram. Professor overseeing the exam is shocked to see Loon channeling mana from his hands to his and then exploding it in an instant. Looking at this technique, the energy of the spell is at least level 5. He lands with a heavy breath. Clearly, he has successfully cast explosive magic. But why is Kingram reacting like that? Who are you? Are you Drak? Does that guy mistake Loon for someone else? The crowd feels confused. Only Loon knows who Kingram is referring to. Someone he has found no trace of despite piles of documents for the past 2 months. Do you know Ray? Loon hopes Kingram can tell him more about him. What Kingram feels now is extremely interesting. He never expected to meet the embodiment of Draka at this academy. Kingram asks for Lin's name. He will remember this name and decides to leave. The professor wants to know Luzin's score. Kingram will talk later because there are many people here. He also ends this pointless evaluation, surprising the professor. According to the school's rule, Kingram is required to present this covenant evaluation, which must be followed for 500 years after the great sorcerer passes away. Enough. You dare to mention the rules in front of for years. I have been the one evaluating these kids who do not look anything like Source. Kingram is angry, unable to suppress the discomfort built up over hundreds of years. But because of the covenant, Kingram will let Lin know the score. 2 is 100. What do you want, little destroyer? Loon did not expect Boo decided to rely on you. 4. You want 100 points then. The news of Kingram being strict and giving Loon a score of 100 has started to spread throughout the academy. You are causing trouble again. Loon. The 2 professors approach, surprising Loon because the news of Kingram giving you 100 points has reached the principal. Principal decided to reward Loon since this has never happened before. First, Professor hands Loon a piece of paper which mentions the treasure room, leaving Loon puzzled. The professor gestures for him to follow. The 2 of them walk to a seat there. This is the only place forbidden at the academy. So Loon is curious why the professor brought him here. In front of the door leading to the treasure room, the professor has to wait outside, while Loon will go in alone, although he does not know what is happening. Professor said this this is a reward, so he should just go in and see. Inside is a large room filled with precious treasure Lewin has only heard about. It seems this is the treasure vault. Grand Mage Frostignet. You look lost. A voice suddenly rang out, startling Lewin. Kingram suddenly appeared in the room, and he was no longer a stone statue. This is the only place Kingram is allowed to use his body. Thanks to the mana filling the room, he can exist in his original body instead of as a treasure. Lewin nodded. Moreover, he wondered why he said earlier that he did not know his true worth. Literally, you have no idea what your true worth. Even the artifact you are using is similar to Draka. The fact Kingram knows about the artifact surprised Lewin even more. This is a rare treasure in the world, so Kingram wants to know how Lewin got it, especially his connection to Draka. Lewin is also wondering who Draka is, so how would he know what relationship he has with Draka? Kingram was also powerless. He had to tell Lin about Draka. It is a being that wants to become a deity. One day, Draka visited the celestial tribe where Kingram lived. At that time, Draka was small and quite unattractive, possessed extraordinary power that no one in the celestial tribe could match. Moreover, with each passing day, Draka grew stronger. Even if the celestials attacked Draka at the same time, they could not defeat him. From then on, the celestials were Draka, and Draka lived with them as a member of the tribe. Draka even taught the language and magic to the future tribe leader Kingram for nearly 100 years. What? How can a human live for 100 years? Lewin could not believe it, but Draka was not human. His true identity was the black dragon Dracagonia. Indeed, going from one surprise to another, Lewin could not believe that dragons actually exist. You do not know that dragons are the source of magic. Lewin had heard about, but he thought it was just a legend. However, Draka could not use magic. That is why he created the fighting style that Lewin used by channeling magic through his limb. Lewin felt a sense of sympathy. He must have been treated like him in the past. Draka has created a power that only he can use to turn magic into strength, just like Lewin did. With that power, Draka became the strongest being in the world. However, Draka was not satisfied with that, continued to expand his power immensely. In the end, Draka destroyed everything, including himself. Lewin understands why Draka is called the destroyer of worlds. Can't imagine how powerful Draka is to be able to destroy everything. The system jumped in to announce a new achievement in tracking Draka's trace. The reward is the title of Ally of the Elf, the skill Frenzy of the Elf, along with the spirit manifestation of strength. The Ally of the Elves effect helps increase friendliness. The elves communicate them. Lewin does not understand why he received a reward out of the blue, but at least it is not about strength. Any reward is better than nothing. Right. The active skill Frenzy of the Elves helps Lewin increase his power by 300 for 30 seconds, and the effect will gradually under the influence of the recovery skill 3 minutes. Just by listening, you can tell this is a dirty buff skill. Finally, there is Shang. A sphere suddenly appeared in his hand. It seems you just received a quest reward. Draka often gazed into the void and talked like that. Kingram reminisces about the past. Lewin immediately asked about the sphere in his hand. It is not an item but an embodiment. Why are we not aware that he is always next to Draka? Looking at the current situation, Kingram guesses Draka sealed him in the spirit stone before he died. Shang is an embodiment of power. Although called a spirit, he is not like ordinary spirits. Cute for a jerk. He is hot-headed like hell, begging Draka every day for endless power. But if his thirst is satisfied, he will also bring his master limitless power. You mean that embodiment will be revived from this stone? Kingram nodded, looking at the cracking stone. It seems he is about to awaken. The stone shattered, and Lewin's eyes widened at what was in his hand. Here is a bear. You dare to call me a bear? The bear rubbed its eyes and could talk, making Lewin even more curious. Don't call me a bear anymore, this little brat. Just as Kingram said, this bear has a temper like hell. You are not a bear. Then what are you? Lewin did not know what to call the bear in front of him anymore. But Shang is an embodiment. It can turn into anything it likes. Look here. Let me show you my power. Trang puffed up, preparing to do so. But in the end, nothing happened. What the hell? Where is my power? Trang definitely wants food because it was reborn with an empty stomach, so it demands food from Lewin. Lewin does not know what it eats, so Chang is extremely annoyed. Why is my master so weak this time? Whatever, I am sleepy now. Remember to call me when it is time to eat. Lewin can keep up with Strang's mood swing. It is even harder to understand than a girl. Indeed, old habits die hard. Seeing Lewin and Shang reminds Kingram of the past. First time facing Draka and Shang in their old place, the Heavenly Clan. He is curious about what Lewin will do next while carrying out Draka's wishes. The power you hold will make Lewin stronger and stronger. It can lead you to righteousness or swallow you whole. That is why Kingram wants to know what Lewin will do when stronger. The reason Lin wants power is to protect loved ones from monsters, to bring honor to the family, and to prove himself to those who dare to look down on him and his family. Lewin smiled. You have too much to protect, so you can't miss this opportunity. I will live for what I want for my love, my family, and myself. Kingram smiled. Not bad. I look forward to your future. Every day after that, Lin consistently carried out his duties. The only thing that changed was the fat lump beside him. Strang's life is just about eating and sleeping. Every time you wake him up to eat, Strang opens his mouth wide and swallows the strength that Lewin provides. He goes crazy because he eats a lot, but even eating that much, Strang still only has 1 star. His special skill is that he accompanies Lewin, sharing 100% of Strang's growth level and giving you 100 points of strength without you having to feed him daily. Every time Strang gets stronger, Lewin will receive a proportional amount of strength. 1 star is 100, 2 stars are 200 points. Previous, when sealed, Strang had 31 stars. Lewin right now he does not even have 1,000 points, but is already this strong. How did Draka become so terrifyingly strong? Actually, besides doing missions, there are other ways to increase strength, but the price to pay is to give Trang a glass of water. You do not have to say it, but if you get hungry, do not blame me. Under Lewin's threat, he has to speak up. There are many ways to increase strength, like taking on high difficulty missions to earn better reward, crafting items that boost strength, or searching for treasure. You can even cook goblin tendons to refine pills. But Trang insists those methods are not suitable for Lewin because you need at least 1,000 points of strength to unlock those missions. The speed of strength increase is too fast. Your body won't be able to handle it. Right now, Lewin is just at the baby walking stage. Yet all this time, Lewin thought he was already super strong. Turns out he was just starting out. The immediate goal is 1,000. Lewin trains every day to increase his score. When he reaches 930 points, third practical combat exam officially begins. In this exam, the mages will attack from behind, so there is a chance that spells will hit allies during the chaos. So this exam tests the risk management skills of the mages, which could be the most important part. For example, when Jun was casting a fire, he accidentally targeted the defending knight, causing him to be eliminated immediately. The support team is the foreign knights to ensure the safety of the student, as well as evaluate coordination skills. The exam lasts for 10 days, and based on the points earned, each person will face monsters. On the last day, there will be 13 students in the top scoring, so everyone is curious about what kind of monster will appear. A giant sea monster emerges from the portal, rolling and causing the students to shrink back. Sea monsters live in packs, roam across the continent, are larger than human, and are intelligent as well. With their violent nature, battles between sea monsters and humans frequently occur. Are you sure this exam will be okay? Teacher, what if someone gets killed by the sea monster? Professor encourages his students right away. As a wizard, I always have to stay rational to handle situations. Competition begins, and the foreign knights will take the lead to assist. The wizard stands back and attacks, launches an ice spear at the water monster, but it immediately jumps up to target him. Mick dodges. Professor Haidu signals loud. Mu wants to take revenge for the other day, but he is so scared he can't move. Professor Haidu has to use the target vine, which wrap around the water monster to control it so it does not tear him apart. The result is that Michael is eliminated from the competition, while Master Eric clenches his fists in frustration because Michael has fallen again. He has to take action himself. Next up is Lin's turn. Because you are the only one Kingram gave a score to, so Eric suggests evaluating you differently from the other students to ensure fairness. Principal understands his intention, but they do not have any other monsters left. Eric has already thought of it. When the foreign knights bring the water monster, they also bring along a goblin. Before Lin's test begins, Professor Haidu meets him to inform him about the change in difficulty of the test. The academy is expecting a lot from Lewin since Kingram gave him a perfect score, so Lewin's target will change from the water monster to the goblin. Lewin grimaces. Out of all the monsters, why does he have to fight a goblin? Train. Your first real enemy is a goblin. There is going to be some fun to watch. The goblin looks quite similar to the sea monster, making Jia-sen think it is the leader of the sea monster. Friend next to him said, "Come on, that is a goblin." Jia-sen immediately felt uneasy, worried for Lin. Even the captain of the foreign knights found it hard to understand. Although he hinted, he could not let the students fight a goblin in this exam. Goblins resemble monsters but are many times strong, capable of crushing a skull and breaking a spine with a single move. Captain asked Professor Haidu, but this was the principal's direct. It seems they want Lewin to bet his life on this exam. That is right. Lewin stepped out as a contest. Seeing Lewin's fair skin and noble demeanor made him wonder how he could possibly fight this goblin. The professor and the knights would protect Lewin, but he was gliding past. You are going the wrong way. Lewin should be behind the knight, but he is standing in front because his spellcasting is different from the other. If you stand in front, we won't be able to cover you. It is not as easy to deal with as the sea monster. Yeah, I know. Lewin's response made the captain frown. Why would you risk your life like that? I am out of options. Lewin can only say that. The captain does not see you scared at all. Lewin seems different from the other. Professor signaled Lewin to prepare, then allowed the competition to start. The goblin broke free from the cuffs and charged towards everyone. The knights shielded Lewin, but he darted past them towards the goblin. The captain shouted, "Stop! What are you doing?" Lewin conjured a fireball and is throwing a punch at the goblin. The clash of the two forces created a shockwave in the environment. Next came an explosion full of dust and smoke. The knight captain silently hoped Lewin was still alive. From the smoke, Lin's figure emerged. He was not only alive but also standing strong. The professor smiled soft, proud of his student. "You almost got yourself killed there." Captain scolded Lewin. Lewin apologized, but if he had warned him, Captain definitely would not have let him rush in. Moreover, now is not the time to talk. They need to finish this test. The goblin was still there and it was even crazier. Step back. I know you are strong, but goblins are very dangerous. Stay there. I will handle it. But of course, Lewin won't just stand behind them. This is your part of the test, so Lewin will complete the test on his own. Since the day he was born, Lewin has never known what a goblin is. It is 5 times your size, and has got battle blood too. Yet at this moment, you are facing it. There are 2 reasons that give you the courage to do this. One is thanks to the goblin's combat skill. You can communicate with it, and know it is screaming, "Don't come near me. You all need to free me." This goblin feels scared being surrounded by wizards and knights even though it has not done anything wrong. The second reason is because of the mission. Objective 1 is to attack the enemy, and Objective 2 is to defeat the enemy. The reward is 30 power points and an extraordinary skill. It is truly a worthy reward for someone like Lewin who has to repeat boring missions every day. A battle where you can earn points each 3 days combined. What are you waiting for? Lewin should just rush in and punch it right in the. Objective 1, attacking the enemy first, has been achieved. Everything's not over yet. The goblin jumps up wanting to smash Lewin's skull. Lewin, as light as a feather, dodges its mighty. You need to find its weak spot and attack. Lewin uses time refraction to shorten the distance and target the goblin's weak. Captain could only stand and marvel at what this guy really was. Goblin blocked Lewin's, raising its left arm, but Lewin countered it. Lewin attacked his knee, but it was too weak, and the goblin grabbed him and tossed him like a sack of sand. Lewin leaned against the wall like Spider-Man, barely catching his breath when the goblin charged at him. Lewin jumped up, twisting his body to deliver a spinning. The move he had practiced daily immediately took, causing the goblin to fall to the ground. Lewin jumped on top. It was time to end this, using his goblin rage skill. "Are you really human?" Goblin muttered as Lewin used its racist skill. "I guess you do not need an ant, right?" Lewin reprising it. But anyway, it was time to finish everything. Lewin unleashed a devastating combination of goblin rage. He was gradually shifting into a berserk state, the power pouring out uncontrollably, forcing the knights to retreat. After a while, the goblin had stopped. It seems everything has come to an end. Train, watching from a distance, was also surprised as Lewin exceeded its expectations. Did he really take down the goblin? Lewin is really kicking it up a notch. The students are exploding with excitement after witnessing Lewin's talent. Professor Eric gritted his teeth, surprised that you actually won. The principal smiles in satisfaction, glad that Eric did not get a chance to cause trouble for Lewin. The knights surround to check on the creature, confirm it has been defeated. Lewin Adel, who taught you that spell and combat skills? The knight captain is curious. It is all self-taught Lewin. It is hard to believe. Lewin asked the professor about the exam result. He was silent a few seconds. Professor thought Lewin could not handle it, but he did not even have the chance to stop him. You always exceed my expectations. Lewin, I passed. Lewin smiled happily. Is this the phrase you have been waiting to hear for so long? The mission is complete. Lin's reward also includes the Eye of Insight, an active skill that helps Lin see into people's hearts, gather and digitize all information, unlock the invisibility skill, and see those who are invisible. Now you have become a real player. Chang knows a lot about this skill. It is something only players possess. Lewin can see enemies using the invisibility skill. That time, they will have a faint outline around them. Next is unlocking the minimap. This function allows Lewin to observe everything within a 500-meter radius around his position. Lewin can also view the status window of any target. However, the amount of information accessible depends on the target's level. The excited girl said with her arms crossed, "There are many surprises ahead." She urged him to use the Eye of Insight on the unconscious monster. Just looking at it and quietly thinking to myself, a status window appeared. The 3-star goblin from Stormy Mountain, blade sprouting from its shoulder, is smaller and less aggressive than typical goblin. Lewin tried to glance at the two professors. He is a level 6 mage, but you can read the rest of the information. Lewin can't see too much information about those above his level. Once Lewin gets stronger, he will be able to access more information. So that is how it is. Lewin smiled in satisfaction. After the practical test ended, rumors of Lewin defeating the goblins spread throughout the academy. "Lewin, how do you feel about everyone talking about you?" "Interest." "Right. Jay is curious about your feeling." But even Lewin does not know what to say. "Excuse me, are you Senior Lewin?" 3 unfamiliar girls shyly approached Lewin and offered him snacks. "Take it out and eat whenever you are hungry." After Lewin, 3 girls shyly ran away. "Do you want to eat this?" Lewin coldly handed it to Jia-sun, making him blush. "You are not respecting the ladies who had to fight through their embarrassment to bring you lunch. Why are you getting all worked about it?" Lewin looked at Jason-sun's goofy face, but he has a lot of potential. Over the past few days, Lewin has checked everyone's status, and only Ji-sun currently shows high potential. That is why Lewin looks at him with trust. "Jia-sun, just try a little harder. I bet you will do well in the upcoming." "What is that? Are you feeling sorry for me?" Jia-sun was confused. Lu Wai told him to stop chasing girl, be more confident and hard work. His skills are no joke. After a while, Jia-sun was curious, sometimes wondering if Lin was the person he had known for 6 years. Even Lin found it hard to believe. But this is the person you want to show. There are even rumors about Lewin that he will surpass M to become the valedictorian and represent the academy. "I do not care about that." Lewin walked inside, making Jia-sun even more curious. This year is the big festival year. Every May, representatives from prestigious academies gather for a magical festival to select best among them. Every 8 years, all the wizards come to the Olympiad to choose the strongest. Grand festival will take place in the year of both. It is a national competition where the most talented students from the academies showcase their abilities. The winner not only brings home a large sum of money for themselves and their academy, can also receive countless privileges. Therefore, the number of students participating in the grand festival is limited. 1 individual competitor and 30 team competitors. The top 31 students from each academy participate in this major competition, and the individual participant will represent their academy. I wonder who the academy representative will be this year. It is probably Michael again. Are the students gossiping during break time? Jia-sun confidently asserts his bedmate Lewin will represent the academy, as he is the only one to score 100 points from King Grant. Furthermore, every time Michael participates in the magical competition, the results are always dreadful. In team events, others carry the weight, but in individual events, he ranks 4th out of 5. That is why their academy is always referred to as a B-tier academy. Now everyone is counting on Lin to help them escape that label. The test is not over yet. Lewin won't allow himself to be boastful and excited. The select participant will be the leader in the test and will receive a nomination from the professors. Moreover, your solo test with Michael is coming up soon. Right now, all you can think about is how to impress Michael. 4 days later, Lewin had been practicing hard and reached 1000 strength training stretch, preparing to fill up her belly. Finally, she could wait for this moment. The regular mission has been upgraded to level 2. The difficulty of the mission has doubled, and the rewards have tripled. After Trang ate her fill, her whole body emitted a powerful flame that amazed Lewin. Meanwhile, Eric was frustrated because he originally intended to make things difficult for Lewin, but ended up helping him gain more with Lewin's strength. He still thought Lewin could not defeat Mike, but he was worried about the top position and attending Michael's grand festival, so he began to think of the dirtiest. In the meantime, Trang opened his eyes looking incredibly. He had reached level 2 and helped Lewin gain 200 strength points. Lewin felt that Trang looked chubbier than before and also stronger. Thanks to her, you gained 200 points without doing anything at all. Chang's arrogance is no more. This is just the beginning. The difficulty and rewards of the mission. Speaking of which, Lewin checked from 3000 punch up 5000 plus running 15 kilometers each day. Practical training. Lewin has stepped up the training intensity, so the other stuff is not too hard. You just need to focus on the real combat practice. Which sounds fresh. Do you remember the first time we met? I said I could turn into any. Chang looks impressive now that it can transform, but there are still limits. It won't be able to turn into a person until it reaches level 5. For now, it can only perform simple skill. The fabric spins wild, and the soft brown bear fur transforms into cloth. A dilapidated scarecrow appeared, making Lewin unable to hold back laughter. Don't underestimate the scarecrow. Chang warns Lewin because when Draka first started training, the scarecrow helped him a lot, so every day Lewin has to practice real combat with Chang the scarecrow. Besides being a target, it is also very useful. Strang is as strong as a level 3 mage. Once it gets its powers back, it can do anything. First, Lewin wants Strang to turn into a mage, then breaks into a sinister smile. Ho ho. Alright then, buddy. Chang pulls out a cute little staff from who knows where to cast magic. Even if it hits Lewin, it would only cause a shock, not damage. And if Lewin hits Strang, it would not hurt at all. You are really fighting for the ideal. Continue with the D move. Strang is not hesitating to attack Lewin. Lewin is very excited. You probably think Michael is training right now, so you can't take a break. Meanwhile, that Michael is picking up cans and leaves. That jerk is just being a nuisance. What do we do now? That kid dares to talk like that in front of me. If I were a bit stronger then, Mick would have shut Eric up. He knows that thanks to Eric's trick, Lewin got a higher score. Because of you, he got a perfect score. If our family finds out, probably won't live it down. Being mocked by Michael makes Eric frustrated, but he can't do anything. Michael is not training, just pushing him to find a way to beat Lin. Eric already has a plan. Take this. Eric hands Michael a tube of burning flower. This is a flower that grows in the North's illusion region. It is a rare herb. Some use it to make special elixir. Drinking it will awaken Michael's state. The duration of mana deployment will be very short, but it eliminates the feeling of pain and can't distinguish friend foe. Right. In other words, you won't see anything at all, but you will still pay attention in class. Mick does not understand why that guy wants us to drink this. Are you crazy? You do not have the right to speak here. You have already lost to that guy, and you want to bring shame to the family. Eric gave a very convincing reason. Still, M is scared of Professor Hay. He knows very well what that guy is capable of. My dear, you have forgotten who we are. Eric's job is to play dirty. He is the one who tests the drug. Cover his track. Eric handed Michael a purple vial. Drink this after burning the flowers so no one can trace it back. Don't be afraid, because the Hill lineage can only move forward this way. Are you going to take it or not? It is touching how your uncle invites you to play with the stuff before the exam. Finally, the 11th battle exam has arrived, and the location is the Mana Barrier Square. Whenever the combat test takes place, the area is always packed. Everyone wants to stay and witness the final match, which is highly anticipated between Lewin and Maiko. Lewin steps onto the field feeling a bit nervous, because Michael knows that Lewin is a close combat mate. If he prepares in advance, it won't be easy at all. But once Lewin gets close to him, one punch is all it takes to knock him out. To make the test as realistic as possible, the terrain factors are prepared and arranged in a highly diverse manner. Both sides are ready to compete, but Lewin notices something strange about M. His expression like a stray dog waiting to be unleashed. Usually, Michael would be sarcastic and mocking before the match, but today he is unusually silent. Lewin has to use the discerning eye of an expert to check. Besides the normal parameters, Michael also has a hidden frenzy. Michael must have done something to cover it up, but before the test began, the students were already checked thoroughly. Suddenly, Lai remembers that Professor Eric, who is responsible for this, is Michael's uncle. It is highly likely that the two of Gary Hill and his nephew covered for each other to cheat. The battle only prohibits dark magic. The other 4 types of elemental magic can be used freely. Points will be scored based on the level of that type of magic. In this arena, power of magic has been reduced by 99%, so there is no need to worry about your opponent. Lewin raises his hand, wondering what happens if one of the two uses banned substance and gets caught. His question hits right at the dark heart of Mike, causing him to panic. According to the rule, players caught with banned items will be disqualified from the competition and may fail to possibly even be expelled depending on the severity. After stabilizing both into combat position, Lewin can only conclude that for now, because only you can see the status window, so no one believes you. Lewin needs to find convincing evidence. Get ready to start. The signal just went out. Both sides rush to attack. Lewin, go down to hell. Michael wrapped Lewin's legs with vines. A second later, Lewin easily escaped from it. Since the auditorium only reduces the power of mana, it does not affect Lewin's strength. In short, power is still off the charts. Do you think I only have this much? Mick used fire breath. A huge flame spewed toward Lewin. You blink behind to dodge just in time, then found a large rock. After 2 moves, Lewin could see that Michael's spellcasting time had decreased, while his mana had increased despite being restricted by the auditorium. Michael saw Lewin hiding behind the rock with a smug face. Don't hide. Come out and face, you little rabbit. Based on Michael's unusually excited state and his expression, Lewin guessed he had used the natural awakening of the burning flower. His hands trembling, extremely excited, reducing his pain sensitivity and making it hard to distinguish friend foe. The only thing that has not shown is the effect on muscle inhibition. No wonder you are so confident. It is because of the burning flower. Right. If Mick gets caught, he will make a face while sneaking food, but he can't escape your eye. To take him down, Lewin does not need to use any items. I am going up here. Mike. Lewin uses time refraction to rush towards him like an arrow. Mick frantically builds an ice barrier to stop you. It is useless. Lewin sweeps a kick that dissolves his ice effortless. What kind of magic is that? Everyone watching was in awe of Lewin's performance. Everything is still not over. Mick used a level 3 fire magic, summoning a fire-breathing T-Rex in front of Lewin. Lewin chose to face him head-on with a seismic punch. True to its name, its destructive power was like a real earthquake. Mick's little dinosaur was easily thrown back. Everyone was amazed again as Lewin used earth to block fire. That guy Michael fell to the ground. Lewin approached, making him panic. Stay away from me. Do not be such a coward. Take this. Lewin flicked his finger lightly on Mick's forehead. The snap that could still be heard in Vietnam. A small flick but generated destructive power just like a punch. A normal person hit by this would definitely pass out, but Mike O.C. stood his ground. Still chucked. Lewin, do you dare to underestimate? Lewin did not stop, continuing to beat up Mike. Fell to the ground. Cracking sounds echoed, but he still had the strength to laugh. Ha, it does not hurt at all. After taking so many hits, he is still conscious. Lewin sees he is at risk of dying from shock. If it continues, it will be dangerous. Prison. Lewin ties Michael tight and then raises his hand to speak. Does Michael use banned sub? The professor must ask Lewin again, because if he tells a false, he will be disqualified. Eating. Lewin firmly asserts that the possibility of using banned substance has been concealed or someone discovered it, turned a blind eye. That person can only be someone capable of using rare materials and responsible for checking on that matter. In this entire academy, there is only one person, Professor Eric. Everyone is whispering because Eric is related to Maiko. He immediately jumps down to question Lin. Lewin, do you know what you are talking about? You are saying M used banned substance while I turned a blind eye. I have evidence. Though I am a bit scared, but Eric demands a recheck. But Lewin knows full well that he used a special potion to hide Michael's symptoms. So what do you want now? Where's the evidence you mentioned? Eric remains tight-lipped. Lewin will show them right now. You stand in front of the ancient tree trunk and lightly snap your fingers. The trunk immediately explodes and is engulfed in flames in an instant. This is the weak snap from earlier. Lin's words made Eric shudder. This time, the story is on. Let us say Mick's magic has increased due to training, but there is no way he could take that many hits and still be laughing. Given his current state, his skull is probably rattling violently, and at least 4 of his ribs are broken. Yet Michael is still laughing as it feels no pain. Do you have anything left to deny? Professor Eric. He could not argue because Lewin was absolutely right. The principal stood up suddenly. You could see he was extremely angry. How dare you do something like this in such a safe place? Follow me to the office immediately. 4th exam passed. Corruption of the Gary Hill lineage has been exposed. Professor Eric went home to raise while Michael was expelled. From then on, the school started calling Lewin the Holy Exorcist instead of Lewin the Fool like before. More importantly, Lewin has been summoned by the principal. Standing in front of the principal's door is a magic portal. When Lewin stepped in, he immediately saw a familiar sight, the realm of the Adel family. But he quickly realized this was not reality. There was even a chair known as the Throne of Tur, the seat of the Supreme Wizard. Just then, Principal Lewin appeared behind him. This is a place created by the eyes of Malak. The leader started the invasion of the Frilia continent. It is said that he has the ability to make a person see what they desire. After the corpse of Manlarok was refined into a relic, the eyes of Manhwa are the relic that helps see what they want. What appeared before Lewin just now were the things he desired the most. That is right. What Lewin always craved was to restore the Al territory and become the most powerful wizard. As for the principal, he saw a world where everyone acted according to their duty. Students are students, wizards are wizards. The principal also knew that this was not an easy thing to achieve, but still, it was something he always wished for. Before stepping through another door, Lewin looked back at the relic. The scene of everyone cheering for Lewin and him becoming the valedictorian appeared. That was also his long-held dream. After passing through the land of relic, the two arrived at the principal's main office. Today the principal called Lewin to ask him something. Amidst all the band sub, how did he know that the molo he used was fire flower? Lewin answered honest. First, his attitude is different from his usual self, aggressive but also a bit restless. His mana flow is unusual too. So Lewin speculates that he used fire flower. But from what I see, it seems more certain than just a guess. Why is the principal was curious? Because the mana barrier in the auditorium only reduces magical power. It does not affect physical strength. And what Lewin used was physical strength, not magic. He tried to avoid mentioning the most notable family as much as possible. I am sure Michael was in shock, yet he could still joke around and showed no signs of pain. That can only prove that he used fire flower. Hearing Lewin's answer with no loopholes made the principal very pleased. Although he is only 16, he noticed even the slightest changes in his opponent right away. Not to mention in that situation, he handled it very calmly. Combined with his impressive magical ability, as the principal of the academy, I regret what happened this time. I sincerely apologize. Lewin, I assure you that the Gary Hill family will not harm you. Additionally, the principal has another proposal, which is to nominate Lewin to participate in the Grand Fest this July as a representative of the academy. Lewin is extremely surprised. That is a position everyone desired. In fact, when he arrived, he had vaguely guessed this would happen. However, Lewin does not dare to accept. Feels he lacks experience and has not even had any real practice over the past year. During his time at the academy, he has not achieved anything outstanding. While the Grand Festival gathers all the talented individuals, Lewin is not sure if that is not a problem. Principal is a judge at the festival and believes Lewin deserves the title of candidate champ. Principal asserts that Lewin is a very promising contestant. What is frightening is that Lewin is a secret weapon that no one expects. To everyone, he is a mystery, with no information about Lewin, and they do not know what technique fighting style he used, so they can figure out how to counter him, because Lewin always stands small. They do not take precaution. It sounds a bit sad, but this is Lewin's strength. This time, he will make a move that no one can defend again. What do you mean by that? Participate here. At this point, Lewin can no longer contain his excitement. You will definitely try not to let everyone down. It seems everything is going according to the principal's plan, so he invited a professor to help Lewin develop his physical skills instead of magic. Are you still doing well? The boy is out of options. Lewin looked surprised at the person in front of him. This is Gutter Pyre, captain of the Foreign Knight, and one of the only 5 level 5 knights in the Jadian Kingdom. And he is also the one who tried to stop you during the 3rd test. It is unexpected that Lewin gets to learn physical skills with him. First of all, Gutter wants to confirm a few. According to information Professor Hay, Lewin is a special mage because he can only fight in close combat. Lewin nodded in confirmation. From what he observed, Lewin's movements are quite good, quick, and without any wasted act. But to be honest, it is clear that Lewin has never learned martial art. His techniques might have worked against that goblin before, but against the knight, Lewin will be completely read. No matter how strong he is, opponents with good physical skills can recognize his attacks through his shoulder and hip move. Everything the professor said is true, because Lewin's techniques are just repetitive movement quests, so he can't apply much when fighting. But do not worry, you learn from me. Your movements will change from the most basic thing. Professor Gutter does not want to waste time, so they will start right away. The first lesson is how to walk properly. A solid stance allows for a stronger sword swing. Moreover, the feet help predict the enemy's next move. Only when you learn to walk correctly can you use your body skill. So Lewin practiced walking like the hero. Next is the heavenly martial art, a discipline often used in training knights. This discipline consists of 36 martial techniques, not including sword technique. Following Professor Gutter's guidance, Lewin practiced diligently to improve his movement skill. Professor was very pleased with his progress and dedication. He remembered when he first started. Lewin wondered why the professor was teaching him martial art. He had to come to the academy every day, and now he also had to teach him. Just think of it as a kind of investment. That is the professor's reasoning. He has met someone who has the potential to become a great mage in the future if he contributes to supporting that person. It is also a worthwhile investor. Hearing this, Lewin decided to entrust his body. I am counting on you. Professor Jur. Calling him professor feels too formal. Just call me brother. I am only you 3 after all. Professor Gutter is a little sad. The more he observes Lewin fighting, the more he finds it fascinating, especially the boy's courage. The last time he checked the goblin that Lewin defeated, its jaw was broke. Close combat wizard is even stronger than a goblin. No wonder he finds the boy very interesting. 3 weeks went by and Lewin's body art skill leveled up to 10, earning him the ability to channel magic throughout his body. It seems mastering heavenly martial arts is quite useful. Trang also leveled up to level 3 just by following Lewin, holding over 2,000 power. Lewin feels it is quite significant, but Chang thinks Lewin's speed at gaining power is even more impressive. Even Draka took more than a year after encountering it to reach that many points. Lewin, Ji-sun is running over. Did you see? Lewin has been so focused on training that he has not noticed what is going on outside. Now they have posted the list of candidates for the festival at the academy gate. At the opening ceremony, Lewin represented the new students and stood on the podium, becoming the target of jealousy and suspicion. In response to this jealousy, Lewin has engaged in pathetic acts for the past 6 years. All you can do is stand back and watch Michael receive congratulations from everyone. But now it is different. Lewin feels goosebumps all over when he sees his name become the representative of the academy. That is Lewin. Congratulations, you have become the representative. It took a long time for Lewin to enjoy such congratulations again. Finally, Lewin has become the representative for the academy once more, and even Jason Sen is there, though only in 31st. When it was announced that Lewin was proficient in heavenly martial art, Professor Hyvie was extremely surprised, even scared, since he is a 5th-year student at just 16 years old. He believes that Lewin will succeed. Preparations for the Grand Festival are going smoothly. The day to leave for Anton Tun has finally come. Some students are taking the mana train first, so they are very excited. There are only 2 transfer points in the Jadi Kingdom, but But in the troubled Empire Federation, there are over 100 transfer. Bang bang. Those country bumpkins are making such a fuss over just taking the mana train. That jerk is Hank. Michael's lack, and he participated in last year's Magic Festival with. If you think Lewin will perform some Mirror Grand Fest, just give up. He is just arrogant because he scored high on the exam. Moreover, representatives from other academies act like goats. They believe they have a higher chance of winning if someone experienced like Michael is involved. They won't accept Lin as the representative of the academy, which makes Ji-sen furious. There are so many scumbags who want to gain some, even a little, by clinging to the Gary Hill family. But you have to do well in this competition, even if it means being on the same team as those guys. Michael will be very pleased. Dogs remain loyal to their owner, even when their owners have just been kicked out. Hanker bluntly asks if Lewin is referring to them. Luckily, they understand, so Lewin does not need to elaborate. Listen, Lewin needs to get through to him. The Grand Festival is on a different level than the magical festivals they have attended before. If there are good results, they will definitely have better opportunity the Gary Hill family can't provide. Or, if we have good results, that is how it will be. But is that feasible? Tron Henker also feels nervous when all the participants are monsters, and their fate is to be stuck in the Jadian Kingdom, working under the Gary Hill family. We can do it. Lewin insists that unity is the most important thing at the Grand Festival. It is best if they eliminate any factors that hinder spirit and teamwork. So that means you will compete without us. On the way there, think again about who your current representative is and more. Right now, the Gary Hill family is not here to witness Han Namu's loyalty. The tree was upset for not arguing back, and Lewin shouted, "You are ruining your very first personal match. I won't listen to any of your commands during the festival." On the mana train, the most excited person is none other than Shang. He keeps talking about the past without mana train, making Lewin's ears ache. Suddenly, the train car door swings open. Think I smell the scent of a loser somewhere. Are those the country bumpkins from the stupid academy? 3 students from the National Magic Academy of Oyota barge in. It is the only training school in Oyota, Sandy Kingdom, built on a desert known for its ancient history and hunting swordsmanship to the max. Lewin is curious about what the Oyota folks are doing in their train car. "You stupid academy, where's Michael Gary Hill? It can't be that he ran away because of adversity. Right. I was planning to have him take care of us this year like a slave." Ha. He goes around greeting familiar faces at last year's Magic Festival like a true bully. Shang laughs with delight every time Lewin faces trouble. "Oh wow. Look at you being so patient." Still sitting there listening. Until now, Lewin never knew about this because he did not have the chance to go. But it seems their academy is not treated very well. The 2 professors are leisurely reading books and have no intention of intervening. Right now, his position is simply that of a guide. In other words, power and responsibility of the whole team currently lie in the hands of their representative. Lewin. "Hey Hank, where's your representative?" "Gary Hill." He went to find Hanker to say hello. Mick is probably lying in bed praying that his broken ribs will heal right now. Lewin's causing the entire cabin to fall silent. "Hanker said that you are their representative this time. The student from Oyota is meeting Lewin for the first time. He approached you and introduced himself. "I am the representative of Oyota," said Ameng. Lewin also introduced himself, and more important, just greeted him. If he is done causing trouble, he should get the hell out of their cabin. Or you will apologize for calling us a stupid academy before you leave. Right. With a polite attitude. "What did you say?" He did not expect Lewin to splash cold water on him, leaving him embarrassed. "Hey Hank, did not you tell him who he is?" Seeing Hanker silent, he intended to teach him a lesson right then. Lewin understood the problem. This is why those who participated in last year's Grand Festival were scared when they saw the Oyota Academy, precisely because they were bullied by Sedamankiri. They are trying to demoralize everyone before the match. Turns out the big festival has already started. Do you want to test your strength? Lewin is not afraid to clash with him right away. Of course, this immediately wants to jump in and throw punches with Lewin. Set stop. And Oyota's instructor rushes in to scold Seto in front of, then turns and apologizes on his behalf, Professor Haidu, and everyone else, before pushing our vehicle back into their compartment, getting angry again. Inside Oyota's compartment, X does not understand why the professor stopped when he was the one who devised this method. Into you see, he noticed Professor Haidu smirk while watching our vehicle as if waiting for him to make a move. It is just comp teacher. Professor is not too sure either. He suspects Lin has something they do not know about. But you definitely are not like Miko Gary Hill last time. After the Oyota group left, the atmosphere in Snet's compartment changed rapidly. Just a moment ago, they were still egotistical and jealous, but now they have become more united. Are you okay? Why are you so tense? Those kids have been fighting since they were born. The other students are worried as Lewin has the intention to clash with the opponent. Lewin wondered if they did not feel uncomfortable being so openly disrespected by the academy. As the representative, you just sit there. They will definitely be even more amused and look down on them even more. If nothing is done, then they really are the foolish academy, they say. Does everyone still want to be disrespected like that? It is precisely because you guys backed down that they have looked down on us for the whole year, and now is not the time to let pride create division and be openly disrespectful. The first match is won without representative, and they appointed a stand-in goalie for the farewell match, which made him feel awkward. Looks like Mi's tail is willing to participate now. Lewin hopes everything goes smoothly like this until the end of the competition. Finally, they all arrived at Antinaich Chai, a state in the Royal Federation of Ren, the only state recognized as neutral by the Empire. So when stepping in here, even if they are longtime enemies, they have to put aside their hatred. Bloodshed occurs in Antefen. The Doi-Nemeki Empire will step in to handle the situation as the continental overlord. That is why Antinine is where large-scale international Grand Fest and the Great Sword Tournament are held. Jia-sen stepped in, impressed. This place looks like a different world. Armand area is already pretty, but this place is even more than that. Lewin also felt overwhelmed by the capital of Antien in the kingdom. Everything gives off an ancient vibe, while everyone seems quite comfortable. Once you get here, you will see that their place is actually very small. The academies participating in the Grand Festival have carriages to take guests to the hotel. Lewin is sharing a carriage with Professor. He advised in case the students go to other academies. Causing trouble right now won't do any good. Professor said that while looking straight at Lewin, making him feel uneasy. Look at that. Chang felt intrigued as he caught a familiar scent. It seems like the remnants of Draka are here. The next day, Lewin woke up early and dressed neatly to go out. While Jae-sung was still snoozing, is Lewin going on a date? Lewin opened the minimap, followed the Vestige trail, feeling even strange about it himself. They both stopped at a workshop called Echoing Memory. Luijun gently pushed the door and stepped inside. He thought that the items from the Black Dragon should be in a special, not in a place with such a cheesy name. At the very least, it should be in places like the Black Market or the basements of the rich. It is all because the remnants of Draka have no effect on ordinary mages. Loon used the identification spell to find the exact location of the player's innate artifact. This is the artifact and also Draka's first failure. It has immunity to help resist physical impacts and increases the ability to negate physical damage. It sounds really cool, but why is it called Draka's failure? Chang laughed because it not only resists attack but also normal contact. Even a hug from a loved one is not allowed. It is there when you do not need it, but not there when you do. That is why it is called a failure. However, Luin still needs it. When you wear it, boost your strength by 200, so you want to wear it just by looking at it. The ring fits him perfect, as if it was made just. Luin asked the shopkeeper for the price, but he just gave it to him because it had been here for so long without anyone caring. He was even about to throw it away. Luin wandered around to see if there was anything else to buy. With an experienced eye, he could determine the value of items to avoid being overcharged. An item with high rarity caught Luin's attention. Quantum Mechanics book about magic and swordsmanship. Just as Luin reached for it, another girl rushed over for the book as well. This is Irene Priya, a level 5 mage with very high potential. She comes from the Academy of Young Sorceress. Hey, King of Mages and the Supreme Mage Terran Timus personally chose Irene, one of his 11 successor mages. I heard she is a genius about to reach level 5, but it seems the rumors have downplayed her ability since the status board shows Irene is already a level 5 mage. Back off, Irene coldly said. But Luin was here first. You found what you needed. Now you are just looking for something else. Right. I am just here to buy this book. If it is nothing serious, can you please let me have it? It seems Irene overheard Luin. Are you curious why she needs this book? Because usually, not many people want to buy stuff. It is just for homework. Can't explain it well. Looking at Irene's attitude made Luin sigh. She probably never lied in her life. Then you take. After all, Luin does not need that. Go check out other. Irene was surprised by Luin's attitude, thinking the two would have a contest to buy the book. Looking like this, girl's heart must be fluttering. At the Xnit Academy dormitory, Jason and Hanker are questioning Lin. Where did you meet Irene Priya? When? What did you two talk about? Is she as beautiful as the rumors say? And so on and so forth. Jason's son regretted not going with Luin. His dream is to touch Irene's hand just once. Truly below average. I also met Irene at the fest. I even got to sit next to the arrogant one. Is telling the story. Come on, that does not count as a conversation. What? Take a look at yourself. You have not even seen her yet. What are you saying? Luin can only sigh in front of two guys who are crazy about girls. Hanker also shared a story. Even though Irene is strong, she only comes in second. Every year, she loses to the top one. Doom Pram. To the point of getting stressed. Doom Pram is ranked number 1 at the military training school. Even recognized as the strongest compared to others of her age on this continent. Not to mention, Doom Pram also wields a lightsaber. Hearing that, Luin understood why Irene needed that book. She must want to find a way to defeat Doom Pram. But being a swordmaster is not all that great. Compared to other weapons, a magic sword does not provide much power. Moreover, mastering sword techniques is not easy. However, Doom Pram possesses an S-rank lightsaber, and in terms of skill, she is on par with a regular knight. Plus, she has a wealthy father, a handsome face, and all the girls are crazy about. Is there really someone like that in the world? GSN listened for a while and just felt sleepy. Luin was silent, deep in thought. One person is a level 5 wizard, just 16 years old, while another is a sword master who is always at the top of the rank. Are you worried about whether you can win against these geniuses? Surely no one is paying attention to Luin. Principal's encouragement makes Luin really want to give it a shot. You guys have your debut lineup for the opening ceremony. Hearing this lifts Luin's spirit. Grand festival has just begun. Wait until you see me tear up this stage. Finally, the debut lineup has been announced. Luin is waiting for their group stage opponent. Damn it. We are fighting those stupid academy guys. That'll be too easy. You guys should take a break. We are barely starting, and you are already running your mouth. Luin also feels tired knowing their first opponent is the Oyota Academy, as they are notorious for playing dirty. Moreover, many people in Xnit Academy have been psychologically traumatized by them. They are so weak they can't even get these guys to look up. Boring as hell. They openly insult Luin's academy, thinking they can't do a damn thing. Luin is satisfied with their attitude. This time, he will show them that Xnit Academy is no longer the same as yesterday. I have been waiting for you too. There are so many participating in the festival. Seeing Luin speak up, I am starting to notice something. Luin raised his voice to all the present there. I am Lunadal, the representative of the so-called stupid academy everyone is talking about. I do not really want to say much, just a small request. Never call us the stupid academy again. It sounds terrible. Luin's public rebuttal left the Oyota group unsure of how to react. Luin is tired of always being at the bottom. From now on, he wants to be at the top of society. If you do not call them the stupid academy, what will you call? Stop talking nonsense and trying to act all high and mighty. Indeed, the reputation of the Xnit Academy, which has been at the bottom for 5 years, can be erased just by a few words from Luin. Many people are wondering who you are to dare to claim you will be number 1. Luin smirks. You could say he is the trump card of the Xnit Academy and of himself. From now on, he will never back down again. Indeed, Luin's words have had some impact on the Oyota Academy. They started to look into it. The only information available is that Luin had a bottom tier past for 6 years, but is now the representative of the academy. It is said that recently he suddenly changed his scores by 360 degrees. Maybe that is why Luin is so confident. Seta remembers what Professor told him about Luin. You definitely have something different. After thinking for a while, Savor, he stood up and stretched. It was time to teach the Xnit Academy a lesson the Oda way. At the Xnit dormitory, everyone was discussing the mana grenade throwing contest for tomorrow. Competition is team-based and without academy representative. The challenge requires teams to throw mana grenades at a min golem. The team that takes it down first wins. There won't be any tomorrow. You do not know if these guys are okay. The Xnit students are worried since the one with the heart is Luin, who has not come out. Although their individual abilities are not as good as Oyota's, Luin has a plan. Since this is a team match, if everyone coordinates well, the chances of winning are higher. First, let us divide the whole team into groups, shall we? Group 1 will heat the grenade. Group 2 is responsible for transporting the grenades to Group 3, the ones attacking the gum, while the last group will hinder the opponents by healing their golem. The whole team is still fused when they hear this strategy, because it will take quite a bit of time to take down the gum. The Oyota side can charge 30 people in one attack. If they have fewer, their damage out. What is wrong with you guys? Luin asked all of you told them right in front that they would be on top, and that was straight from your heart. Whether he participates or not, Loon will help them to the fullest. When Iota strikes once, they strike 2 or 3 times. The members of Iota all have excellent ability, which is why they can follow the traditional way. But if they do it that way, it just wastes time. Jason Sen decided to trust Lin's strategy, because now he is their commander. The others were also determined to give it a try. Lewin was pleased to appoint Hanker as the leader, organizing the teams based on each person's abilities. Thanks to the direct observation, Lewin could see the opponent's ability, minimizing disadvantages and focusing more on person's strengths. When they were in the right, everyone gradually became more confident. The skilled ones heated up, and the skilled ones threw. Seeing everyone so spirited like this made Lewin more satisfied, and their confidence was strength. Just then, someone rushed in through the door, their face swollen from injuries. Those Iota guys called their buddies and dragged me away. Hearing this made Lewin free. This time the Iota gang was in trouble. In the Iota Academy's room, the guy they were sitting with was sitting confidently with his buddy. Look who is here. What are you planning to do? What huh? Lewin steps in and waves his hand to signal Seta like calling him. Seta, bring Kiri here right now. Damn, is this guy out of it? Seta grinds his teeth, stands up and talks to Lewin. I do not understand how you can always act like that. It really annoys him. Based on what? Lewin places his hand on his shoulder, gently pressing down, causing Seta to buckle his knees and kneel on the ground. Feeling like the whole house just collapsed onto this bastard, he angrily swings his fist at Lewin. Lewin smoothly shifts to the side, twisting his arm behind him, making Seta grunt in pain. In the coldest tone, Lewin warns them, if they dare to touch our people again, this won't end here. The Iota Academy crowd surrounds Seta, who is curled up on the ground. What is going on? Are you okay? Seta glares up at Lewin, who is proudly sticking his hands in his pocket. Want to make a bet with me? Lewin returns to tell his friend, getting them excited. If we win against the Iota Academy, then Seta will have to let you flick his forehead. Right. Don't tell me it is the same forehead flick as Mix. Not only that, but Seta will also have to apologize to them in front of everyone. This gives everyone more motivation to win. We must definitely reclaim the humiliation from last year. It won't be long before it is time to go to the stadium for the opening ceremony. Throughout history, the sorcerers present Grand Festival become key figures in changing the fate of the entire. Lewin felt immensely proud to have the chance to stand here, where legends in history were born. The opening ceremony has ended, and everyone is required to return to their seats. As Lewin stepped out, he ran into that jerk from the vehicle. He was still bitter about yesterday. Get ready. I won't be careless this time. Lewin sighed in frustration. The opponent you are aiming for now is not that thick-headed jerk, but Dungpram. He is the winner of the Magic Festival, and also the best student from the J.I.K. military training school. If you go deep into the round, you will definitely have to face. You are definitely the troublemaker. Iron Prius suddenly approached to strike up a conversation, catching Lewin off guard. Iron had heard about Lewin causing a ruckus everywhere yesterday, even going to the Iota Academy to stir things up. How do you know? This place is small. I am sure everyone here knows about it by now. Lewin did not expect that his chat with that jerk from the vehicle would spread so. Since Lewin had given Iron the book last time, she decided to give him a piece of advice. Do not let yourself stand out too much. Just like you. Right. You are also hiding your talent. Or not you. Lewin's words hit Iron directly in the heart, making her flinch. Lewin did not want to say anything more about Iron's ability, so he just said goodbye. Girls are fleeting. The competition is what truly matters. In just a few minutes, the first round of the mana grenade throwing competition between Snit Academy and Iota will begin. In the lobby leading to the field, Jiasun rallied everyone's spirit. Show them our strength. Show them we are no longer the foolish academy. As the competition started, everyone felt extremely confused because, until now, victories in team competitions had always depended on individual abilities. Arranging formations like knights was a strange concept for everyone. Nevertheless, most still thought Iota Academy would win. They act like they are the top dog. Foolish Academy really is foolish. That is why they are at the bottom of the rank. Arin, watching the match, was also amazed by what was happening. The golem from Snit has lost an arm. Jason is leading the grenade throwing team. Lewin is outside trying to guide the Henker group. The heating speed is good now. Mora and Ake are the two supporting transporters. After a while, the right arm of the golem on the Snit side was also destroyed. Seta, watching, was completely on edge. How could these idiots let themselves lose to those stupid academy kids? These guys are really pathetic. We care for Gum, so it did not weaken at all. The more the Iota team the stronger Gum gets, so they are just exhausting themselves. Arin was quietly impressed by Snet's fighting style. They overcame Iota's individual power advantage thanks to strategy. For this strategy to work, they need to understand each person's abilities. When Lewin found the book Iron needed in just a few seconds, caught her attention. Now you can also group the members based on each person's strength. Who is this person that I have never seen at previous Magic Fest? Here's the final move. Jiasun throws the grenade towards the giant dog. It shattered into 100 pieces. Not only did the giant dog break, but my heart is shattered too. He could only snort called, where the hell can I find pants to wear now? Woohoo. We did it. The part everyone thought the Iota Academy would win, but the victory went to those they called idiot. Everyone ran towards Lewin, hugging him, even though he did not participate directly. Lewin still carried the weight on his shoulder. Is Iota getting small now? If so, should we call it O? Sounds ridiculous. The whispers from the stands aimed at the Iota Academy left them unsure where to hide. Next up is the flag capture between the Academy representatives. First match is between Lewin and Seta. As soon as Chang stepped onto the field, he mocked, why do you look so tense? Lewin, current, the Snit Academy is ranked in the top 20 out of 32. Lewin found that just perfect. For the first match, everyone started to focus their attention on them, but it still was not enough to lift the burden of many years. So this time, Lewin decided to win spectacularly. No more modest. Only then will people see them in a different light. Not only that, but they also have to prove themselves to the Supreme Mage watching from above. In the presence of the 6 Grand Mages, they are observing the match through a crystal ball. Lord of Helterran recognized Lewin. As he was once a contestant among the 11 ordinary children, he has a habit of remembering talent talented individual, and Lewin is a natural genius, able to learn how to use mana at a young age. So I was very disappointed to learn that he has a mana disorder. Disappointed? The principal spoke up. In fact, the Lord of Hell treated Lin as if he were a useless fool. Being exposed, the Lord of Hell could only smile wryly. But I did not expect the teacher to choose a student like that to represent the academy. I do not think the teacher is doing this because he is preparing something interesting. The two boys managed to break curse a few years ago. Principal is very confident about Lewin. If you want to know his strength, just watch and you will see. What are you planning to do now? Whether it is blinding or freezing, you have to get closer to do it. Or are you planning to summon a guardian? Trying curiously ask Lewin. But he thinks summoning a guardian is not very smart. Just do it normally. Rush in and punch away. The match begins. Lewin charges towards our vehicle, casting a summoning spell. You will pay for what you did to me the other day. Summon the guardian to fight. The guardian is a giant knight in armor wielding a weapon. Lewin uses time distortion to dodge the guardian and circles behind our vehicle, catching him off guard. Our vehicle swings a punch at Lewin, and this time he manages to hold on to it. The arm of our vehicle is held tight, trembling. Are you planning to let go or what? But it seems like now is not the right time for him to say that. The guardian is charging at Lewin to attack, but our car is right in front of you. His face was pale. Stop, you stupid guardian. While the situation was critical, Lewin kept a tight grip, preventing our car from escaping. Lewin looked at him provocatively, tried to run away and see. In that moment, our car realized something. The feeling of being pinned down by Lewin was real, not because he was careless. Just then, the guardian rushed over. Our car closed its eye, ready to endure the pain and humiliation of losing. But there was no sensation, so he gently opened his eyes to observe the situation. Lewin was fighting barehanded steel guardian, each punch creating cracks in its armor, making our car unable to leave it. After taking a beating, the guardian had to return to the earth. Lewin approached our car, causing him to jump back in surprise. Did you just save me? Save who? Lewin did not expect him to be dumb enough to think you would save someone who humiliated your friends. The reason Lewin acted was that he wanted to finish him off himself. Remember the bet? Just a flick to the forehead. A loud snap echoed resist. Our car was sent flying backward after being flicked on the forehead by Lewin. What was on his mind at that moment was how blue the sky looked today. Oh man, what a mess. The audience felt sorry for the forehead of our car. The X Academy erupted with emotion. Never has the feeling of victory been so satisfying. Winning the match while also avenging a rival from 5 years ago. Lewin had captured everyone's attention, including the King of Hell. Tyrion. Principal sat beside him, sighing and thinking to himself, it is almost time. Tyrion was trying to suppress his anger, sitting in the position of a demi, the only wizard to reach level 8, and known as the Supreme Wizard. Yet he had never seen any magic like what Lewin was using. Who exactly are you that makes his heart flutter like this? Tyrion Ignat. Tell me everything you know about Lewin Adel. Under Tyrion's order, Principal chose his words carefully. Lewin is a student who always fulfills his duty. Someone everyone thought would give up but ultimately did not. A person who turns weaknesses into strength, and is a wizard who embodies the essence of a wizard more than anyone else. This is what I know about Lewin Adel. Principal's answer left King of Hell frustrated and unable to do anything. Are you trying to protect your student from my curiosity? Tyrion. What if I just call Lewin here and ask him direct? Under Tyrion's pressure, the principal could not just sit still. If you intend to force the boy to speak, then I will have to stop. Tyrion smiled wryly, because the principal was invoking the wizard's right to keep secret, which is the Millie Oath. So he won't question Lewin, but just sit and eat cake, drink tea, and chat a bit. King of Hell Tyrion is always obsessed with reaching the limits of magic. He must find out what kind of magic Lewin is using to obtain it. That night at the bar, either drink or die. Lewin is holding his head in frustration. We have only won one round. Right now, we should focus on resting, because if partying like other schools will come and there is no need to panic. Lewin's words do not have much impact. Jia-sun is joining in to persuade Lewin. Come on, let us celebrate the victory. It is a big festival after all. They have Van and coconut juice and also Dragon Kiss. Lewin does not know what Dragon Kiss is. Jia-sun immediately starts marketing it to him. You know I always have love for my homeland. Turns out this is a specialty from Jia-sun, but that is not why he ordered. This guy just needs to sip it to taste the French kiss flavor with a dragon. Come on Lewin, stop making that face. Just try it. Just one glass and you will be blown away. Just one glass and you will taste the ultimate flavor. A large figure suddenly appears behind them. It is Samankiri. His appearance breaks the atmosphere. Jia-sun immediately stood up and chased him away, as if chasing away a goat. His sudden appearance ruined everything. Lewin was also on guard, not understanding if he came here to cause trouble or what. I am here to apologize. Seta struggled to say this. Both Lewin and John were stunned, seeing a scene they had never witnessed before. I am sorry for underestimating you all this time. After being defeated by Lewin in the arena, he realized he should not underestimate others just because they are weaker than him. There are still many people in the world stronger than C. So to someone, he could also be seen as a weak. Seta truly felt that what he had done all this time was wrong. Wait, why all of a sudden? Jia-sun could not believe his ears. Seta knew that if he said this, it would not be easy to be forgiven. So he bowed to all of them to express his apology. It was awkward, and everyone did not know how to react to Seta's act. He also apologized for ruining the atmosphere and decided to leave right away. Seta, are you apologizing for the bet, or do you truly want to apologize? Lewin really asked him. Seta made a puppy dog face, committing that his words were all true. Lewin sighed with relief, stepped forward, and reached out to thanking him for the very manly apology. Set was a bit surprised but also reached out to reconcile both sides. Everyone has accepted Set's apology, and now they are all gathered together, playfully hugging and teasing each other while downing some dragon. Suddenly, Lewin opened his eye, and Jia-sun and the others looked at him and laughed. You are awake? Do you remember anything from yesterday? Do you really like Dragon Kiss that much? Hanker's comment made Jason laugh so hard it hurt. Yesterday, Lewin cried and said, thank you all for believing in me. School life is really tough. I did not expect even perfect Lewin to have this side. From now on, Jason and the others have something to tease Lin about. He walked down the hallway mumbling. Those guys wake up and already start trouble. What kind of drink is Dragon Kiss that makes people so sensitive? From now on, Lewin will stay far away from it. Hey Lewin, did you sleep well last night? This time, bumping into the car left Lewin even more flustered. Last night, the two even apologized for fighting, promising to be close brothers from now on. Lewin blushed and ran away while the car stood in the hallway shouting, hey buddy, see you later. Avoiding trouble, Lewin ran into Professor Hay. Wherever you go, trouble followed. The professor's words made Lewin anxious, but the professor did not bring it up. He was informing him that someone wanted to see him. Principal was worried because that person was dangerous. Disguised as polite, the introduction made Lewin even more curious. It turned out that the one wanting to see him now was the fake god, the Lord of Hell, Tyrann. The professor had to remind him to be careful because people who hide their true nature, like him, are more dangerous than high-profile criminals. Lewin promised to pay attention, and after the exam, the professor would announce the time and place to him. After hearing Lewin's story, the students were very excited. The supreme sorcerer, Lord of Hell, Tyrann, is watching us, so they have another reason to win. Lewin had also thought about the strategy. It is called, if possible, defend. The next match is the arrow path. This is a match using arrows that can move. They will continuously fly around everywhere. Each team has 9 members divided into attack, defense, and goal position. The team that shoots more arrows into the opponent's goal will win. The rules are simple. The match requires high-level strategy. You need to know when to use defensive spell, when to use control spell, how to catch a projectile, throw it into the opponent's goal. Usually, you have to consider many things, but with Lewin, the rules are just a book. You rush toward the opponent's goal. They use all kinds of magic to stop Lewin, but it is useless. In the stand, our side cheers for Lewin even louder than those from the Exn Academy. Everyone looks at him with disdain. What is wrong with him? He was sulking after losing yesterday, was not he? He must have been so pressured by Lewin that he lost his mind. What did you say? Don't you know you have to fight first? Or calling each other brother. Even so, only our side got punched by Lewin. People do not dare to speak in front of our side anymore. Only whisper behind his back. C is not pretending to be friendly with Lewin, fighting you. He was sure you would be the next generation mage. Arin from Seiki Girls University. Dalian Manson from Frilia Magic Academy. Doom Pram from Military Training School. Seta has directly competed best at the Grand Festival, but Lewin is on a different level. Not only is he strong, but Lewin also has leadership skills and patience. C also did not expect Lewin to accept him as a friend after all that happened. Captain is almost here. Are not we having a strategy meeting? So C can't cheer for Lewin anymore, and there is no need to since the opponent is fighting with all their might to stop Lewin. Fire and earth, whatever can be used. Bring it all out. Lewin dodged all the attacks and charged straight at. Are we done yet? Now it is my turn. They hurriedly built ice barrier out of fear, but Lewin punched through it, turning the shattered ice into shards flying toward them as an attack. With Lewin around, they forgot about these guys, while Lewin was causing chaos in the opponent's formation. GSN caught Tinsu. Even if they wanted to stop, their defense was already in shambles. Here, take GSN is best known for raising the score to 2-0. After that, all attention turned to Lin. Manhwa, Ji-sun and his teammates took advantage of the weakened defense to attack, piercing through their line. The entire stands could not believe their eyes. In a normal farewell match, there would usually be 3 to 4 goals, but the Exn Academy set a record with 11 goals, forcing the opponents to surrender, leaving no hope of even scoring a consolation goal. Looks like that guy is not just talking big, he might actually be the top player. The crowd is starting to change their opinion about the SNED Academy. After returning to the waiting room, the Professor Haidu came looking for you. There is already an appointment set for tonight at 7:00. Remember not to eat anything before you come. Lewin, feeling tense, arrived at the meeting point where the principal was waiting for you at the door. The two of them passed through the magical door into the inside. Welcome. King of Hell Tyrann sat regally on the throne like a king. Trang flinched as he sensed his magic. Could he be a dragon too? Tyrann is the supreme mage about to reach the threshold of being half human, half dragon, so this is not surprising. King of Hell Tyrann had prepared a lavish dinner. He said he had known you for a long time. 5 years ago, King of Hell Tyrann had observed Lewin from afar during the search for the 11th candidate. Lewin had also been on the list of 11 candidates, but now everything is very different. Let us get straight to the point. Can you tell me what has happened during this time? Lewin realized that in his eye, you were just a mistake, proof that even the supreme mage could make errors. He wanted you to say it with your own mouth, prove he was not wrong. But at this moment, Lewin could only say one thing. No matter how talented you are, your efforts will not be recognized. Tyrann tilted his chin in curiosity. Effort. Are the two of them related to each other? Why do you always mention effort? Principal smiled at Lewin. That is why he really liked. If so, what have you accomplished? Lewin honestly said, recently, I have been focusing on martial arts. What I mean is that I overcame my mana disorder training in martial art, which gave me exceptional strength, even able to cast spells without chanting. You want me to believe that? King of Hell Tyrann speculated that Lewin had used a treasure that even he had never heard of. That is quite possible. Principal agreed, making Tyrann shrug in disbelief. Anyway, there is still plenty of time, so Tyrann will continue to observe Lewin, wondering if his efforts will have any impact on his kids. Lewin smiled, letting him observe, because he was also curious whether the person the supreme mage chose would be any different. King Tyrann was caught off guard for the first time, and did not know how to react. After Lewin returned, King Tyrann sat down to talk with Principal Ixnit again. Are you afraid I will eat your student's soul? Talented mages are always welcome. I am just a bit curious. Principal was at a loss for words, not knowing if Tyrann had any more curiosity left. Tyrann thought the principal did not have any secret to hide, so he had another curiosity. It really is a fake head and so much chatter. You see it too. Kin is subtly threatened. Principal did not know what else to say. Lewin is just an innocent boy, yet in Tyrann's eyes, he seems like a villain. Tyrann sees Lewin without a hint of fear, while countless wizards tremble in his presence. It is quite interesting. I hope that brat I have my eye on can pull off something impressive. At this moment, the audience is cheering and chanting Doom Pram's name, and he furrows his brow at the sound of the fan. To him, it is all just fleeting. Another person rushes in to report something, makes him frown and ask if it is certain. Absolute. I saw that guy with my own eye. He went to the tower with Principal Xnet. This news makes Dum clench his fists in frustration, because Hades is not testing him. Someone else instead. Lewin caused a stir at the Grand Fest, so Dum watched his match. There are many rumors saying that he is a tough opponent, because his magic is quite special. But Dum does not, no matter how high he climbs or how much he struggles, he is not worthy of being his opponent. In his eye, Lewin is just a freak. Thinking about Hades Tyrann calling Lewin over to praise him or something makes Dum furious. Punches the wall hard, causing everyone to panic, as it is the first time they have seen him show such anger. Blood boils in his veins. Dum Kwai won't forgive Lewin for daring to favor with the only one recognized by Tyrann has him. Right after Lewin steps out, they bump into each other. Lewin realized the person standing in front of him was Dung Tam. Dung did not say a word, immediately questioning Lewin about what he had said to King Yan. He was here just to ask this question, but there was no reason for Lewin to answer him. Noticing that he was uncooperative, he immediately drew his sword and threatened him. This guy really wants fight, and Lewin is also ready to get into a fighting stance. understand. Then the two of them cast magic, one red and one blue, facing each other head on. The way they looked at each other was as if they wanted to devour their opponent alive. However, he was really strong. Lewin could not even spot any weaknesses in him. Is he really planning to cause trouble here? Isn't this place outside the arena? Just as Doom was about to draw his sword, someone came to stop, and that person was Irene Brew. She walked over and teased, "Is today a gathering or something? Why is everyone here?" Lewin retorted, just unsure if he should greet the two of them properly. Seeing them chatting like that, Dung said nothing and immediately turned to leave. Lewin sighed, wondering if he always had to look so grim. Arun is the one who knows Dung well. Except for days like today, he rarely speaks. Dom Prime will be agitated by matters related to Pluto more than anyone else. He really wants to be recognized by him. Normally, Pluto rarely calls others like he did today, and the fact Pluto called Lewin made Dum think Pluto was paying attention to him. Arun wondered if Lewin really intended to fight Dum earlier. However, doing so would be equivalent to giving up his chance. So he definitely would not do something that foolish, and he certainly did not intend to actually strike. It was likely just to intimidate. Doom Prime is like a solid wall. Normal attacks won't affect him at all, but Lewin knows that he won't lose either. No matter how strong the wall is, if getting attacked, it will eventually break. In's interest in this young lady is quite strange. While being confident in one's abilities is good, one still has to be careful. Doom Prime is someone who does not know how to compromise. After today, he will definitely keep an eye on the Academy's dormitory. Ixnit Jason was sprawled out, constantly expressing his disappointment. Lewin tried to comfort his friend, but it did not matter much. Others thought that getting 4th place without Lewin was already good. Not just good, but extraordinary. Losing the string is unfortunate, but at least it proves the Academy's ability. Everyone asked about Lewin's plans for the upcoming individual test, but he had no plans at all. Of course, I have to win. Lewin must maintain the top spot until the very end. Currently, he is still tied for first in the Prius individual rank. Doom Pram. Lewin and the strong competitors are competing for the championship. If nothing changes, the next match will be extremely important. Fight for survival. This is a survival battle among 32 representatives on an artificial island. Person who comes in first gets 30 points, while the last one gets just 1. Players will receive points based on their performance, but there will be significant changes between the rank. Hanker knows Lewin will do well, but it seems he has no intention of preparing like everyone else. Meanwhile, the others are diligently searching for allies. In this survival battle, contestants have the right to form alliances to survive together. Distinguishing friend from foe and knowing how to form a strong alliance is also considered an effective strategy. Everyone is worried since the others will all have alliance, so how can Lin take them all down? Hanker thinks about trying to team up Colin, but the first person Lewin thinks of is Irene. He wonders if she would even agree to join. Even if they do they would still be short on members. Our vehicle bursts in and suggests forming a team with Lin. He almost forgot about the presence of that pesky guy. The two quickly ran off to find more members. Set teases, "Just do not betray your brother." This line should have been said by Lewin. C is very honest and would be a reliable person, but besides our vehicle, there is still one more person needed to lead the group. However, everyone is also lining up to get Iron's agreement to form an alliance. Seems she is not accepting anyone's offer or does not want to team up with anyone at all. But Lewin wants to form an alliance with Iron. Seta has some doubt because she is a contender for the championship and they are not close at all. Lin said that being familiar with Iron would make it easier to talk to her. Sato is worried because everyone who comes here gets rejected. What if their proposal gets rejected too? Feels like asking someone out. As soon as Lewin opened the door and walked in, he immediately saw Iron. She smiled brightly when she saw him. It turns out Iron declined all collaboration off because she was waiting for Lewin to make a move. And of course, Iron would agree to team up with him without any hesitation. Three formed a team and began discussing strategy. The largest team has 14 members. This team is led by the Manson of Frilia Magic School. He is a genius, always ranked in the top 5 contenders for the championship. His magic mainly involves light magic and sacred magic. Quantity is not an issue. And of course, in his team, he must be the most formidable one. But there is someone even more formidable, and that is Doom Prim. Content of the competition will change depending on each person's ability. The next day, the battle began, and the students donned their armor. When the armor's durability reaches its limit, the person will be eliminated and automatically transported out of the testing area. Everyone was taken to an artificial island. As soon as we got out of the car, I felt scared. We just need to stay there for 72 hours. However, this 72 hours won't be easy at all. While everyone has their own teams and allies, Doom Pram is not cooperating with anyone. Still, he should not be underestimated. Lewin's group will move from here to the main island by boat. The boat goes through a safe zone, but that area will shrink over time. The three of them ran quickly to secure the best spot. After settling in the tree, my stomach started to growl. I could not understand why everyone did not grab food at the entrance when it all looked so good, but the one who suggested the ambush was me. Suddenly, there was an explosion nearby, and fighting had already begun. Lewin told me not to worry about food, because we would eat until we were full. Their prey has arrived. A group of 5 members was scanning the forest. They seemed tired but were still tirelessly searching for food and water. At this moment, my spear shot down. They realized they had been ambushed. Hello, everyone. I have been standing here since this afternoon. Iron is also using level 5 ice magic. Blizzard. Right. True to his name. Iron casts high-level magic without a hint of fear. Their group also tries to attack and defend as much as possible. It won't be easy to take them down since they are representatives of the Academy. Formidable Mage. Now it is time for Lewin to take action. They notice movement in the bush and immediately cast magic aim straight at Lewin. He immediately uses time refraction, pass through their group, and attack the young man at the end of the line. Someone counterattacked with a prison spell, but it was nothing compared to Lewin's explosive fire magic. They whispered to each other to run away. However, how could they escape so easily? Firepower of the bandit directly struck the unfortunate young man, who lay flat on the ground, foaming at the mouth, unconscious. Now their group is down to just 4. With such a huge power disparity, they had no choice and concede defeat. Now Lewin's group has gathered quite a bit of food, not just fruits but also meat. There is enough they could eat for 3 days. Those guys seem to be really careful. There is no way food would come so easily. They do not enjoy it. That would be a huge waste. Suddenly, there is another explosion from behind. It seems like the Die team is heading that way. They do not know what is happening, but it looks like it is something big. Who would go against a team of more than 10? Arin thinks this is what call a bottleneck. Very few mages reach this level of power. Sato is surprised. It has only been a year, and Dalian has reached such a high level. Lewin also unconsciously thinks about Dom Pram. That guy is really strong. 3 of them are the first group to enter the break room. No team has come here yet. Lewin will rest for a bit and then do some warm-up exercise, while Seta will warm up with a piece of meat. Arin is a bit suspicious since everything is happening just as Lewin predicted. This is the central village, the only place on the island capable of accommodating a large number of people. The Dali team is likely to come here, and Doom Pram might also head there. Arin feels that this is very knowing that there are so many people there. How can he still decide to go alone? Lewin insists that he will definitely go. That is the only way to achieve victory, because that is the slaughter. Every time someone gets eliminated, the kill count goes up. If Lewin is a loser, then this is definitely a good idea. Have you tried putting yourself in his shoe, thinking about what you would do next? Not to mention, Zhang wants to draw attention from the King of Hell. The only way is to act reckless. Although it is a bit strange, let us temporarily set everything aside. Everyone will take turns watching carefully. That night, while deep in sleep, Arin gently shook Lewin and said someone had arrived. You looked through the window and saw a person in black. Down below. After carefully checking, it was clear there was only one person, so Arin turned off the lights as a precaution. Someone has detected their location. Arin woke you up, and Lewin will be the next one on watch. Person in black took slow steps towards the door. Lewin was already waiting there. As soon as the person entered, you immediately grabbed the collar of his shirt and threw him aside. One hand covered his mouth to avoid making any noise. Arin will use the flashlight to illuminate. The person in black was actually Canal. Can quickly apologized to everyone and said he did not mean to intrude. He just needed a place to rest. He had known Lewin's group was here. He would not have. Kan's group consists of 6 people in total, but right now, he is all alone. They say that they fell into Doom Pram's trap. From the very beginning, they made bold moves. Relying on their number, they planned an ambush against Manson to score points, but then Doom showed up, targeting the moment everyone scattered to look food. However, not all 6 fell into the trap. Only one did, because they had prepared for situations that required timely defense. The issues that followed are what matter. After hearing the explosion, Dalian brought the whole team to attack. Even though they fought back fiercely, they still could not hold out, including the Can. Only 2 people managed to escape. However, things are still not over. This Doom appeared once again. First, he disappeared and quietly observed, waiting for the battle to end. Quietly followed them while they were injured. He took advantage of the situation to benefit himself. That was definitely a very clever move, although he knew it was a bit of a hassle, and still asked to join Lewin's team. Even though this guy is really exhausted now, it seems he has a good strategy, but Lewin did not agree. You want to know how Kankalis was able to escape? If it is Doom Prime, how could he let the prey escape while being injured? There are only 3 possibilities. This guy is lying. Doom Prime intentionally let him live, or someone is watching everything from afar. If not, then this guy is not Kankalis. Lewin used his eye to confirm, but the guy in front of him has no identity. Punched him hard in the head. He is just a clone. After the rice, Lewin demanded everyone to leave this place immediately. As dawn approached, the 3 were still wandering in the forest. They were still puzzled and discussing the events of last night. Ken might have been attacked by the one who created that clone. It is highly likely that all 7 members of his team have been eliminated. That clone might not have been lying after all. Arin wants to talk about someone who confronted Can. He is also one of the 11, and he is the head of the Magic Academy wearing a fancier outfit. His specialty is potion making and puppetry. He also participates in Dalian's team. That is, Lewin's team will be in a position because of the use of puppet. Chucky's position will be exposed. There will definitely be ambushes from other teams, but the safe zone will shrink, blocking the way back to the west. There is a saying in Maziro, to fight pirates, you must use pirates. The only solution to the problem now is to capture the enemy. Chucky's side is also discussing the location of Lewin's group. Chucky knows they are hiding out on the west coast. He has nearly faked everything, but unfortunately, he was still discovered in the end. Being discovered like this caught everyone off guard. The mission was cancelled because some guy got in the way. Now things are going to get tougher since all 3 members of the Lewin Adel team are annoying opponents. Dalian decided to go after them, using all remaining firepower to finish this one for all. He led his teammates toward the west coast, but it seems like there is a team fighting nearby, and the situation is pretty tense. This scale, Lin will definitely be there. The whole team rushed in like rockets. It is time to score some. When he spotted the target, he immediately used the holy spear to shoot straight at them. However, that was not the Lewin team. 3 Lewin members were still lurking nearby, observing the situation. They recognized this was Dalian's holy magic. Everything is going according to plan. Hearing the sound of the cannon, they all rushed over, but in reality, 3 of them were not there. The enemy has revealed themselves. Now it is time to score some kills. Lewin appeared suddenly from behind and took down one member of their group. They did not even have time to figure out what was happening. The number of people in Dalian's team has reached, which means the fight with Doom is real. However, consider those 3 are still far behind, including those 3 temporary allies. There are a total of 6 people. Noticing there are only 6, one guy from the Dali group rushed forward without hesitation. However, fire from behind knocked him back 80 meters. This tremendous power can only belong to Dung Pram. He appeared without saying a word, directly clearing out the Dali group. It seems there is another temporary ally joining in. The surviving team Adai is all here. Perhaps the fight is about to reach its conclusion. Realizing that the one facing them is Doom Pram, they quickly signaled each other to retreat base. But Dian disagreed. The situation now requires them to come together and fight. Lewin and the others are also ready. He used time distortion to pass through their crowd. Then came a seismic punch that shook the ground. Doom Pram glided past Lewin like a gust of wind and declared he would finish him off himself. A moment later, in the observation room, only 10 promising students were left. Lewin has truly piqued the interest. King of Hell. That kid said he would prove himself superior to the 11th seal, but whether he can defeat Doom Pram remains a question mark. After that battle, Lewin's group stopped base B near the center of the island. The strongest alliance left is just Dalian Manson and Chuck. The temporary allies have disappeared along with Doom Pram. This moment, the mission completion notification has been received. Although it had been a long time since he last did a mission with effort, he finally completed it smooth this time. Arin had also woken up. She reminded Lewin that he needed to have breakfast first. Sita has saved some for you. I must admit, Sita's cooking skills are really good. After eating, they enjoyed tea together. Arin had wanted to ask Lewin for a long time what he planned to do after graduating. She felt a bit curious. With your extraordinary ability, you probably won't choose a normal path. The wizards competing in this contest will eventually step into the outside society. society. At that moment, they will begin a symbiotic life. Some will join the ranks of knights in some territory, taking on the responsibility of protecting the country under the royal army. Some will become members of the magic tower, or join some special team to make money. Those are the normal path. For Lewin, he still does not know. He has not even thought about this at all. Just last year, Lewin was still at the bottom, so he did not have time to think about the future. At that time, you still had to think of a way to become a wizard first. After this competition ends, Lewin will surely have some ideas about what to do. Maybe go back to the academy. Arin is not much different. She has never been sure about what kind of wizard she wants to become. She just follows what those around her say. Like, Irene, become a great wizard. Okay, so she made her own decision. She wants to defeat Doom Prime first. Irene thinks that if she does that, she will find her own path and know what kind of wizard she wants to be. Every year, Irene ranks second. Doom Prime is the mountain she has to overcome. It is the lesson she must lead. Lewin respects Irene's ambition because everyone has their own issues to deal with right now. The safe zone is shrinking faster and faster. In about an hour, they should set off. So tonight, the only safe spots left are the central village and base 8. Assuming both Diane and Chucky are in the central village, taking control of that place is a good idea, but we can't rule out the possibility that Doom is lying in wait there. But if we just sit around waiting for them to attack first, that is not good either. 3 of them will run into trouble in the safe zone. Attacking like this is not a good idea. They should not draw attention right now. They need to be very careful. Suddenly, Luz came up with an idea. There are only a few people left, and if they just rank up one level, they will earn a lot more points. As Irene said, everyone will act very cautiously. Not to mention the 3 just caused a commotion with their brawl earlier this morning. It is likely no one will react to their act. So that means now is the chance to catch Doom Cram. Dalian and Chucky just lost all their members, and the survivors are very weak. They will definitely choose to hide. But if it is Doom, it will be different. He will reveal himself because he is confident in his skill. Besides, they can't overlook otherwise. All 3 will be in danger. Leave the problem of finding him to Lewin. He will bring him in. That night, Lewin began to cross the forest in search. You do not think you can find him just by looking at the minimap. That is not simple. You can know how many people are at the base. If it shows 3, then it is a group of people left. If it is 2, then it is Dalian and Chucky. And if it is Dumb, then it will definitely be a dot. That is right. Lewin successfully found a house. You stand outside and shout for Dumb to come out here. As expected, person in that house is Dumb. Our group of cars watched Lewin approach Doom, worried that their teammate was being captured. However, how could it be a cap? Lewin is the one who brought him here. From the beginning, he had no intention of ambushing. So a stealthy approach and ambush tact are not in Lewin's dictionary. The reason he brought him here is not to fight him, but Doom's opponent right now is Iron Priya. Doom scoffs at Iron's ability. He says she is not even worthy to solo him. If she gets eliminated at this moment, King of Hell will be very disappointed. She should have held on a bit longer to rank up. However, that is not Iron's goal in this competition. Doom Prim is actually her target. Irene Priya. She is indeed very strong, but always only ranks second. Ko said she feels very anxious because she loses to Doom Pram every year. I heard it is because of family, so it is hard to know the details. She does not share much. Lewis thinks the way she faces everything is by being confident in becoming a wizard, so he helped the 2 of them have this match. Aaron immediately attacked aggressive. However, Doom is not an ordinary opponent. He blocked the attack and countered. Ground crack, and Doom, with his sharp eye, was staring at Iron. It seems she is not doing well at all. Doom countered with his sword, and Iron could not avoid this attack at all. Lewin stepped in to help her, telling Iron to attack, not to finish him off alone. You can't afford to lose a valuable teammate like Iron, even if it is about winning or losing. Lewin began to challenge Doom. Now he will face him alone. Lewin learned from Gutter how to deal with a sword for a knight. The most important part is the legs. This is not only the support that increases sword thrusting power, but also helps predict the enemy's movement direct. So if you focus on Doom Prime's leg, you have a chance to defeat him. He charged in with his sword in hand, his heel hitting the ground to gain momentum. That moment, Lewin turned to dodge the sword strike smoothly, thinking everything was going according to plan. Suddenly, the magic from the sword caused Lewin to bleed. He said he was not a knight but a wizard. People usually say that there is no such thing as a magic swordsman. That is because they have not seen a real magic swordsman with their own eyes. The attack coming. Lewin was now completely on the defensive. He had never fought someone as strong as to this point. When facing wizard, Lewin had always relied on time distortion to approach, creating opportunities to exploit the opponent's weakness. But Dung Pram had countered this by using his sword. He just lightly swept through, leaving another wound on Lewin's leg. This is called radiation impact. This wound will continue to absorb motion, and then he will be completely trapped like Irene. Now is the time to end it all. Plunge the sword into the ground, and then cast the 5th level demon magic. The entire area was blown away by this pressure. Rocks and debris flying everywhere. Lewin barely managed to take cover behind a boulder. He is truly living up to being the champion every year. That guy is really too strong. You tore a piece of cloth from your sleeve to tie the wound, standing in the middle of a flattened area. Dumb sighed, showing his disappointment. He had put too much hope in Lun. At that moment, he stepped out from behind the rock and admitted that guy was really strong. There was a moment when you thought he was like a fort, but Lewin would never give up. That was never in your thought. Many people still believe in Lewin. That is what drove you to break through this fortress. Lewin raised the ring on his hand. Don't think this guy has really gone crazy. He will come out to teach Lewin if he has anything more to say. The furious expert technique used by Lewin surrounded him with flame. You warned your opponent to watch their work, or they would get mixed up. Then both of them rushed at the opponent simultaneously. If he can T-dodge this move, Lewin is definitely going to die. But he is not just any ordinary guy. 2 tremendous forces collided head-on with each other. The ring on his hand blocked the sword. Both of their faces were tense, clearly showing that the opponent's strength was not easy to handle at all. When the notification pops up, sometimes the damage reduction will be activated, and the resistance to physical damage will be triggered. It is also the moment the sword shatters, and he has to take a hit to his shoulder. Lewin takes this opportunity, his left leg, causing Doom to tumble to the ground. Lewin stands in front with the demeanor of a victor in battle. He declares that Doom is not worthy of. The only thing he has is his error, thinking he is superior to others. And to finish it all off, Lewin will give him up. So he has successfully defeated Doom Prim. Now Seta can finally breathe a sigh of relief. If Lewin had lost, the next one to get hurt would be, no doubt about it. However, this battle really came down to luck. He almost lost. The one whose emotions are most chaotic right now is Iron. Lewin approaches and apologizes apologizes for interfering in her fight. Iron awkwardly smiles, thinking that she should be the one saying that. Iron put the whole team in danger because of her selfishness. But because of Lewin, she could not achieve her goal in this competition. Iron no longer cares about it. Her goal is no longer to defeat Dom Pram. Now her target is Lewin. Even though she knows this goal won't be easy, she still believes that one day she will definitely surpass you. So that leaves a total of 5, including those 3. Dalian and Chucky fought back fierce, but they were not a match for the Lewin team. In the end, those 2 were eliminated after a brutal battle. So now there are only 3 left. Our team never thought we would make it this far. Lewin turned to ask everyone they wanted to have a final match, but Iron declined. She felt that her current state was not very good. Next, I will try harder. So they agreed to meet another time for a rematch because Iron seemed very tired. That means Lewin's opponent now is Seta. Seta acts like even though you are the leader, I won't show you any mercy. You have not seen my real skill. Have you? Then come it. But everyone knows what the result will be. Our team was hit and flew away like a bird. After the match ended, everyone started the celebration party to congratulate the representative First Path Academy. Seto and Irene were also here. They have fought alongside each other for so long, so how could they miss the chance to congratulate you? And Seto was determined to go along. Seeing everyone chatting happily, that makes him feel very happy. After the fierce battle, Lewin became the sole leader. Doom Prime, despite having many kill points, fell in rank due to low survival. Dalian and Irene, although on the champion candidate list, still ranked below Lewin. If they can keep this up, victory will no longer be a distant dream. Jason is so happy he could go crazy. He never expected to sit at the same table as the goddess Iron. Now he would die content. Everyone starts raising their glasses to toast Lewin's victory. The atmosphere makes everyone feel very joyful. After the results of the recent competition, people start talking about Lewin. They believe he can't possibly win this fest. Doom is the one most affected. He can't believe he lost. He let his guard down and never thought Lewin's target was not Doom. This sword. Doom realized in an instant but swung the sword, thinking he had victory in hand, only to lose in the match observed by Hate. He is anxious, unsure if he will be sought out again. Although his teammate tried to come, he just wants to be alone right now. Lewin Adel defeating Dung Pram is being talked about everywhere. A new generation of talented wizards speaking out. The principal is very proud. He only thought the boy would do well. Never expected him to go this far. He never thought Lewin could defeat such a strong opponent. Tyrion stepped forward and noticed the principal's complexion was very good. Maybe it is because of Lewin's victory, but it made Hades feel a blow to his self-esteem. Grand Festival is about to end. A few days have passed since the survival exam. During this time, Lewin's group has maintained 4th place in the team exam with 5 wins and 2 losses. They almost lost in the last match, causing them to drop from 3rd. For those who once carried the name of foolish academy students, like this is nothing short of a miracle. Now, what remains are the individual exams, which are obstacle course style. This round is organized within the city, and the contestants will meet based criteria: athletic, combat, and swimming. Since it is a contest between wizards, contestants have the right to summon mounts or use teleportation to travel through time. People in the stands are cheering Lewin's name. He really wants to enjoy this moment, but now is not the time, because it is too early to celebrate when the winner is not yet firm. Seta reminded everyone that today is a personal test, and no one can help, so do not put yourself in danger. Lewin can only say that he will try his best. The gunshots rang out, and everyone began the summoner, the one using invisibility. No one is willing to back down. Dalian suggested forming a temporary alliance with Iron, but she immediately refused, riding her horse and then flying up with a magical sword to deal with the goblin. It seems everyone wants to attack more personally. Although he had been observing him for 5 years, it was still very difficult to approach him. So let us just go our separate ways and not bother each other anymore. Even though he had dealt with many monsters, he still had not seen Lewin. Could it be that he has left them behind? That is impossible, because from the very start, he was always running ahead and only saw these 2. If so, Lewin must still be behind. He turned to ask Iron where Lewin was and why he still had not shown up. However, she did not know either. Doom thought back and found it strange. They had been leading the way, but Lewin and the others still had not appeared. They still have time to catch up, but no one has come at all. At this moment, there was finally some movement from behind. The one who appears here is Lewin. He finally caught up with everyone, while the others have all disappeared. Earlier, everyone was confused when they saw he had not moved at all. Was he giving up? But no, Lewin has been waiting for this day since the moment he decided to join the Grand Festival. After 6 months of physical training, he is very confident for this round of the competition. But Lewin is a melee man, and if he turns his back to the pursuing opponent, he will be at a big disadvantage. So he has to create an advantage for himself. He will attack each person from behind and then move forward one by one. They were eliminated until Lewin forgot how many he had counted. The next one is Seta. Even if they are close, everyone looks out for themselves. You directly knocked him out of the competition. Lewin has eliminated everyone. Some by force, others surrender. So now there is no one left to stop the 2 of them. Because this match is declared, everything will be different. He is ready to face off now, but there are still a few people chasing from behind. He mounted his horse, said he would wait for Lewin at the finish line. He ignored everything and charged straight into the trap. This castle has been set with many traps to protect treasure inside. The treasure has already been unearthed, so the traps inside serve as obstacles for the competition. Place full of deadly dangers for those who dare to barge in. So usually the safe way is for everyone to use traps. This is also a perfect method to assess a wizard's knowledge and risk manage skill. But disarming traps takes a lot of time. Lewin wants to bring down this wall. Breaking down this thick wall is impossible. You know that this is the ruins of an abandoned castle and will succeed aimed at the places that are no longer reinforced. That is why he used a specialized external tool to observe this wall. Everything is solid and super solid. Just one old corroded brick. Lewin punched really hard. Everyone is actively disarming traps. Not understanding what Lewin is up, he must be joke who would actually break this wall. Although he is strong, trying to break the wall with bare hands is really ridiculous. But just a few minutes later, the wall really cracked. This is even harder to believe than walking on one's head. Joyan shyly approached and asked, "Pass through this way." "Or you can. There is a belt." Lewin directly closed off this passage. So it is just Lewin and Doom who are in the lead. You will catch up to him very quick. Doom is preparing to move outside, but he is definitely in a hurry since he has been injured in the shoulder by an arrow. Doom really wants to defeat Lewin. He even has to win at all costs. Right now, the spirit horse he summoned is about to run out of time. If time runs runs out like this, Doom will never have a chance to win. The two are racing each other, pulling each other down into the abyss. Both crossing the final lap. Both of them fell off the cliff. If he is using magic to get over the cliff, then Lewin will be at a disadvantage. So he has to swim out of here quick. Dom immediately uses magic to freeze the water. Lewin is completely stuck and can't move. So Doom Prime has successfully held back his opponent and moved ahead. Lewin is doing his best to break free from this ice, then runs really fast to catch up. Both are about to reach the finish line at the Inteton Stadium. From now on, there will be no more obstacles on the track, so the only thing left to do is run. Lewin wants a rematch, but with Doom's current condition, he might lose again. The two crash into each other, causing a cloud of dust. The audience in the stands also can't tell who has won. Suddenly, the stadium gate opens and the spirit horse enters, but the wizards are nowhere to be seen. At this moment, a person appears on the screen. Lewin is standing there, while Doom is face down on the ground. It seems he overexerted himself when crossing the trap area, although his movements are a bit slow. According to what he said, this is not worth worrying about right now. Lewin confidently took his final steps to the finish line, 2 victories in the survival battle and triumph, while also claiming first place in the individual round. The highest overall score belongs to Lewin. Grand Festival has finally come to an end. Everyone cheered your name, calling you the new mage instead of a loser. Those voices seemed to speak to someone who had endured everything for the past 6 years, like Lewin. Someone trapped in the darkness of loneliness, a lonely ego that had struggled through time. Those cheers felt like a reward for all of Lin's efforts over the past time. He did not want to lose this applause. That night, many carriages brought selected nobles to the party. It was said that not every noble family was invited. They all came to meet Lin. He sat there bored, wanting to return to the academy. Suddenly, Iron appeared, feeling strange because no one here had come to talk to him at all. Maybe it was because he looked too arrogant, and Lewin even attended the party in this half-hearted outfit. But from what she knew, there was another reason. Clearly, most of the nobles present were here to get close to Lin, so no matter how arrogant he acted, it would not be to the point. No one came to talk. It seems like someone has spread rumors about him. That person must be someone powerful enough to make any noble think twice about starting a conversation with you. At this moment, the announcement of tonight's grand banquet has officially begun. 32 student representatives will follow the instructions during dinner with the King of Hell. The dishes are laid out just like a royal. Today's banquet appears to be dinner, but in reality, it is an overall assessment of competition. For those students formed poorly in the competition, it is likened to a meal for a death row inmate. Lewin thought only the King of Hell would attend, yet there are 2 seats of honor. At this moment, the King of Hell has also arrived, and everyone bow to him in unison. On the outside, they bow, but inside, it is like they are greeting the King of Hell with a sarcastic hell that makes them furious. Suddenly, someone was invited to the banquet. This young man with blonde hair is the prince. Everyone bowed deeply to honor Prince Long Life, with only Lewin not knowing who this guy was. Everyone attending the banquet was extremely tense. King of Hell spoke. No one in the 11 can defeat Lewin Adel even once. Is the skill gap really that big? How disappointing. I feel ashamed to call you my disciple. Duong bowed his head, promising never to perform so poorly again. He believes that second place is a rank for the incompetent. This grand festival has proven that the ancients were right. A small stream can still have a dragon. This atmosphere is not comfortable at all. Feels like this party was set up to mock and insult. But Lewin is actually the tool for the King of Hell to convey his message. And he is not the only one making you uncomfortable. This guy has been staring at Lewin, deadly gaze, since the party started. Crown Prince Somerton is charming. Even in the disadvantageous position of being the third, he wields the weapon of brilliant strategy. He successfully ousted our brother Songke from the royal family and became the sole crown prince. A man skilled in both literary and martial art, him can be said to be nearly perfect in every aspect. You remember Iron's word. It seems someone has spread rumors about you. Person must be someone powerful enough to make any noble think twice about talking to you. King of Hell asked Lin how he felt after winning at the festival. You remained silent for a moment, and then said you felt uncomfortable. Lewin was satisfied with the result. Competition felt uncomfortable nonetheless, because your achievements are being used to belittle and undermine the honor efforts of the student. Iron hurried to stop, afraid you were going too far. This made everyone sitting at the party feel scared. King of Hell asked again, do you mean you do not want your results to be used to undermine others? But is not being inferior one of the factors that helps people grow? You understand that, right? To me, it seems like you are inciting others against me more than anything. Pointing out weaknesses and encouraging them to try harder is completely different from provoking hostility by digging into their short. Is not, and I do not come from some small spring either. My hometown Al may be small, but it is more beautiful than any grand palace. Lewin confidently replied, you asserted that your Axon Academy is not a place for others, belittled by calling it a small spring. Lewin's fierce response surprised the King of Hell. Prince immediately burst out laughing. He acknowledged that Lin was quite some, daring to argue back even with a fake dad. Oh man, it was laugh out loud funny. That is hilarious. Crying? Where the hell did this guy come? I thought he crawled out from some dark corner, but he is actually pretty cute. Small but really beautiful. When do I have to stop by? Prince says that with a mocking tone. King of Hell said he understands your feelings. Tyrion heard this nonsense. He would be exhausted. Probably won't change his mind, but it will be a bit different from Tyrion. He is really looking forward to what is coming. Party will end here tonight. However, third prince directly expressed the desire to have tea with Lewin, and he does not want to hear a no. Those two are sitting and talking in private. You do not know why the prince wants to talk here, but it is definitely not to celebrate the big fest. Turns out this third prince wants Lewin to do work for him from now on, and this time he won tea take no for an answer. He is giving Lewin a month to arrange. He will move you to the cavalry training area and set up housing there. And about citizenship, how can the prince right-hand man be a foreigner? Lewin wondered. The empire already has countless talented mages, like Dumb for example, so why do they still need a new mage like you? But no matter how strong you are, in the end, you will still lose to Lewin, and he does not want a failure by his side. There is one more after today's talk. Remember this, I prefer hearing yes rather than question. First reason is that the old man introduced Lewin for years. He kept telling him to consider which talented mage to choose, but he never mentioned anyone's name. The second reason is that he likes your bravery. It is the kind of bravery to dress in rags in front of a bunch of power-hungry leaders and to openly express disagreement. The old man. Finally, it is the kind of bravery to continuously question the prince, fight the warnings. In politics, sometimes you need a guy who can lighten the mood. mood. Lewin continues to ask a question. So my job is just to give advice, right? Prince wants Lewin to protect him from his worthless older brother who do not want him to be the prince. Lewin shows his displeasure. He knows you would say that, so he warned beforehand that he did not want to hear the answer. Who knows if this opportunity will come only once in a lifetime. The chance to be the right-hand man of the most powerful prince in the empire. In the end, most mages choose to align with power. Even the magic tower, dedicated to the research of magic, is no different. If you miss this opportunity today, you might regret it for a long time. But Lewin does not want to be anyone's mate, so he flatly refused. Prince thinks he is being too rational, but really it is just because Lin is too naive. This opportunity only comes once. However, he insisted that he would not regret it, then bowed to the prince and walked away. Pretend today's conversation never happened. Everyone sees him as the brightest gem of this year's fest. His hobby is collecting gems, and so there has not been a gem he could not obtain, because those he can't get, he will destroy. This can also be seen as a warning and clearly a threat. Lewin does not even know if his decision is right or not. In the end, he just wants to be a wizard with his own unique flair. Somturton is very curious about the name the old man introduced. He seems very special. It seems that things cannot be solved easily. Although the prince threatened a bit, it seems to have no effect. Of course, he won't give up easily, especially on things related to his collecting hobby. In the end, Lewin will still have to belong to Sant because he has made his decision. Lewin continues to return to his training mission. Today has been completed. He lies down on the grass. Trang is admiring his body, saying it seems to be getting better every day. He is giving me goosebumps. What kind of man talks like that? But I am a real woman. Just so you know, Lewin is really unexpected. Can you really have a gender when you are selling yourself? And yet, those two have bathed together, but there is nothing to see. Trang has seen everything already, so what is left? Lewin just smiled and walked away. Next time, do not joke like that. You on tea? The next day, everyone was teary-eyed saying goodbye at the dock. John cried hard. I am heading out first. You stay back and remember to take care of yourself. After everyone boarded, Lin set off to Leverdie to complete the schedule as the fest champion. This self-proclaimed wildcat is your guide. He is from the magic tower. The diplomatic identifier can't pinpoint someone. It means that person has pretty high skills. So they are at least on par, or even stronger than the professors at school. Looking at, they seem to be around 30 years old. The wildcat started briefly talking about your schedule. First, we will stop by the palace for a tribute. Noticing his uncomfortable way of Lewin chimed in. For that guy, that is comfortable enough. Lewin is helpless, can't say anything more. In your schedule, there will be an event at the magic tower to perform the ritual for the chosen artifact. There is also a chance you won't get any because this ritual is chosen by the artifacts themselves. So the artifacts have consciousness like King Graham. In the end, Lin will be assigned a mission. Normally, students are not assigned mission. The champion of the grand festival is an exception. This event is a declaration to the world about the formation of a new generation of wizards. It is seen as an initiation. He gave Lin a list and asked him to choose a mission from it. There are many missions on it. Missions for searching, assassinate, and knowledge exploration. Strang whispered something in Lewin's ear. Immediately, he chose a mission for himself. After that, Lewin was taken to the Morin Palace, the second palace of the prince. Everyone was inside waiting for him. While the stray cat took its leave, Lewin, confused about what was happening, saw the door open. You appear to be the prince. Welcome to my empire. Lewin Adela. First, he received a reward of 10,000 gold prince. This amount far exceeds the annual expenses of the entire territory. Looking at the prince's generous attitude, it seems he has not given up on his intentions. After that, Lewin hurried to the next schedule. You must feel that the people here must have very good stamina since they walk and forth in this huge palace all day. Before meeting with the king of hell, Wildcat must affirm once again that he is truly determined to choose that mission. Lewin has chosen the hardest mission. He is curious about what the king of hell will say. As soon as Lewin stepped, the king of hell was already waiting inside. He knows you have chosen the reconnaissance mission. The safest mission is to conquer the royal escort army. Just defeat a few Venezuelano band, and you might even be celebrated as a hero. He does not understand why you chose that place, while it is a very barren land. However, Lewin does not think so, because Mount Qian is the homeland of King Grant and the place where Draka has stayed for 100 years. Mount Qian is located at the northernmost point of the Jadian kingdom. This place is considered the dwelling of ancient elves. There are no elves left there anymore. Only King Grant, the treasure of the academy, has survived. The rest have all died in that terrible battle years ago. That land is now just a barren wilderness. This reconnaissance mission is classified as extremely difficult, and there is a reason for that. The barrier there. It is a type of barrier that cannot be broken by any kind of magic. So far, countless wizards and scholars have yet to find any clue. This reconnaissance mission is precisely to understand what that barrier is. The king of hell wonders why Lewin is so interested in exploring such a wild area, perhaps thinking the hypothesis about it is intriguing, believing that the fairy god has made it impervious. Indeed, others have no reason to do so, but this is where the world destroyer Dracogonia has stopped for 100 years. For him, this reason is more than enough. There is no need for lengthy explanation, because this is the mission. King of hell advises Lewin that if it is right, it is best to reconsider. A high difficulty mission does not necessarily mean achieving many accomplishments. Saying it is simply means it is a mystery no one has solved yet. Lewin confidently replies that if a 16-year-old wizard uncovers such a mystery, would not that be an extraordinary achievement? King of hell seems to doubt Lewin's ability, constantly underestimating, even suggesting he would be the first in history to fail a mission among the champion at the Grand Fest. Lewin ignores his nonsense. That is, it would still be considered an extraordinary achievement. King of hell asks Lewin if he knows why he introduced him to Prince Summon, because that way he can keep Lin at Antiven and also observe you. Although I do not know if his special ability is related to mission selection, he will still monitor your every move. At home, Lewin lay on the bed talking to Trang. He does not know if he will do well on this mission, feels a bit anxious, worried that he might not find the barrier. After all, that place has been isolated from the outside world for centuries. Trang insists that no one has explored it until now, but Lewin Adel has, because he has the ability to surpass human limit. At this moment, there is a knocking sound outside from a wild boar and a wild cat. Those names sound really weird, but what can we do? This is the king's strange hobby. The sorcerers here are all called like that. Sounds like a farm. They came to take Lewin to the treasure room, complete the final reward ceremony. The treasure room in Mathop is divided into 4 areas: Area C, Area B, Area Area and Area. The treasures in Area C are the most common, while Area X has the rarest one. He will be taken to tour all except Area X. Place usually does not open to anyone, unless something special happens. Not even His Majesty can enter. So according to the guide, Loon starts touring the treasure rooms from Area C. You picked up a pretty large sword, which is known to be the sword. They gathered the items used in the battle against the demon, and selected those still in good condition. Louis stared at the sword. It looked just as amazing as Dumb Pram's luminous sword. No wonder it is the treasure room of Matop, even though it is in Area C. Quality is still much better than the storage of the nobility. Next is the in-depth book on the transformation of Tin Brown, a book that has been out of print and is already 100 years old. There are many different kinds of books, such as the one that goes beyond the 7 levels of the wizard's journey, exploring unknown lands. Searching for ancient, Lewin wanted to read these books during his time in the tower. Occasionally, the master of the tower would allow reading, as long as they did not keep them for themselves. Area B is a treasure trove of knowledge, from ancient spells to rare documents about history and legendary manuscripts. Ignoring the temptation of Area, Lou continued to explore Area, but no treasure in Area A responded to him at all. Lewin turned to ask the two if anyone had ever been unable to choose a treasure before. There have been, but very few. A wizard allowed into Area, even if they only recognized 1 or 2 treasures, would still prove to have extraordinary ability. In this case, nothing reacted to him at all. It is truly heartbreaking. Seeing this, Zhang chirped to Lewin to lift his spirit. There is nothing to be disappointed about. This pile is just like a bunch of weed. To humans, these things might be considered rare, but there are still truly rare things out. While speaking, Trang pointed at the door of the small area, where there was something created by a dragon, because of the strong smell of an unbathed dragon. But no matter how precious the treasure is, it can't do anything inside there. For now, let us just focus on the things in front of us. Suddenly, a blue light enveloped everything. It emanated from the door of the small area. 2 mages were terrified because this special event had not happened in 56. And then, what had to happen? Luinadel reacted to the fangs of Kunkan. 3 precious items kept in the red area are the angle staff, Mosi's spear, and the fangs of Kunkan. All 3 of these treasures have one thing in common. They help their owner stand pinnacle of fame. The angle staff was crafted by the elder mage of the same name. He was the first mage to be human. This is the treasured artifact that can activate unlimited destructive power of magic, symbolizing the supreme mage. 56 years ago, Tyrion was chosen by the angle staff, and until now, anyone chosen by the angle staff would rise to the pinnacle of fame, becoming the master of the magic tower. The Mosi armor is an impenetrable suit and can withstand any attack and type of magic. Every century, this armor chooses a master, and those selected have all become legendary knights. Fangs of Kunkan are a treasure from the first goblin leader, and also the most mysterious item. For hundreds of years, it has not chosen anyone as its master. Yet, it chose Luinadel, meaning his fate is to be the new master of the throne. Lune lifted it effortlessly, while they struggled to get it into the tower, even needing several generals to assist. This fang is not something a person can lift light, as it carries the attributes and power of a goblin. Tyrion began to piece everything together, calling the goblin, choosing a reconnaissance mission in Qinshan, and the fangs of Kunkan, first leader of the goblin, then immediately ordered his subordinates to summon the mage. Lewin decided to head west for an easier route to Qinshan. The deadline for the reconnaissance mission is 1 month. Wildcat gave him the stipend, Idaho cart, and mana train ticket. Wildcat seemed to have something to say to Lewin. As a mage of the magical tower, they are not allowed to express any personal opinion, but as a senior, there is indeed something to say. The magic tower is an incredible place for the sorcerers under its control, but it is a ruthless place for those who are not. You have to be really careful and always suspicious of everything. Lewin etched deeply in his mind what the Wildcat sorcerer had warned him. The ancient castle Tezzeret is located in the nearest city to Heavenly Mountain. It was built to protect the continent from the invasion of demons, also known as the Hell Shield. For that reason, the walls of Tezzeret are much higher than other castles. Along with that are a mighty armed force and iron will. That is what Lewin read in the book. Now, it looks so desolate because it has lost its original. It was built to prevent the invasion of demons, but the threat from them has disappeared on its own. That is why the guards dare to drink party in broad daylight. The place where fought fiercely is now just a thing of the past. A tall, scared man came to threaten Lewin to rob, but he did not care. Just placing a light hand on his shoulder sent him head first into the ground. Lewin arrived at a small inn, waking the innkeeper who was sleeping with his tongue out, and said he wanted to rent a horse. But there are no horses left here, and there is nowhere else to rent from. This is the only place in Tezzeret with a horse temple. It is called a horse temple, but there is no horse. This place is just surreal. The truth is there are 3 horses, but someone has already rented them this morning. Normally, it is very quiet, but I do not understand why so many customers are coming today. Lewin was startled and had to ask the landlord again. The landlord confirmed that only today is busy. Usually, there are no customers at all. You started to suspect some because it could not just be a coincidence. Chang had sensed since boarding the Mana train that someone was following them. Just as mentioned, there was a mysterious person closely monitoring their every move. After realizing they were being followed, Lin immediately took action. First, they asked the landlord to notify them immediately if anyone inquired. Next, they baited by taking a walk in Tezzeret. They would have to wait for Lewin to go outside before they could start asking about them. It is clear they are agents of the J Empire. Lewin was not sure if it was the Crown Prince sending them out of anger over his rejection. Those 2 are supreme sorcerers, one of them always curious, but ultimately, Lewin did not want to meet any of them. He needed to resolve this before heading to the peak of Qianshan. Right now, he knows for sure he is being followed and not let them continue trailing. However, the landlord reported that no one came look him. Not a soul came since Lewin left the inn. There was something the landlord found very strange. There was a period where he lost his memory for about 3 minutes. He could not recall any. Lewin knew this was mind control, a type of 6th-level magic that invades and controls another person's mind. Controlled person will lose all memory while being controlled, and the controller will see that memory. This opponent is both strong and very careful in their actions. They saw the landlord's memory. It means they know Lewin has realized he is being watched. After returning to his room, someone left a note on the bedside. I have no intention of harming you, so do not waste your time searching. Just do your job. Lewin was furious that he came into the room and was still told not to worry. This is no different from a threat. If you like it, then go ahead, and if you touch it, you are done for. Lewin quickly ran out outside to look for them. Opening the minimap to spot those pesky mysterious figures. Cloaked figures immediately chased after him, showing no intention of killing. Both were ready for a playful showdown with the opponent. The witches group screamed as they descended onto a barren land. They looked around searching, and one of them spoke up. The trace of the wizard from Scream's Lewin has disappeared. But the old wizard thought differently. He has not vanished. He is waiting for us. As soon as he finished, they took a few more when there was a noise from the barrel beside them. Lewin had ambushed them from inside those barrels and suddenly jumped out to attack, catching the old wizard's group off guard. Punched one of the old wizard's henchmen straight in the face. Then Lewin turned to look at the remaining henchmen, making him panic. In his panic, he frantically cast a spell to attack, but Lewin without a word destroyed the spell barrier and punched the henchman straight in the. He was hit and fell straight to the old wizard's feet. That moment, both sides stood still, waiting for the other to make a move. The old wizard laughed. I am curious about what kind of person you are. It turns out you are a real monster. Lewin's face darkened, his cold gaze full of threat. Who are you? The old wizard continued to laugh. The head of the wizard tower sent us to protect your younger generation. Lewin took a defensive stand, looking more like a spy. The old wizard grinned maliciously. It is all the same anyway. You seem to be enjoying yourself a lot. Then he vanished before Lewin, leaving the word, see you later. As Lewin approached, hesitating to look at the throats of the two henchmen he had just taken down. This skull tattoo is from a dark witch. Trang does not really understand it. Lewin immediately explained, that is a secret group of mages from the tower that deals with dirty work. A mysterious dark witch secret, revealing only the group's name and tattoo, with unclear purpose, rank, or leader. Trang quickly asked, so what was your impression after meeting them? Lewin was confident, could not compare to the representatives at the big tournament, but Trang was worried and could not verify that person's strength. You analyzed that they used 6th level magic. Clearly they are not a trivial opponent. They can track us from afar. Trang seriously asked Lewin, what do you plan to do? But he stood thinking for a long time before making a decision. First, I will make them reveal themselves. The next day, we immediately set off for Tian Shan. The journey to Tian Shan is really exhausting. We had to walk through the arid desert, but I could definitely feel we were getting close. Suddenly, Lewin felt something and placed his hand on his chest to check his tongue in annoyance when he discovered the energy ring was falling apart. Lewin was sweating like crazy but smiled and looked up. He had nothing but a sigh. This is exactly the feeling of satisfaction. Lewin hurriedly asked Trang on his shoulder, you said this is where you lived with Drak, right? He nodded, confirming that it was true. Lewin plopped down on the ground and sighed, not bothering to move an inch. How should I get in here? What kind of inhumane idea is this? Are you telling me to destroy this barrier like that? Trang answered immediately without hesitation, then asked Lewin back, if it is human, they would definitely try to break the barrier, right? You agree too, right? That was my first thought. Chang reminded, but they can't break it just with regular human methods. It added a line that seemed to enlighten Lin. What would happen if there was an oxer here? Lewin seemed to understand something. Wouldn't it be better to call the oxer from the inside? Ask them to open the door, like a friend. Chang jumped down, standing with arms crossed and a confident smile. Now my thoughts are very clear. Lewin suddenly remembered. But you said everyone here is dead, right? Chang replied clearly but mysteriously. That is just the thinking of human. Lewin nervously turned around to look at the barrier behind him. Chang reminded once again, Lewin, remember your strength does not follow prejudice. Break it. Lewin prepared to stand up and face the dark barrier in front. Placing his hand on this impenetrable barrier to feel it, Lewin raised his voice. Can you hear me? I know you all will pretend not to hear. I brought the fangs of your leader. He lowered his voice to issue an order, but it sounded threat. You hear me? Open the door. But all Lewin got in response was a moment of silence. No one spoke. Suddenly, the spot where his hand rested on the shield flared with light. Lewin used both hands to brace himself, because the power from the shield was too strong. He squinted as the light emitted was blinding. The old wizard, who had been watching him for a long time, stared in shock. The old man witnessed the miracle right before his eyes. Flamed. How did it open? How could a rookie like him do what no one has done before? The old wizard rushed to the shield and struck it in panic. It is closed now. What is happening? Just as he finished, Lewin's fist was right in front of him. A punch from Lewin sent him flying several meters away. Lewin shouted, seizing the opportunity. You can't hide like you did the other day. He punched the ground hard, using an earthquake technique that made the ground shake violently. The old wizard groaned in pain as debris piled on top, and injuries appeared on his face. Lewin cast a vine spell to attack. The vines tightly wrapped around the old wizard lying on the ground, unable to move. The old man wants to speak up. Can't. Lewin scoffed. Do you think you can approach me this time? What level are you at? Let us end this game early. While Lewin was not paying attention, a shadow darted quickly overhead. It was an aggressive guiding fairy rushing toward the old wizard. A club came crashing down toward it, blood splattering on the end of the club. Lewin still did not understand what was happening and stood frozen. The guiding fairy slowly turned to look at him ominously. He radiated a murderous aura, threatened Lewin. Answer. Human. Who are you? A reminder whispered in his ear. Lewin remembered they were created with malicious thoughts like monsters. Fortunately, I was able to enter the barrier on Mount Qian, and as soon as I stepped, I thought I had entered another world. A group of fairies surrounded Lewin, sniffing the air. What is a human doing here? But he smells just like us. A reminder quietly instructed my mask careful. They do not have the same morals as humans. Lewin nodded in response. I know, he thought to himself. For now, I guess he won't do anything to me because of Kungan's fang. But I have no idea when they will turn against me. Lewin quietly and carefully followed behind the elf leading the way. After a while, in front of the mount, he spoke. We are here. This is the Qianshan. Lewin did not notice the surroundings and wondered, isn't there another peak up there? Suddenly, ground shook, startling him. Hantian stood tall, looking at Lin, which confused him. This is not the peak, but there is an elf here. He introduced himself. I am the leader Hexis Khan. I have heard you have the sacred object Win Can. Right now, Lewin was still dumbfounded, trying to make sense of it all. Is he much bigger than those other elves? Hanu Shihan was somewhat friendly. We welcome you as a guest. I have decided not to tear you apart. Feed your remains to the eagles. Who are you? Lewin regained his composure and replied. I thought I mentioned this at the gate, but I am the chosen one by Khan's fang. Hatian looked a bit displeased upon hearing that fang is not something a human can handle. Lewin was firm, but that is the truth. Then he took out a large fang and held it up. I can show it to you. Hatian laughed. A very interesting human. I can smell our scent on you, and I can also sense the aroma of power. Lewin did not refuse that and confidently admitted it. That is right. I am pretty strong. Han's voice softened a bit. So answer me. Who are you? Lewin was about to answer but paused for a moment to gesture to him and then asked Han if he knew about Dracogonia. That is the name of a dragon living on Mount Then Sen, and suddenly exclaimed, how do you know that name? Lewin gently replied, I heard it from King Grant. He was surprised again. King Kingran. Is he still alive? Lewin recounted. He is living like an exhibit in my academy. Should I say he is considered one of the professors? He smirked and asked him once more. You are curious about who I am, not you? Lewin began to introduce himself, but in a more grand manner. I am a friend of Kingran, who was once the leader of Mount Thin Sen. I am also the one chosen by Kung Khan's Fang, and the one who inherited the world-destroying power of Drak. Lewin, with his small frame, stood before a large elf and stated his name. My name is Lewin Edel. With all that, you are still planning to throw my body to the great eagle, and smiled brightly like sunlight shining down. We will gladly welcome you. A human. Lewin could not believe his ears, sweat pouring down as cheers rang out beside him. He just said he would welcome me. Chang said seriously. The elves have a ritual even when welcoming newcomers. If you want to be welcomed, show your worth. It stared at Lewin, reminding him serious. Omerat appeared in front of him while Chang reminded, and the formalities were a wrestling match. Omerat proudly flexed his muscle. I am the son of Omaru Khan. Omerat, are you the person we welcome? Lewin was confused. Are you saying this giant is my opponent? I think something's wrong. Two of them took their position. The cheers of the other elf. Omerat looked at that man with disdain. Lewin worriedly asked Chang, if I lose the wrestling match, they won't throw me to the right? He just forced a smile. I am not sure anymore. The two began to focus on preparing for the match. Lewin briefly thought, this giant elf really came to intimidate, but that does not mean I should blindly push myself. A match between an elf and a human sounds ridiculous, but I also have special strength granted by the artifact. Since I got the Fang of Khan's army, my strength has increased by 1,000. Now my strength has reached 3,520. This is possible. Omerat exclaimed, I do not think you are an ordinary person. Your touch feels really different, even if the opponent is human. I won't go easy on you. Lewin challenged, excited. That is right. Try to defeat me once and for all. Another elf stood between them, loudly announcing to get ready. Then it shouted loudly to signal the start of the match. As soon as it started, Lewin tensed, using all his strength, causing his arm muscles to bulge and rip his shirt. Omerat paused slightly, surprised by that sight. Amidst the cheers of the other elf, no one was willing to back down. Lewin seemed to be tired, his face grimacing. Is it over? Then Lewin, determined, yelled to show his will. But this is my last chance. The furry elf. Just as he was determined, Omerat easily defeated Lewin. He was completely shocked at how he lost, his face pale. The referee simultaneously declared Omerat the winner. Lewin collapsed to the ground, sighing, I have lost. Even though I tried my best, he was worried and trembling. So now I am going to be thrown to the right. While Lewin was in a daze, the referee spoke up. Get up, human. You fought well, even against Omerat, finest warrior of the heavenly mount. That is really something to be praised. Lewin thanked for the compliment, while the system also announced a new mission, guarding the elves of Qin Shan that greatly respects their power. Trang also praised, you did great. You have won the support of the elf. Lewin wondered, you have not told me this would happen. Right. You just said Draka took 17 years to defeat Omerat. Right. I will do that in a month. Right after the arm wrestling match ended, a feast was prepared on the small mountain. Lewin marveled. It is hard to believe elves so well. But Trang understood it different. I know that strong smelling food. It really is. You shook your head, indicate that is not it. Lewin was also quite puzzled. But why do the elves here live so reclusively in this monastery? You were silent and a bit worried inside. Looking at the elf, somehow you felt that you would face something more important than this mission. Omerat walked over, calling Lewin, the strong one, and you turned to greet Omerat. He asked direct, what are you thinking of doing with our first leader? Lewin did not understand the question. What can I do with Omerat suggested. If you want, I can help you make a weapon suitable for human. Lewin was taken aback by Omerat's offer. What? Lewin recalled when he was still in the cave, holding Kungan's Fang and asking Strang what it was. Strang Lewin Thyan said, this is the main source of power. Whoever in the Agress clan inherits it will be the strongest. But Lewin interrupted, what I mean is, what is it used for? Chang explained, the Engale staff and Mosi's scales have very clear use. Lewin thought in a different direction and imagined to himself, these two are used like a mate. Embrace the magical spear. Trang advised to just hold on to it. Figure it out later. It only helps you increase your strength. Lewin nodded repeatedly in agreement. Back to reality. Omerat smiled bright. You want, I can make it for you. A weapon for mankind. Inside, Lewin quietly decided he had it but did not know how to use it. This is an unexpected opportunity. Omeraz examined the fang. Kunkan's teeth are so heavy and hard that it seems no one can handle. But if it is an iron trap, Amira can definitely handle it. Chang seemed to understand. An iron trap is just like a thief stealing from lazy. Omerat turned to Lewin and asked, do you have any idea about a special type of weapon? The human thought for a moment, then made a decision. So can you help me make exactly what I need? It had been half a month since Lewin arrived at the Heavenly Mount. He was thinking while hiding in a bush. A gorilla shouted loudly at you and pointed in one direction. That person. Louis jumped out quickly to let me handle it. You should feel it yourself. During that time, I helped the Agress tribe hunt. They spent a lot of time training me in things I could not do. Lewin was panting and happily opened the system to check. However, the main task that took up most of my time was something else. Lewin participated in wrestling and Trang announced the result. 15 losses in 15 matches. In the arm wrestling match with Omerat, Lewin could not help but grumble. Losing again. This really gets to me. Chang encouraged you. Come on, master. You are doing better now. Omerat also praised Lin. That is right. You are gradually using your strength more effectively now. You also thanked for the compliment. I appreciate it. I feel like I am making progress little by little now. Lewin has now learned to use his strength rationally. You walked away and left a challenge. Before leaving here, I have to defeat Omerat. Lewin teased. Omerat, are you hesitating? He denied it. There is no way. Human. In arm wrestling, you do not stand a chance against. Few days later, during a usual arm wrestling match, Omerat looked used because his arm had been taken down by Lewin. Chang also reported 17 matches with 16 losses. He reported it, but was still not fully recovered from the shock. With one win, Lewis jumped up, raising his arms in joy and shouted that he won. At the same time, the system displayed a notification. Lewin had completed the mission and received a reward. Omerat was impressed. You keep surprising me one after another. I lost. Mastera. Lewin rubbed his wrist and asked, this is your first time? Right. Omerat called me by that name. Omerat turned and went inside. It seems like you are ready now. Lewin did not understand and asked back, ready for what? Then he suddenly remembered. Is it done already? Omerat called him over to his side. He spoke, actually, it has been done for a while. I have always been waiting for this moment to give it to you. Lewin looked a bit puzzled. Then why did not you give it to me, even though you finished? Omeraz explained, I am waiting for the moment you can defeat. If you do not win, I may not give it back. Kun's fangs are something very important to it. Lewin was at a loss for words, thinking to himself how it resembled a robbery right in front of. After searching, Amarat handed the item to Here it is. Loon was stunned when he saw the item. The system also rated the item as a bear claw made from Gan's fang and granted some additional power. Loon tried on the bear claw, which had Gan's fang inside. It would definitely be the most comfortable for me. Close combat wizard. Chang hurriedly asked, how is it, Loon? Amarat also asked, what do you think of our work? I made it using the perfect mold for you. Loon was secretly happy. It is amazing, not just 2,000 power. It might even be stronger. You asked Amarat, can you gather all the warriors of Heavenly Mount? The elite were gathering together. Quite noisy. A strong person wants to challenge all of us to an arm wrestling match. Although he defeated Amarat, he is still hurting our pride. But against an enemy like that, everyone was ready to respond to you for an event like this. Welcome. From the tribe's perspective, this is a pride challenge. They worship strength and love competition. They seem to value my competitive spirit. The son of a goblin is cheering loud. Come on, Dad. Chang stood to one side, reminiscing. Remember the old days. Draka did this once too. Even though he fought against 17 opponents 30 years. It is different from your. Loon thinks otherwise. Humans can live as long as dragons, so we have to hurry. But deep down, thought different. Just yesterday he said this was impossible. But with the bear claw in my hand, feels like I can't lose. Amid the noise, the referee's voice rang out. Pair. Right after the referee's starting call, the two charged at each other. Luz quickly pinned the goblin's hand to the table in a flash. After a while, Amarat asked, are we coming back, my lord? Lewin replied, right now. We need Leverton. Thank you. Gave us a memorable experience. Thank my lord. Lewin looked, said nothing, just smiled bright, then reached out his hand. But Amarat did not understand. Do you want another arm wrestling match? Even after beating us all, Lewin shook his head, leaving him a bit confused. This is not about arm wrestling. Then he grabbed Amarat's hand. Much to his surprise, that is called a handshake. Lewin gently replied, this is a way for humans to greet each other. You calmly explain when meeting someone and saying goodbye, friend. Lewin waved goodbye to the fairy and left a remark. See you later is a type of farewell. This moment, in a gloomy tower that was not very bright, Tyrion exclaimed the news while his subordinate reassured corrected his state. It is not very important news. Tyrion fell into deep thought. The report on the screaming witch is still missing. It has been a while since those two returned with serious injury. There has been no news since the screaming witch was following Lewin Adel. After sending another team to scout again, no signs of humans were found near Mount Heaven. Tyrion pondered for a while before asking his subordinate. They have been dealt with. Before finishing his sentence, another subordinate entered to report. My master has a new report. The subordinate bowed his head to Lewin Adel has approached Leverton. This startled Tyrion. Tyrion's face darkened with murderous intent as he thought about something. Then he gruffly ordered him to return immediately. Inside the magic tower, a voice echoed. I did not manage to complete the mission. In the room with Tyrion, a voice spoke up with indifference. As King Flame said, there is some reason that no one can succeed in conquering that place. It was only when I reached Tian Shan that I realized this mission was beyond my capability. Lewin lowered his head, showing his disappointment. The barrier there is too strong, so there is no way to get inside. But nothing can escape Tyrion's note. You are talking nonsense. You know that, he said cold. Honest, tell me clearly. You were chosen by Kun Ken Sfang. Right. Tyrion emphasized each word. And your mission is to find the stronghold of the Off. That seems like quite a coincidence. Lewin was sweating and hesitated. So you have been watching me. However, Tyrion cleverly replied, watching you? I am just worried. I am afraid you might become a wizard on the opposing side of the tower. Lewin seemed to probe. Any sorcerer daring to oppose King Flame's word would become an arch enemy of the people in the tower. Right. Tyrion did not want to waste any more time and said direct, enough small talk. Let us get to the main issue. To be honest with me, what did you see in Shin's son? His expression became somewhat scary. Are the first Oxer tribe members still alive? Seeing him like that made Lin feel a bit flustered. After a while, he stepped outside the tower. He sighed in relief, whispering, almost got a warning from Tyrion. Don't lie to me. I know everything. I can dig up your past right here if I want. Lewin then asked back, but you would not do that, would you? His question made Tyrion uncomfortable. Lewin's tone was provocative. Great border wizard like you would not resort to such methods, especially against a student like me. Tyrion's face clearly showed anger. Do you dare to bet against? The term student seems too humble. With that, he slightly bowed his head and sighed helplessly. Lewin's first official mission had failed. Tyrion ordered him to return to the academy. Back in reality, Lewin thought he had just bet on the pride of King Flame. Luckily, it worked. Although he did not use such extreme methods, there are still many other ways. He was worried, but if King Flame becomes even more unreasonable, he would surely be in trouble. Just thinking about it was scary, but it is definitely over now. The item in Area X has chosen, and everyone knows it means the master of the gold. Although it was not stated outright, King Flame will definitely be keeping a close eye on you. Lewin, feeling a headache too much, just wants to leave here quickly now. The train is departing quickly down the track. Finally, Lewin returned to the academy, and as soon as he arrived, he was praised. Lewin congratulated you on winning the festival. Come here, Lewin. They were tossing Lewin into the air while talking, and he tried hard to stop, but no one paid attention. That time, Lewin returned to his room. At the same time, Jia-sun brought a box over. Lewin wondered what it was. Jia-sun replied, this is your mail. As expected, the winner of the festival will definitely be famous. Lewin was a bit surprised. So much? Jia-sun replied casually, this is just the recent stuff. He walked to the cabinet and was about to reach up to open it. And these are some that have been for a long time. When Jia-sun opened the cabinet, a pile of letters fell out, filling the entire room. Witnessing the scene before him, Lewin felt truly shocked. While checking the letter, he even discovered letters from the prince. Lewin picked up the letter, looked at it, and read it out loud for Jason to hear. Jason sat next to him, only able to sigh. It was very formal, not meant for close friends he wanted to be close to. Lewin asked if he knew about it. Jason ignored his question and wondered about Lewin's summer plan. After hearing that, he suddenly broke into a very mysterious smile. Lewin hesitated to reply. I am thinking this year will be very different. At that moment, Lewin was riding alone, planning to go somewhere. It had been a long time since he last visited his hometown. Since last year, he had just stayed in the dorm and had not gone anywhere. Lewin felt too embarrassed to face his fellow townspeople. He did not have enough confidence to smile and answer their questions. Lewin was cheerful, but now he could proudly face. Finally, he had enough confidence to meet his family. As he stepped forward, everyone around looked at Lewin with surprise. He scratched his head, his face clearly showing embarrassment, and greeted, how is everyone doing? Everyone could not believe it and shouted, is that really you, young master? What do you mean, young Master Lin? The crowd surrounded. It has been so long since we heard from you. Lewin awkwardly replied, I am sorry everyone. I have been away for too long. Everyone is curious about the academy you are studying. Suddenly, from afar, Luna rushed over and hugged Lewin tight, but then quickly let go and scolded. Not a single letter was sent during all that time, and now you show up here. here. Seeing that, Lewin reached out to measure her height and joked around. You have grown up so much, I almost did not recognize. He smiled, thinking to himself, and you are still as lovely as ever. At the same time, Lewin turned to tell his father, Dad, call everyone in the family over. It has been so long since I had the chance to talk to anyone. Time quickly passed, and soon the sky turned dark. Lewin told his family and close friends about everything that had happened over the past 6 years. After hearing this, Luna was moved and wiped her tears. You and your brother have really been through so much. At the same time, the person next to her was choked up. But you have overcome all those We are so proud of you, young master. Someone across from them also asked, curious, but does that mean you won a big competition? You even had a private conversation with the Prince of the Empire. Lewin nodded while thinking to himself, that was 2 months ago. But it is still news for the people in my village. On this side, Lord Adel pulled out a letter. That is why the royal family sent a letter. He laughed, and countless letters from other clans were sent here as well. But Lewin wanted to be the first to tell your father. At this moment, Begin had a serious expression. There are a few issues regarding that you need to be aware of. Young master. Lord Adel waved his hand and said, let us get started. I am done with that discussion. Begin thought that Lewin needed to know more as it would benefit. Lewin frowned in confusion. He turned to Lord Adel straightforward. Tell me, if I hear this from someone else, I will be very disappointed. And at that moment, Lord Adel could only hold his head and force a smile. It would be useless. As he just said, their house had received countless letters from all about Lewin. Many letters offered assistance to their family as an excuse to use Lewin, or even suggested a meeting with. All were declined by Lord Adel. There was one issue. Upon hearing that, Lewin was puzzled. What issue is that? Lord Adel did not hesitate to say a name. Bosmanjo. He used you as leverage to threaten the Al family. Mono is the only trading city near the Al territory. Most goods produced in the Al territory are traded through Mon. In other words, the Al territory is maintained by the money earned in Mon. Lewin does not believe they have driven the prices down to an unreasonable level for your family's goods. Lord Adel replied sadly, that is right, because they want to take the Adel territory hostage to force your son to become a guardian mage for ML. This continued. The finances of the Adel family will collapse. Lord Adel's face showed helplessness, but there was currently no clear solution. At this moment, Lewis recalled the words of he had met today. Just thinking about it makes him feel heartbroken. After thinking for a long time, Lewin decided to speak up. I suddenly think that a bad person needs to be taken down. His eyes sparkled with determination. If they are eager to meet, I will go there and pay them a visit. The next morning, Lewin decided to set off to meet Mon. The butler had prepared plenty of food for him along with a horse. Bin looked apologetic. I am very sorry for putting this burden on you right after you got home. Lewin smiled gently. You are just doing your job as a manager, and I am just trying to fulfill my responsibilities as a young master. After saying that, Lin quickly mounted the horse prepare for departure. Behind him, Bin was worried that Lewin might misunderstand, so he continued, young master, please do not be angry. He explained that the Lord had done everything he could. He even took money out of his own pocket to cover the losses caused by Mon, and everyone in the Al territory was unaware of this. Begin continued. Peace we have now is thanks to the Lord's sacrifice. Hearing this, Lin's face showed self-reproach. Lewin suddenly spoke up. How shameful. What do you mean? Because I think I have been too arrogant. Honest, Lewin was very disappointed and wondered if Lord Adel was just putting up with everything, and Lewin thought that he alone could handle everything his father could not, even though Lewin knew that, since he was a child, father had loved and cared for this land more than anyone else. As he said this, Begin could only stand there and watch, not knowing what else to say. Lewin then took out a box and handed it to Bin. Instead, can you help me deliver this to my father? Bin looked a bit curious. What is this, young master? Lewin replied briefly, this is 10,000 gold coins. Upon hearing this, Bin's face turned astonished. This is the prize from that big tournament. Lewin hoped it would be used for necessary things in the territory. In Lin's opinion, it would be most effective to use it to buy more land. Do you believe that the Adel family can supply goods to others without needing Monzo in the future? Bin puts his hand on his chin. Think it could be true, but right now our territory is struggling, and no one wants to sell land to us. Seeing this, Lewin proposed a solution. What if we just take it? His eyes were full of determination, and then we would proceed to clean it up. They will renovate the long-standing troubles of Wolf Hill in the territory, and the wasteland occupied by the mud. That is not a bad idea. Lewin explained that with this money, we hire mercenaries and renovate the territory, training outsiders for hire. We could even earn more money. After hearing this, Bin's eyes lit up. If we can hire mercenaries at a reasonable price, then it is definitely worth a try. Since Lewin also had to leave soon, he turned his head back. I will leave detailed information for the manager and my father, and I am on my way now. As soon as he finished speaking, Lewin urged his horse to speed ahead. Lewin had also arrived at the Monzo trading city. This is a vast territory in the southern part of the kingdom. All the supplies in the surrounding area converge here. The lord is Binos Monzo, who has many bad rumors about, such as buying positions with money through Loan Shark or being a former ice band leader. Lewin quietly reminded himself. In other words, we must have hearts of steel. You rode to a grand mansion with many guards. Lewin introduced himself. I am the second son of the Al family. Is Lord Lewin Al inside? But after hearing this, the guards looked down on him. The guard, feeling frustrated, said, is it Al again? Hearing this made his face darken. Were they gossiping about him? They kept making a fuss like that even though they knew it would never work. They were just a bunch of kids learning how to beg. Suddenly, one of the guards burst out laughing. Can you actually talk this time? Young Master Lewin was quietly angry. Was he always treated like, how many times has his father been? After laughing, the guards in front invited Lewin inside. The young master went inside and wondered about the lord. If it were Al, they would throw him out. Someone next to him spoke up. This time it was different. Right, hurry up. Lewin kept reminding himself. He was not here as a student, but as the second son of the Al family. If he accepted such rudeness as normal, it would make the Al territory look ridiculous. After thinking for a moment, Lin clenched his fist, ready to strike, which scared the guards. Lewin calmly said, you guys should go home and practice. Suddenly, Lewin threw a power that sent one of the guards flying. At the same time, Binos Manjo was coming out to greet. Oh my, look who it is. He laughed. The hero who won this year's tournament. The mage of the new generation. Is not this Lord Lewin Adel? Lewin glanced at Binos Manjo coldly. Are you Lord Binos Manjo? He took off his hat and bowed his head. Binos Manjo. It is an honor to have someone of your stature visit this humble place. It is embarrassing that I can't raise my head. Lewin coldly replied. Then do not raise it. The statement left him surprised. He said firmly, you are embarrassed by my presence. It is best your head down. Hearing those words, Binos Manjo's expression changed as if he was about to get angry. He suddenly broke into a sinister smile. Binos put put his hat back on and raised his head. As rumored, you are quite straightforward, not you? Then despite the embarrassment, I will hold my head high. Lewin replied casually, that is fine, but you need to train your bodyguard. Bino's Mangjo wondered, what did my kids do? Lewin turned his head to look at the guard. They treat us like a goblin tribe, so I gave them a light warning. As he spoke, Lewin glanced at the guards he had knocked out lying on the ground. Seeing his subordinates beaten up, Bino's Mangjo nearly lost his temper, and Lewin provocatively spoke up. Are you alright, my lord? Bino's Mangjo smiled patiently. Feel free to treat them like your subordinate. He thought to himself, how dare that kid touch my people? This moment, Lewin clenched his fists and smiled with delight. To Bino's Manjo's astonishment, he threw a powerful punch that sent the soldier flying. Then Lewin dusted his hands off. That is enough. This person also needs to be trained in etiquette. Turning back to look at Binos, he said, you might want to consider letting me stand here long. Right, invite me, my lord. Each of Lewin's words made Binos increasingly irritated. Gritted his teeth. Finally, Binos Manjo had to invite Lewin into the house. As he walked in, he glanced at several animals hanging on the wall and wondered if they looked nice. Then Bo's Manjo spoke up proudly. My hobby is collecting artworks like that. Lou frowned and looked at it with annoyance. Binos Manjo smiled faintly. I understand. Everyone has. Lewin said nothing and pondered quietly. Collecting these things and still calling them beautiful. This guy's taste is pretty depraved. You silently wonder. Clearly having those here is to create a sense of fear and anxiety. Does he want to threaten me? Binos Manjo offered Lewin tea while showing off. This is also a rare type of tea from the south called piram. Give it a try. Lewin coldly replied, I do not need it. Binos Manjo looked surprised at your refusal. You do not like tea. I will switch it to soda for you then. After hearing that, Chang, sitting on Lewin's shoulder, could not help but laugh. Are you pretending to know nothing? Despite its teasing, Lewin still said nothing. At that moment, Lewin calmly took the teacup and poured it out. Do you really not understand why I refused to drink this tea? The two sat facing each other in silence for a while. The quiet space only heard the sound of tea flowing to the ground. Binos Manjo suddenly lowered his head and smiled mysteriously. He is still calmly enjoying his tea. You think I am going to poison your tea or something, but I have no intention of being your enemy. I just want to be your good friend. Lewin asked indifferently. Friends do not threaten each other, do they? Binos Manjo smirked slyly. Threatening is just ridiculous. It is simply a well-meaning suggestion. Lewin could not hold back his anger and gritted his teeth. You say that suggestion is a cowardly scheme to weaken the Al territory. You are absolutely certain, emphasizing every word. I refuse that suggestion. Binko Manjo seemed to have anticipated, so it was no surprise. Unfortunately, ever since you rejected our friendship, his expression clearly showed cunning, and the price of goods in the Adel territory will remain as cheap as ash. Lewin spoke with a warning gesture, saying he should return the price of goods to what it originally was. The room was filled with a gloomy atmosphere. Suddenly, Von Cosmonojo stood up, just a country bumpkin who knows nothing. He raised his voice to overpower Lewin. Do you think you are the only one who can refuse a deal? You should be the one begging. Right now you are in a weak position, not me. A group of soldiers is rushing towards the room from somewhere. Binos Manjo chuckled with delight. They say students of the Magic Academy can't use magic during break. Right. He changed his way of address. I will teach you how to be humble. Okay. Just as he finished, a group of cavalry surrounded the room. Meanwhile, Lewin had already guessed that Binos Manjo did not intend to let him go. He commanded fiercely, kill him. I will turn that punk's corpse into an exhibit in the gallery. Lewin found Binko really hard to understand. You want to turn me into a trophy? You are crazier than I thought. Chang, sitting on his shoulder, agreed with that thought. Lewin was right not to expect a meaningful conversation. An old stingy pig stuck in its own well in the south. People like him first think about it, and you are already in position to charge at the soldiers in front of you. Then you raised two fingers, making that soldier feel really confused. Lewin, with a confident expression, flicked his finger light, and with just that flick, sent the soldier flying several meters away. Next, Lewin also used a bit of strength to send the group of soldiers flying in all directions. Finally, he began to activate the special skill in his gloves and excitedly said, let me tell you this. Binos Manjo also panicked and exclaimed, why is there suddenly smoke? What are you doing? After activating the special energy, Lewin radiated a powerful aura. Witnessing that scene, Bin Cosmonojo was left in shock, completely frozen. Lewin continued, even during a break, as long as my life is in danger, I can still use magic. The soldiers were overwhelmed by his power, their voices trembling. We stay here. We are dead for sure. One of them shouted, everyone run. Make the soldiers scatter. Lewin clenched his fists with fierce determination. Running would not make things any better. With that, he gathered his strength and charged forward. From outside, everyone saw Binko's Manjo's mansion engulfed in a large cloud of red smoke. The servants inside the house screamed in fear and ran away. While everyone quickly fled, Binos Manjo sadly gazed at his creation. This collection took me a lifetime to create. My 2,000 gold portrait. Lewin stood behind him and spoke up. Do you still have time to worry about your master? He glared at him with a murderous look. Now it is time for you to worry about your life. The sound of Binos Manjo's agonizing cries echoed throughout the room. Lewin demanded that he return the goods of the Adel family to their usual prices and compensate my family 10 times the amount took. Binkos Manjo's face turned pale, his voice trembling. Compensation. How big will the number be? Lewin stared at him wide-eyed. Respond right now. He obediently answered. After finishing everything, Lin rode back. It is almost over. I am curious how surprised Dad will be when he finds out I have taken care of everything. So you have resolved the issue at Monzo and returned to Ale. On the way, Lewin was astonished as if he saw something. A girl's voice rang out. Long time no see. Lewin. It was a surprise guest waiting for Lewin and Al. Seeing her gentle and delicate appearance, Lewin spoke. Miss Iron. Back about 2 months ago, Lin had to attend a formal exchange party. He was tired of these boring meetings. First, it was interesting, but now Lewin just wanted to go home. Right at that moment, Iron heard him complaining and came over to ask, are you talking about little Adel estate? She pretended to pout and said, I am really glad the party ended without any issues. I really thought something terrible was going to happen because of someone. Hearing that, Lewin awkwardly scratched his head and apologized. Even though he apologized, he seriously said there was nothing else to do. Not only did those people underestimate the efforts of the trainee, but also our estate. Iron looked at him curiously and asked, is Adel really that beautiful? Speaking of this, Lewin excitedly confirms with her, it is a beautiful place that brings peace to the soul. He cheerfully suggests that Iron could visit once. Lewin's enthusiasm also makes Iron want to go there once. She teases, saying that when the time comes, Lewin should not ask her why she is there. He laughs and happily says he won't do that. In the current situation, Lewin is feeling very embarrassed. He never thought Iron would actually come. In contrast to Lewin's father, who is emotional about his son's growth. Luna is fuming with anger. The girl huffs and says, "Can you explain this situation?" Luna is confused about what is wrong with her. Seeing that he did not explain, Luna got even angrier. The girl yelled, "What is the relationship between you two? Is she your girlfriend? Where did you meet her? Tell me." The rapid-fire questions came out without any answer. By evening, when he met his father, Luna was surprised that Luna volunteered to be Iron's guide. His father happily recounted. As soon as he suggested that Luna do it, the girl immediately said she would handle it herself. He cheerfully asked Luna if she was very cute. The girl did not want to lose the brother she had not seen for 5 years. Then he turned to tell Lin, "To be honest, is Iron your girlfriend?" Lewin bluntly answered no, making him feel a bit sad and regret. Looking at his father like that, he did not understand why his dad felt disappointed about it. Now setting personal matters aside, he told Lin to talk about something else. This moment called Ben, who had been waiting outside for a long time. Ben brought in a small wooden box, placed it on the table, politely thanking him. Father Lu had a serious face as he pushed the box toward him. "Can't accept this money." Lewin is bewildered by this situation. You ask him why. He gently explained, "This is your situation." Not at all. But Lewin does not understand. Is not he also a member of Adele? Lewin's father subtly bows his head and smiles. No one denies Lewin is the heart of Adele, but he knows there is still much he needs to do outside of Adele. Right now, Lewin can't say a word, but his face is filled with heartbreak. He knows very well that his father says this out of concern for him, but Lewin also knows that his father is a very principled man. He respects his father for that, but he feels hurt that his father always discusses the estate's issues without him. Lewin decisively speaks up. "I want to use my own money for Adele just like you did." His father looks at him in shock. Lewin's father turns to glare at Ben. At this moment, Ben chuckles and replies, "I think you should know that you have been supporting Adele with your personal funds all this time." Ultimately, Lin's father lets it go, but he reminds Begin, "In the future, I would greatly appreciate it if you discuss with me before making any hasty decision." Then he continues the conversation with Lin. "No matter what intentions you have, cannot accept it. I am not ready to take on Xin Trang's responsibility." Pulled out 3,600 gold and said, "This is the amount we deserve to receive. Finding it now is like discovering a forgotten emergency fund." Lewin turned to quietly ask Bin, "You definitely gave him 10 times that amount." Begin said softly, "He did not demand the rest of the money, and he was so adamant that I could not even mention the punishment." Lewin also felt helpless against his father's rigidity. Begin completely agreed. He had given up trying to convince him. But speaking of this, Bin suddenly stopped, looking confused. He smiled gently. "Accepting it. Is not our Lord always like?" Louis looked at Bin's, which bore the expression of an old friend looking at his father. He also felt warmth in his heart and smiled back, glancing at his upright father. Lin quietly agreed with Bin's opinion. Everything had been settled, and Lewin stepped out of his father's study. He looked up to see two pretty girls chatting cheerfully. At this moment, Luna no longer looked angry like before and held Iron's hand affectionately. Lewin slowly walked over and asked Iron if she liked this Adele tour. Suddenly, Luna said goodbye to Iron, winking to wish her good luck. Just when Iron did not understand anything, she ran away and shouted to the guy to remind him to get along with. Sister Iron is a good person, leaving Iron and Lewin embarrassed and unable to look at each other. Iron mumbled that Luna said some strange. Lewin regained her composure and, blushing, asked Iron, "Do you want to take a walk?" The two strolled under the trees with dappled light, making everything brighter. At this moment, Iron was admiring how adorable Luna was. She wished she had a younger sister like that. Lewin also felt happy that Iron could be so close. With her sensitive feel, Iron gently asked Lewin, "Are you worried about something? Because it seems like you are thinking about something." Lewin sadly shared, "As the heir of the family, I want to do something for the estate, but I can't think of any idea." The rest of Lewin's work he kept to himself. In total, prize from the competition and the money received from Manza amounted to over 40,000 gold. Dad said I could use it as I wish. But seeing Lewin deep in thought, Iron slowly said, "You can't not think about the estate. Although I have been here." Hearing that, Lin suddenly jolted as she realized she had overlooked something. She had not asked about Iron. Lin hurriedly asked, "Miss Iron, how did you get here? My estate is quite far, so it must be inconvenient." Iron winked and replied, "Not too. Got to Leverton in 2 days." Lewin instinctively asked back. Iron just pointed ahead, saying that getting here by crossing the mountain range over there is quite close. Lewin asked a small question with a hint of regret, but the answer was the solution he had been searching for all along. Mount Nam. Although it occupies a large part of the Adelois, has rugged terrain that makes farming impossible, and the land has been abandoned due to the presence of monsters. However, there is lake number 8 nearby, so its geographical value is very high. What if we use that to create a trade route through Mount Nam? By relying on places like Monza, we can build an independent estate, becoming a powerful estate with the only road in the south leading to the Jack Empire. Why did I just think of this now? This will definitely be a huge support for the estate. I think Lewin is thrilled. He skipped the formalities and shook Iron's hand in thanks. This made Iron blush like a strawberry, but Lewin's mind was only on the estate, so he said goodbye to her and turned away. Lewin hurried back to the estate, unaware that I was watching his joy also spread to Iron. She burst out laughing in amazement. Lewin really is an interesting person, bringing good plans to father, but he said it could not be done. Lewin was stunned by this information, and you asked back in disbelief. What? Lin's father explained. He tried, but all 8 merchant guilds at Lake 8 refused. Lewin did not understand why. His father's answer left Lewin in shock. From their perspective, the Adel family was not profitable. Begin continued explaining. The Lord also knew this was a great opportunity, but Lin interrupted. According to him, many things in Adel had changed. It may be small, but it is progressive. Lewin silently resolved in his heart, just because the merchant guild fused one can't give up on something that brings hope to the people. Proudly pointed to himself. Who knows? Maybe a champion's proposal could make a difference. Indeed, the spirit of youth is vibrant. Lewin's father stared at his son in surprise. Finally, he let out a soft sigh and burst into laughter. "That is right. You are dealing with the game of chess. So what reason do I have to stop?" He accepted his son's persuasion. Lewin confidently walked out of the room. Iron suddenly came to ask, "Go to Lake 8. Then Lewin will be on the boat with her." An illegal immigrant. Lewin was astonished. After a moment, he realized and jumped up. "Don't tell me she crossed the Adel border without permission and became an illegal resident." Iron calmly admitted. Lewin is terrified of this girl. Crossing the desolate border all alone. Is Iron always this bold? Doesn't she think that could be very dangerous? Iron does not think so. She feels that it does not compare to what Lewin does. Like barging into someone else's dorm. You did not even consider the risk and used an extraordinary method in the competition, and you won everything. Lewin looks at her in amazement. Iron smiles and continues. "Keep up with someone like you. What I did is just a little prank, right?" Hearing that, Lewin lets out a long sigh and thinks for for a moment. Then he reminds her, but I plan to go even further. Iron does not give up. Then I will follow you. I am already an illegal immigrant. Another time 1T hurt. They head straight to Lake 8, deciding to cross South Mountain to scout the way ahead. The terrain is so rugged that even with it is hard to find the way. We decided to use locating magic, find the hidden village of Azanjang. There are rules against using magic during the holiday. Iron has been using this magic since she arrived in Adel. However, the locating spell targets humanoid monsters, leading her to accidentally intrude into the lair of the werewolf, putting her in a dangerous situation. Loon immediately rushes up, using the strongest fire magic to attack it. Your magical power blew everything up. Knowing the behavior of the werewolf depends on their leader, Liz quickly took down the leader and escaped. As a result, Lai received the silver wolf fur and a quest system to find someone who might like this, with an unclear reward. Loon was also quite confused as to why the quest came up at this time. Finding the lake was more important. Using the magical traces to track, we continued heading towards our destination. Luck, we did not encounter any monsters like before. This time, they found the target at Lake Number 8. Lake Number 8, huge guild where the Great Lakes meet and connect with the sea. Like in Tint, this is also a neutral nation under the control of the Empire. Here, instead of a king, representatives from 8 merchant guilds govern the country with the title of joint representatives as a trading nation. It dominates trade on the continent, and there are rumors that they even trade with pirates if it brings profit. This place values money above everything else. Having arrived at their destination, Iron asked Lewin where he wanted to go. He had already decided that the destination was the Golden Hall. The Golden Hall is a large mansion located in the middle of Lake Number 8, where the representatives hold daily meetings at noon. So this is the ideal place to convince. This moment, both of them were stopped by the guards who asked, "Do you have an appointment?" Lewin did not. You asked the guard to deliver a message, but the guard said that submitting official documents would take time for verification. Lewin confidently told him that just saying Lewin Adel had arrived would be enough. You introduced and said this is Irene Priot. The guard gasped in astonishment. Are you the champion of the Grano tournament? Lewin Adel. He apologized for not recognizing him and would report it immediately. Seeing that, Lewin excitedly asked Iron, "Did you see?" She also exclaimed that it really was as he deduced. Luckily, they were allowed to enter right away. The hall was luxurious and filled with countless golden angel statues, leaving Iron in awe. This place truly lives up to its name. The Golden Hall agreed with Lewin, but it could not compare to the Adel house. The two were led to a white door. The guard respectfully invited them in. At this moment, Lewin reminded himself not to feel pressured. You came here to make a fair deal, not a fake. With a determined spirit, Lewin confidently opened the door, introducing himself. In the room, there were numerous people, as if they had been waiting for a long time. A glance could not reveal their expressions. In front of Lin now is a luxurious round table, 2 empty chairs ready for Lewin and Iron to sit in. The expressions of the people in the room are quite varied, but they all seem eager about something. Seeing the two of them sit down, the crowd buzzes with chatter. At this moment, the oldest person here speaks up and asks, "What brings a reputable new generation mage like you to this remote place?" Looking at their expression, Lin concludes that the title of champion of the grand tournament holds value here. He was very worried about coming without notice, but it seems they can talk. The people around also agree with the old man's question, but it would be better if it were something beneficial for their guild. At this, Lewin states he came to negotiate the trade between Adel and the 8th Lake, and just saying that dampens the atmosphere in the room. Some people appear to have a lot to think about and do not respond to him. Others remain silent and contemplate, showing absolutely no reaction. Cheng whispers worriedly in Lewin's ear, as if he has made the situation. Suddenly, someone speaks up and asks the person next to them, "I have heard about Adel. Do you know where it is?" The person next to him replied, "It is located south of the small country Dai Lian." Another lady added, "That countryside used to sell keystone fish and sweet potatoes. I think the Lord has visited that place before. What was it like then?" The young man next to him replies. They unanimously refuse. The lady asked. The young man replied, "Because it is not profitable. They just want to sell unilaterally." Hearing their spontaneous comment, Lewin remained silent in this situation. This moment, the old man spoke up. "In that case, I do not think there is much left to discuss." Does Lewin know? They are merchants. As soon as they hear anything against their interest, their attitude changes immediately. You are both a new generation mage and the young Master Al, but they only see you as the young Master Al. Poor guy from the countryside trying to take their money. Their cold and straightforward viewpoint is clear and frightened. Will they still be this cold this time? Lewin gently grabbed the nearby luggage and said, "It is a pity to see everyone react this way, when I have not even started to present proposal." Lewin poured out the bags of gold he was carrying. "Here's a total of 30,000 gold." The glittering gold and that steady attitude, the merchant punched to the gut. Lewin smiled warmly. "So now what? Are you more interested in a deal?" Lewin calmly negotiated. "You will buy weapons worth 30,000 gold from Lake 8 in exchange for allowing the exchange of Adello product." Hearing this, they suspected Lewin was preparing weapons for war, as this amount could buy a lot of weapons. Their surprise was within Lewin's expectation. 30,000 gold is the budget 3 years of a rural territory like Adel. It is equivalent to the annual budget of a medium-sized city. Spending such a large amount on weapons is truly shocking. But Lewin realized something through Monzo's incident. Natural power attracts wealth, and that power creates peace. If you have to buy weapons from somewhere to gain power, Lewin thinks he will build his foundation. Lewin continued, "You know each of the 8 representatives will specialize in different types of goods." Lewin wants to know who is responsible for the weapon. They pointed to Cecilia, the girl who is the first representative here, managing the widest range of goods from iron ore, various plants and animals, and even ships. Lewin looked in astonishment. She looked even younger than you. Cecilia's gaze is not one that can be associated with a child. It is an extraordinary presence. How has this little one lived a life like that? Celia questioned what Lewin intended to do with so many weapons. The girl knows this is really inappropriate, but as a provider, she is a bit worried. Lewin straightforwardly said, "First, plan to conduct a large-scale hunt for monsters near the lake, and second, Lewin intends to establish a trade route connecting Lake 8 and OL by crossing the North Mountain Road." This statement is like a heart-stopping moment for those present. The representative reminds Lewin not to mention that mountain range by name, which makes it very hard for him to understand. The atmosphere around them turns, and Iron frantically asks Lewin what is happening. Lewis keenly looks at Cecilia. He does not know what is going on, but he knows who created this atmosphere. They are completely pale. Why is that? This moment, Cecilia said irritably, "Are you planning to cross the North Mountain?" "That is impossible, because there is a demon living there." Lewin fell silent in thought. "A demon? Do you you feel connected to it. Lewin told Cecilia that he crossed that mountain by himself last night, but Cecilia immediately said, "You are lying." Lewin quickly explained, "This is not a lie. You encountered something in that mountain range." Lewin pulled out a silver wolf fur and said, "Is this the demon you are talking about?" Upon seeing the clump of fur, Cecilia fearfully jumped up. At the same time, the system announced completion of the quest, with the reward being the respect of the Vanch's clan. Seeing this result, Lewin thought to himself that it was indeed the truth. Right at this moment, Cecilia sadly shed tears. A sense of comfort radiated from her expression. Finally, it has died. Cecilia held her fate, cried uncontrollably in the comfort of everyone. 3 days later, Cecilia went with Lin to the mountain that haunted her. Cecilia never thought she would face this mountain again, for her heart still felt heavy, but now it was different than before. The disaster that took her father was no longer here. Cecilia was very grateful to Lewin. It was all thanks to him. Lewin humbly replied that he just happened to find it on the way. Returning to the top trade link, Cecilia presented a plan that if create a road through the Nam Mountain, it would establish a direct trade route from Al to the Oyota Kingdom, reducing the detours they currently have to take. Regarding the construction of the road, the girl expressed that the Vancha clan would support it. Lewin was terrified, thinking that they would start with arms trading and then move to trade route, and he even believed costs of building the road fall on. But with the Vancha clan's help, this is a huge advantage. Lewin asked in shock, "Are you saying you will accept my proposal?" Cecilia replied, "Of course, any goods produced in Adel bought at a higher price than the market price." Lake number 8. Lewin felt more hesitant. This is an extremely generous condition, and sensing his mood, Cecilia explained, "Merchants will do anything for money, but we also have heart." She stood firm before Lewin, taking an oath. Cecilia Vanche promised to show gratitude and trust worthy of a benefactor. That earnestness touched Lewin. He smiled faintly and accepted. Lewin shook hands with Cecilia, ending the negotiation, and the agreement regarding Lake number 8 was successful. The next day, Iron and Lewin set off on their journey home. On the way, the two also chatted. Iron sighed in relief that everything went smoothly. Even Lewin felt that way. Now you can send good news to everyone and dad. For Lewin, that representative was amazing for a girl so mature, at such a young age, even without a father. Iron felt Lewin was not ordinary. "Are you feeling emotional?" Lewin casually replied, "I think you empathize because you are in a similar situation." While Iron did not quite understand what that meant, Lewin skillfully changed the subject. "Anyway, wait and see, Miss Iron. If you ever get a chance to come to Al again, you will be surprised at how lively it is there." Iron sighed and said, "You really love your hometown." Lewin, "I wish I could feel the same." Lewin did not quite understand. Isn't home the place everyone remembers and cherishes? Before Iron did not. This makes you a bit curious. Lewin asked her if she plans to invite you to her hometown one day, but Iron did not give you a clear answer. Lewin understood what she meant. Iron seems reluctant to talk about it, but you are sure that one day you will visit Fru. Both of them returned to the Adel estate in the soft light of the sun. But in the class, it was not like that. Lin's father and Begin were shocked by the higher price to the market, while the other party promised to open trade road. Only Luina asked the funny question. Two had private room at the inn. Louis heard his sister's mouth and hurriedly confirmed that Cecilia had promised all of that. Ben could not believe it. The cold and notorious representative Ancha said he would repay the favor. Lewin agreed with that. Right now, they just need time to prepare, estimating it will take 3 months for those weapons, and the construction of the road through the southern mount will begin this month. Lewin's father was in an emotional mood. A direct trade road to the Empire. Al will finally prosper. Feels Lewin has truly matured. Achieving something so difficult is great. He gently said, "Thank you for growing up so well." Taking this opportunity, Lewin asked, "Father, do you trust me and allow me to do one more thing?" Father Lewin wondered. He slowly said, "Al's bloodline. The dream of the Al pervert has come true." At this point, Lewin could not hide his pained expression. What he wanted permission for was to take revenge for his mother. Lewin called it the hunt in the Red Plain. The loathsome swamp monster journal. Memories flash back to that Friday night. That day was supposed to be a beautiful memory for a birth, but soon, it turned into the worst nightmare. That day, fire broke out that caused many to lose their lives. The most painful image was of his loved ones being murdered one by one. The image of the portrait of the woman who died in the recent massacre. No one could forget that tragedy on Friday night. Neither could Lewin. He clenched his fists and made a vow. "I have to become stronger." Although deep down, Lewin found it hard to accept. For a child, this was too much to bear at his age. He was determined to become strong. Day by day, he grew up. As dawn broke, everyone lined up with energy. Since the extermination order was issued, everyone in the village was striving to train. Many strong young men are lined up, practicing in unison. Iron and Lewin approach with two very different extremes. The villagers look different. That is something to be thankful for. They are putting in a lot of effort. She adds that, by the way, their spear technique seems very unique. Iron wonders who taught them these techniques. Who taught them that technique? You reply, "It was taught by our knight commander, Bova." One of the greatest knights of Adel at that time, was nicknamed Light and had many years of combat experience on the kingdom's front line. Remembering his legendary feats that made his name, Lewin feels full of admiration. If it were not for Sir Bova, when the mud men attacked, the damage could have been much worse. "I still vividly remember how he took down 5 mud men in one strike." You continue to drown in your regrets about Bova. Even now, he still often uses a fishing rod rather than a spear. Iron suddenly entered, cutting through your thoughts. "Sir Bova, right?" Lewin turns around, his face puzzled, not understanding what she meant when Bova speaks up, interrupting their conversation. "Young Master Lin, is that you?" Both temporarily set aside their previous conversation to greet him just as the training session ended. Bova approached, tightly clasping Lewin's hand, laughing heartily, congratulating him on his success in leading the team to victory. Lewin smiled back, noticing someone next to him. He turned to ask who the young lady accompanying Lewin was. Seeing Bova mentioning her, she quickly introduced herself, closing her eyes for a moment, feeling honored and grateful to meet the hero she had always admired. Meeting the Thunder Knight Bova here is an honor. Bova hesitated for a moment, looking at her, perhaps realizing something. Iron seemed to be lost and thought about Bova's glorious achievement, and he had retired at only 30. Bova laughed heartily because he did not expect that even now, there were still people who remembered him from the smallest stories. Iron, kind and cheerful, felt happy because she had read so much about the story of how he defeated over 10 high-level mages from the rival nation. Bai is legendary. From a young man with extensive battle experience, he had now become an older man, no longer as quick as before, although he was not as agile and youthful anymore. Bova felt honored that Miss Iron still remembered. Lewin wondered why he would hide such things, like a slap in the face. He said he had never hidden any, just that he was too old for this kid to be concerned about. A hint of sadness crossed his face, because he had heard from many sources that he was the Thunder Knight. But Bova said something that made you feel revived, like he enjoyed fishing or living in the water. Or sometimes when you were little, you would go for walks, witnessing your growth, which he treasured the most. For him, that was more than enough to make the two of you stand there in silence. After regaining your composure, you now understand Bova more than anyone else. He was happy to thank Lewin. Bova suddenly remembered promise to help the young lady train in swordsman. You hear? He hinted at the invitation. Court. Lewin was very willing to go, but Bova did not want you to come just to observe. He wanted Lewin to participate as if someone was stuck in place with super glue. Late at night, with no one around, only the lush tree. Bova and Luna were sparring against each other. Both were evenly matched. On one side was the youthful and determined son, and on the other was the older but experienced and still agile opponent. Lewin and Iron watched the two of them train hard. Iron praised the girl, saying that even at just 12 years old, she had reached such a level. He also silently acknowledged her talent, recognizing that reaching this level was impressive. Looking at Luna's stance and her sword, it was very perfect, and her movements consistent. That shows Luna has a very solid foundation. Bova's side was no less impressive. He only used one hand to fight, and not only that, but the weapon has now changed to a wooden sword. After the practice session, Bova had high praise for Luna. At this rate, it is certain that in the near future, Lewin won't be able to compare. Contrary to jealousy, he was actually very proud of his little sister. Deep down, he felt a lot of pride. Eventually, everyone has to face the music. Once his sister is done, it will be his turn on the chopping block. There is no escaping now. As he picked up the wooden sword, he suddenly remembered his past at 9 years old. Lewin had fought with Bova using wooden sword. He changed his demeanor, his face serious. Although it had been a long time, Lewin treated it as a review of old material. After a few rounds, in less than 5 minutes, he was sprawled out on the ground, battered. Although he had made progress compared to last year, for him, it was not worth consolation. By the way, Lewin asked how Bova's level compared to modern standards, but he did not know since it had been too long since he last checked. He wondered if there were any scoreboards to provide a good comparison. Lewin suddenly remembered someone named Gutter, a knight with 6 stars from Eastern Raiden. He recalled that this person had forged for him in the past. I thought it was only that much. Bova recalled Flex Snossing, who had 7 stars before he left. 7 stars back then were considered the strongest. While you were wondering, suddenly a notification appeared right in front of Lewin. The system displayed a surprise mission to fight Bova, and the deadline was only 3 days to complete it. Lewin hesitated, unsure if he could do it, especially since Bova had previously been rated at 7 stars and was considered the strongest. Iron approached as he was about to test his strength against the strongest. Iron said Bova was the only one in the Raiden kingdom to reach legendary status. This is an amazing experience. Hearing this, Lewin said nothing because it was indeed true a memorable experience. Bova interrupted Lewin's thoughtful moment, renewing his spirit to wield the sword, indicating he wanted to fight another round. Deep down, he reassured himself that he would definitely be able to do it. Transitioning to Lewin training against Bova, a new mission suddenly appeared with a series of tasks complete for earning the Steel Destruction skill reward. He could only give his all in training with the time he had left. To complete this mission, I have been training with Sir Bova every night. Time remaining, 68 hours, 37 minutes, and 48 seconds. At first, Lin was secretly skeptical about what was happening. I wonder what these fights mean. Although he had trained a lot with Bova, the old man still found weaknesses that Lewin could not defend against in time. There is a gap here. This tough mission really wears you out. Still, there must be a reason the system assigned this mission. There are 42 hours, 54 minutes, and 27 seconds left. Lewin is not careful. He will be attacked by that guy. Touch the side. After days of relentless training, there are now 23 hours, 51 minutes, and 14 seconds left. Just when you suddenly rush straight at Ba and deliver a powerful strike, Lewin feels satisfied, even though he has exhausted quite a bit of energy. With sweat streaming down his all done. Praises the steadily improving performance. Time flies, and the last day of training has arrived. Bova sees Lin continuously challenging himself, possibly pushing beyond his limits. Young master, are you tired? Lewin refuses to stop as he is close leading the mission going. The two of them fight non-stop from late at night until dawn, draining his energy significantly. Therefore, be gently advised, don't overexert yourself. Look, it is already getting light. Lewin has to keep his exhausted body steady to continue challenging that guy since time 1t wait for him to recover. I have fought enough, but Lewin is almost done. Yet the mission board is still missing one requirement. Finishing blow. I still can complete it. There are only 33 minutes, 51 seconds left. You are so angry that you are grinding your— Is this all I have achieved after a whole night without sleep? Is it impossible to land a critical blow on a level 7 knight? Everything seems harder than ever, but Lewin remains determined. And now there is very little time left. Luna suddenly appears and asks, what is going on? Did you stay up all night? Big brother. She shouts from afar, advising, you should stop. You have trained enough. Begin. Standing next to Lewin's father. Can't help but exclaim, honest, I was following the young lady Justin. But why are you pushing yourself like this? Young man. Luna sees you still determined to risk yourself for this match. So she scolds, even you have your limit. Stop and take a break. Vic is worried about you. Lewin is determined to push for just 30 more minutes. Your words make the onlookers anxious as they see Lewin pushing himself to the extreme. Just 30 more minutes. But you can't even be sure of that. I know it is unlikely to achieve miraculous results in 30 minutes, but Lewin would rather cling to the faint hope left than let it extinguish when there is no more chance. You and the old drive the sword deep into the ground and make a riskier decision to fight him in your own way. I will consider this my final attempt. Different strategy. So Lewin's blunt declaration leaves Iron and Luina standing outside in shock. From now on, I will change my approach. The words from his mouth. Lewin's statement immediately left Bin's speech, so Anna said nothing. Bova was a bit surprised. He asked again, are you serious? Lewin got ready to explain. I am serious. His eyes sparkled with determination. Through the days of practicing with wooden sword, I learned how to anticipate a knight's move. After quite a bit of training, Lewis realized, now that goal has been achieved. I need to win using my specialty. Bova somewhat guessed his intention. I found it strange that he had been practicing sword fighting all night past few days. It turns out he wanted something from me. Lewin smiled. You realize it now? He could not help but smirk. Very well. Then I will add another rule for the young master. Bova stated the new rule. For the remaining 30 minutes, you can use magic against magic. He changed his attitude, but I will also be a bit more serious. I want to see your true ability. Bova moved in closer to the opponent. I'm coming. Lin's new strategy put him at a disadvantage in range, so he immediately dashed straight towards Biva. I need to get closer to sword range, which made my body lighter and more balanced while moving. You had already planned this in your head when you closed. The blind spot of the sword made it useless. The charge seemed to be part of Bova's plan, so he was not surprised at all. As Lewin rushed toward Bova at break speed, he nearly got hit by the sword's tip, which extinguished all his intention. The tip of the sword just grazed him, and luckily it was not aimed too high. He won't expose any weaknesses outside the reach of the wooden sword. Lewin suddenly remembered an old battle. The method I used to confront Doom Prim at the big tournament. Breaking the opponent's sword is not a strategy that works for everyone. If you think like a typical attack, you will likely get blocked, just like those of the same level as Mir. To avoid falling into the dangerous situation from earlier, Lewin made his own choice, not directly confronting him with strength, rather redirecting it. He had somewhat predicted your move. Plan to get just outside the sword's range is a good option, but if discovered, there won't be many choices left. The opponent will try to widen the gap, even though his plan was exposed. Lewin kept his cool and gradually closed in on Bova, ready to strike powerfully like a predator aiming for its prey. You are right. All my strategies have been seen through. Everything fell into Lewin's plan, luring the opponent into his own trap. So he could not help but smirk and say to him, however, could not have predicted. As soon as he finished speaking, he soared above Bova's head and conjured a sphere of energy that left him astonished. Light. The large sphere exploded, creating a blinding light that enveloped Bova. The thick smoke from the sudden explosion filled the large sky and gradually cleared to reveal Lewin successfully taking him down. Luna shouted, "Older brother." Bova smiled gently and replied, "I was worried you would use some terrifying magic, but you only made me see stars. You have completely defeated me now." Lewin, with his sharp mind, turned the situation around. "That is all I could come up with. I am sorry for catching you off guard, but you still blame yourself. I probably would have failed if he had gotten to rest all day." Lewin sighed in relief for having achieved the critical hit, and that was when this tough mission came to an end. Finally, he succeeded in unlocking the new skill, Steel Destruction. As a reward, when activated, can destroy any object made of steel within 3 minutes of cooldown. Lewin had given up earlier. He would not have been able to complete the remaining task, which would have meant no magic happening for him to reap the rewards at this moment. Finally, I succeeded. Lost in happiness, he nudged his shoulder, making Lewin cry out in pain. Luna immediately complained, "Even though it is just practice, how could you throw Bova to the ground like that? You can only respond, sorry." He is sitting on the ground to reassure. "Please do not be too harsh on the young master." Lewin extended a hand in front of Bova, as if to speak, "Practice session has ended. I just want to soak in the hot tub. I have wasted a lot of your time. Since both of us have not rested all night, we are feeling tired, but we still bring a strange warm atmosphere that surrounds everyone. I have learned a lot during this time. Lewin will have to leave here soon, so Lord Edel sincerely shares, this is an interesting experience for an old man like my father. Since I can't make any promises, I can only respond. Your vacation is coming to an end." Lewin, who just strolled with his father, felt a bit regretful in his thought. "I will be leaving soon as it takes 10 days on horseback to reach the academy. The vacation is gradually coming to an end. You observe the workers working below. Think to yourself, it is time to leave home. Just a little more." The workers happily laugh and say, "Let us finish up and then have a few drinks." "For sure, I will drink to my heart's content." Lewin turned to his father and said, "These are the workers sent by the Vancha family. Since we are building a base in Adel, we need a lot of manpower." Lewin added, "We will use this main road to transport weapons from the lake and carry out the mission of destruction. The workers will also use the inn, which will benefit Adel as the beginning of a change. You still have your own intention, so talk to him. There is one more thing I want to tell you. Where did Lewin get such a large box of valuables?" "This is 12,000 gold. Father, use it for the tall." He hesitated, feeling unworthy of accepting from his son, but knowing what he was thinking, Lewin reassured him, "I have 400 gold for myself, so do not worry too much. So you won't refuse anymore, right?" Lord All was a bit hesitant, but honestly shared his feeling. "I am really embarrassed. I am just in debt to you." He hugged Lin tightly as a farewell before parting. He knew it was time to leave, so he simply replied, "All right, then I will be on my way." This was a very productive before Lewin left Adel. "I said goodbye to everyone and traveled along the road with Iron. When the road branched off and I was about to say goodbye, Iron's words made me unable to hold back a reaction." "What did you just say?" Iron said something that made him want to deny it. "I must have Misher." She interrupted. "You heard right." Iron smiled brightly and promised, "After graduation, I will help in the mission to defeat the monster. As I will follow until I defeat Master Lewin." Just as Iron finished, she used magic to fly off to another, leaving you without a chance to respond. "So she has not forgot. Truly a strange person." So we parted ways, hoping to meet again someday. The road back was quite far, so Lewin had to ride like a rocket to get back as quickly as possible. After traveling for about a week from Ale, I crossed the central border and headed into the eastern region. As soon as I stepped over to this side, I suddenly saw a strange crowd gathering here. Unlike the southern area, there were more passing through here. Turns out that crowd was witnessing a violent man relentlessly grabbing Han's collar and threatening, "What did you just say? That weak little brat." The guy's words were getting more and more outraged. "Say it again, you jerk." He made Lewin extremely angry, but the people around did not care at all, as if this happened regularly here. "What is going on?" Gutter angrily grabbed Han's collar. "Say it again. What did you just say?" "That little punk," he weakly replied. "Please let my sister go." Fueled with determination, Han firmly declared, "I am a knight too. If you do not let her go, I won't back down." Gutter laughed loudly and challenged. Just as Lewin noticed a crowd gather, and he went over to see what was happening. He blamed your sister, saying they deserved this because your family did not pay. Gutter clenched his fist, provocative, because he was going to collect the debt that Han's father owed, including his sister. As if reaching his break, Han frowned and fell silent for a long moment before speaking. "What?" He did not hesitate, charging his sword straight at, thinking I would let this happen. Captain Foreign of the cavalry smirked contemptuously. It was really laughable. Before he could make a move, the man rushed straight at him within 3 seconds, throwing a powerful punch to Han's face. Gutter kicked him hard, speaking with disdain. Han's sister witnessed the scene, but was helpless to do anything. Seeing this guy getting beaten up with a grip on his head, their father asked, "Say that again. What did you just say?" Han remained resolute, repeating his earlier word, insisting he would not sell out his sister, no matter what. He changed his expression, his voice full of defiance, declaring, "I will really kill you." Trang seems to be questioning, "This is the first time you have witnessed this conflict during the day." Lewin did not say a word, just quietly observed the situation, looking closely at the back being trampled, trying weakly to hold on, reminding him of a squire from a nearby territory. However, to him, those things were quite trivial, nothing to be concerned about. But this particular case was something very special, felt like something they had to protect. Then suddenly, a hand touched Lewin's shoulder. 2 young men gathered around advising him not not to get involved in this matter, to avoid being caught up, because these people were extremely brutal. Even though they had good intentions in advising, he could not just stand by and watch the strong bully the weak like that. He felt like a different person, aggressively grinding his and cursing it. You should be ashamed. You are no different from them. Ignoring the advice, Loon stepped forward, deeply valuing Han in his heart. One of them saw him approach, feeling threat. The guy started cursing. Seeing someone come towards, we turned to look at the guy, who had the guts to stand up. He maintained a haughty tone, glancing at Lewin. Who do you think you are? Coming here to get beaten up with some sort of spiritual power. He used magic to push Gutter several meters away, leaving him in disbelief. Clearly saw the handsome face and thought Lin looked a lot like someone. Close up of your face with your left hand raised in a Gutter gesture. Why do I see stars? Everyone was frozen in shock, their skin turning pale, mouths agape, faces drained of blood. The crowd around them had been watching the whole time, now equally stunned by what was happening before their eyes. Next came Doom Prim, just like Gutter. He had not even grasped what was happening before Lewin was right in front of him. Before he could react or defend himself, you had already thrown a punch straight to Doom Prim's face. Seeing the situation escalate, Doom Prim's gang fled in panic, fearing they might become Lewin's next after taking care of the Dukon group and Hong Hun Ziarthon. He wondered who you were. Lewin did not turn to introduce himself to Han but tilted his head and smiled gently, softly speaking to Han. The two introduced themselves, and Han invited Lewin to his house for dinner. He recounted his past and why he ended up like this. Due to his alcoholic father who led to his sisters taking on debt. Their father had sold his sister to a brothel multiple times, but it never worked out. After hearing about the Ongi Lumber Gang, he thought the name sounded cute, but little did he know those guys were vicious. One of the representative members of the Ongi Lumber Gang recounted that whenever they got annoyed, they would tie people to an ongi tree and let them meet their end. The leader has killed 4 people, so no one dares to touch him. Is Lewin really wondering if they can just run wild like that? Actually, that gang does not operate in 4. Instead, they work in the village where Han and his sister live, as well as some other small village. Because of that, there are no guards to help. The situation seems worse than you, even if you want to deal with, can't handle each one individually, and interrupted Lewin's thoughts, subtly thanking him for helping his sister survive today. He mentioned his past achievement, but his voice was a bit hesitant. Seeing that Han knew about it, he asked directly if he had heard from that Gutter guy. Upon hearing this, he wondered how Lewin could know. Knowing this, and directly said he had heard that Thug mentioned he used to be a squire from the foreign territory. Han's face lit up, proud to meet his idol in real life. Lewin felt a bit awkward beside him, especially since this guy dared to put him down a little. He was excitedly stating his future aspiration, like his cap. Lewin silently listened to him talk about his dreams, but honestly, Han is really too weak to achieve, let alone become a knight. He has not even graduated from the academy yet. As if knowing what Lewin was thinking, he honestly admitted that he was at the bottom of the rank and faced a lot of ridicule, with many people criticized. But in return, Han's captain said you have something that no one else can have, and if he keeps training, one day glory will welcome you with a smile. Hearing those words inadvertently stimulated the brain. He remembered Professor Hade and the former principal. Han's captain believes in him too. Lewin dismissed encouraging thoughts about him. There will definitely be miracles for hardworking people like Han. Just after finishing his meal, he began to boast about his unmatched skills. There was a knock on the door outside along with some shouting. A group from the Ongi Lumber Gang came to threaten with many ideas. One of them broke in, causing the door to fly open, but the 2 sisters from the Han family were not there, which confused the guy since there was no one home except Lin, who was getting into a fighting stance. The guy asked who he was, but instead of being scared, he calmly responded dismissive. Before he could say anything, he suddenly coughed. The guy was a member of the Ongi Lumber Gang. Those outside saw their comrade getting thrown away, and were all panicked. Liz stepped out, her voice full of challenge, ready to take on this group, and told the Han sisters to run, without saying much, just a smirk to get her facial muscles moving. The face is usually fierce and determined. I have to work hard for this meal. A group of thugs surrounded Lewin, each holding a shiny sword. The tension in the air was palpable. One person in the group tried to reassure his teammate, "Don't be scared. No matter how good he is, we still have over 20. The guy next to him quickly added, "That is right." Then, they decisively charged toward him. The leader shouted loud, "Let us all charge together." In contrast to them, Lewin remained extremely calm. He gently raised his hand, powerful energy radiating around it. Lewin's voice rang out defiant, "Come on, let us come at once." Despite being surrounded by many enemies, he maintained his composure while showcasing his superior skills. Lewin easily controlled the group. At that moment, he remembered something. Through the battle with Baron Bova, I learned a new skill, Steel Destruction. He easily blocked the sword that was swinging down at. The impact caused the opponent's sword to snap in half. Lewin became excited as he used this skill the moment the sword touched his fist. Right after that, a swirling vortex of green energy erupted, shining brilliant around him. The enemies were also thrown off balance, shards of swords flying everywhere. The soul of the sword would vanish without a trace. The shock expressions of the group hid their fear as they realized their weapon had been destroyed. "What is this, my knight?" Lin's eyes shone bright with power as he clenched his fist, electricity swirling around him, signaling that a rage was about to be unleashed. Normally I only punish light, but it is clear they are the bad guys and the villain. Right after that, Lewin charged at them like a storm. He definitely aimed a blow. Lewin reminded himself that there would be no mercy. The group screamed in fear. Demons. The man fell back to the ground, his body covered in wounds and his face in extreme panic. For his powerful presence, they quickly knelt, frantically pleading for mercy. "Please spare us. We have committed a serious crime." Lewin's gaze swept over each person. By now, they must realize that attacking further is pointless. At the same time, a girl's scream echoed through the space. Lewin then realized, just as expected, not everyone felt it. He tightened his grip on the hostage. The sharp blade pressed against the poor girl's neck, his face filled with rage. "You bastard. If you move even a little, I will slit this woman's throat." Then he angrily shouted, "What are you all doing? Get up now. Hurry up and tie that damn noble up." Realizing the situation was turning unfavorable, he silently cursed the bastard. However, Lewin decided to step forward, hope of approaching him. "Are you the leader of these guys?" Yep. Nozzle did not deny it. "I am the leader with Nozzle." His expression grew angry, and he shouted loudly in indignation, "You understand. Kneel down right now, you jerk." He quickly scanned around, looking for someone. What happened? That moment, Lewin suddenly saw him lying on the ground with bloodstains on his shirt, and groaned in a daze. Seeing that scene, he felt a deep sorrow. "You got hurt trying to protect your sister, right?" Without thinking much, Lai quickly moved closer. "Then there is no other way. I have to deal with this." Seeing his fearless demeanor, he began to erupt with rage. Nozzle's sharp teeth bared, and he shouted threatening, "Don't come closer. Do you think I won't dare to kill her?" Then Nozzle pressed the blade hard against the hostage's neck, the girl moaning in pain, his face twisted with fury and madness, and his eye kept roaring. Stay still. You move even a finger, I will slice her right here. The hostage's face was in tears. The girl was extremely panicked. Seeing the situation was getting out of control, Lewin had to grit his teeth and comply. Damn it. They do not teach you how to handle situations like this at the academy. Clenched his fists in frustration. I do not have enough time to use magic. What the hell should I do now? Suddenly, the scene was engulfed in a blinding light. He did not know when, but Han had stood behind Nu, decisively striking him hard on the back. We were caught off guard, so we were extremely furious. You bastard. Faced with Han's powerful demeanor, Lewin looked surprised. Han witnessed the leader fall, and the subordinates became even more terrified. He gripped the blood-soaked sword tightly, and Glia pro grew, and murmured softly, if his sharp gaze over the enemy in front of. At the same time, his voice rises with authority. If you do not want to end up like your leader, get out of here now. Hearing that, they hurriedly scrambled to run away. Fast, just run. The girl from earlier hurriedly ran to her younger brother. Are you okay? His breathing became rapid, and his voice came out trembling. I have killed someone. How can I be okay? Lewin placed a hand on Han's shoulder and comforted. It is going to be alright. It was necessary. Then she looked at Han with satisfaction and congratulated. He responded with a doubt. Congratulations. Lewin did not hesitate to mention Han's recent swordsmanship skill. That is the Pareto sword. Right. Mastery of aura. Do you remember that impressive aura of strength he exuded? I saw a green aura coming from him earlier. Lewin's eyes showed surprise and suspicion as he looked at Han. Didn't you just reach 4 stars? The appearance of the invisible green aura means that it is true, but his face still showed a hint of disbelief. I reached 4 stars. Reaching 4 stars is considered top tier among knights. Thought flowed through his mind. Of course, he still could not fully control his aura, but one thing was clear. He had shown significance. Lewin smiled and confirmed. You did it. He was very pleased with the outcome that was already set. As I predicted, I was not wrong, and smiled gratefully and emotionally. Thank Lewin. It is all thanks to you. He did not hesitate to express his feeling. Without you, I would not have had the courage. Really. However, Lewin's response was quite blunt. Come on, stop with the cheesy line. Han's emotions were stifled after that comment. At least now no one would disturb Han's sister anymore. Han's issue was resolved smoothly. As soon as the sun rose, Lewin headed straight to the academy. And now, in the gentle twilight, Lewin looked up and smiled softly before leaving Adele. He hoped the break would not end, but now returning to the academy, Lewin realized one thing. He really missed this. The scene shifted to a group of students walking slowly on the ground. Jason's son, looking relaxed with his hands behind his head, curiously asked, Lewin, what did you do during the break? At the unexpected question, Lewin appeared flustered. Lewin hesitated, unsure where to start, wondering what to say. He recalled that time. A lot happened, from fighting Bino's Mando to arguing with Iron and making her upset. More recent, Lewin had defeated a monster, crossed his arms with a bored expression. There was not much to tell here. Well, after that, Lewin decided to make up another story. Hearing the unexpected answer, Jia's son turned to look puzzled expression. A strong person like you, also practice. Louis quickly responded by mentioning swordsmanship. He kept complaining. Oh come on Lin, breaks are for resting. At the same time, Jia's son raised his hand as if to explain. Besides, swordsmanship part of the knight-related classes in the 2nd semester. Right. Why are you practicing beforehand? Hearing that, you could only sigh. Studying ahead during the break. At the same time, someone approached and called out to me. Your voice clearly showed surprise. The professor, looking rather imposing and powerful, stood outside. The professor said, so you are here. Lewin, not understanding what was happening. What brings you here? He did not answer and just walked away. Then the professor pointed outside the window. Lewin instinctively turned to look outside. Outside was a long pathway covered in red carpet, a luxurious carriage, and on both sides of the path, rows of knights in shining silver armor stood straight, creating a solemn scene. Pondered and said, a guest has arrived. You observed the surrounding. Many knights and the golden sunbird emblem on their flag. In Lewin's mind, prediction emerged. It must be him. Then you quickly replied, Professor, I will be right out. Lewin hurried out to the hall. You remember the past when we exchanged letters, but I did not think I would meet him this soon. Suddenly, cavalry shouted, the champion of the martial arts tournament has arrived. Open the carriage door. A foot stepped down from the carriage, and a voice announced, princes are coming down power. Their demeanor radiates nobility. Proster's face turned displeased. Don't even think about getting between me and Lewin. Forder replied with disdain, don't dream too much, brother. No matter how hard you try, the young Master Lin will choose me. Right after that, Lin stepped forward, respectfully placing his hands on his chest. It is an honor to meet you all. Dear Prince, I am Luna. Seeing this, he spoke up, young master, I am sorry for arriving so unexpected. I have a standard gift, and I hope to have a private conversation with. Before he could finish, Proster was interrupted. The gift I prepared is worth much more. Forget about my brother and talk to me first. He glanced at the 2 people in front of him, as if Lewin's gaze pierced through the heart of each person. Their intentions are very clear. If I win the martial arts tournament, court one side, it will be a big step towards becoming king. After that, he firmly stated his request. I have a solution. He appeared a solution. On the contrary, Porter was very excited. All right, we will do as you wish. Young Master Lin, their eyes wide, both extremely focused on what Lewin was about to say. Corners of his mouth curled slightly, creating a subtle smile. Lai emphasized each word. Let us discuss this together. The kingdom of Lady, where Lewin and the students belong, is now known as the weakest nation on the continent. Nevertheless, kingdom still can't unite internally. The conflict between the monarchist faction of the Grand and the reformist faction of the Second is the cause of the prolonged conflict. Most of the mages are just tools in their power struggle. Looking back, it is clear that the reason they turned to you was that. Manhwa, the sound of constant arguing this little brat. Croster angrily declared, I will sit here. Porter immediately protested. The seat opposite Lord Lewin is mine. Witnessing the 2 noble princes arguing continuously, Lewin felt a bit annoyed. It was really bothersome. Both of them were adamant, fighting over who would sit in the same chair. He crossed his arms and said irritably, don't make a mess. Hearing that, he immediately retorted, aren't you the one making a mess? Your brother helplessly watched 2 princes. It is because of kids like them. Country is in this state. Croster was always the one to challenge first. He appeared to mockingly disdain. In response to that move, Porter glanced and asked, what did you just say? Seeing the situation becoming increasingly calm, Lin quickly intervened. Stop arguing. I am a bit surprised by your sudden visit, but it is good that you both Croster and Porter listened intently, and he did not hesitate, straight to the main issue. I have something to say too, Lewin declared with a determined look. I do not intend to choose a master between you 2. Upon hearing this, both princes fell into a state of shock. Croster sat down in disappointment. I had anticipated, but hearing it directly is still painful. Porter beside him was not much better off. That is true. But even with the legendary strategy, Gigis has refused the offer 3 times. Clenched his fist, looking extremely frustrated. You probably know know about that too. You have turned down the Grand Prince's proposal 3 times, and in the end, you joined the Emperor's side. Hearing those words, he looked at Porter with suspicion. Are you really comparing yourself to the first Emperor? After that, Lewin talked about the responsibilities and mission he was pursuing. Even if you all continue to make proposals, the final result will still be the same. Lewin Adel, I have something I need to do. He asked in confusion. What do you need to do? Lewin immediately stated his goal. Plan to return to my homeland, the Adel territory. Upon hearing that, Croster looked visibly surprised. He skeptically asked, Adel, does that mean you won't leave the kingdom even after graduation? You do not intend to refuse either. Of course, that time could become a force for the kingdom. Both princes smiled in satisfaction at the good news. Porter's face gradually relaxed, accompanied by a sense of relief. It is good to hear that. Right after that, Lin's face seemed to tighten. His eyes sparkled with a glimmer. Liz seriously got to point, but the situation in Adel is not easy. I believe you all understand why I do not want to abandon my homeland. At his rapidly changing emotion, both Croster and Porter felt bewildered. Right after that, he stood up abruptly, his voice very urgent as he declared firmly, future force of the kingdom should not be burdened by unnecessary worry. Prince Croster Lady will fully support you no matter the issue. Porter also did not want to back down. I am fired up, he shouted. Ask me, do not ask my brother. Money, food, I will give it all. After that, the two princes charged at each other again. Croster scowled and criticized. Can't you see I am talking to this young master? Porter retorted, stay out of. In contrast to the two, Lewin sat calmly with his arms crossed on the chair, appearing composed and cold. He silently reminded himself, no matter what happened, I won't choose either of. Definitely not. Corner of Lin's mouth unconsciously curled up, forming a wicked smile. Because having both of them continue to fight will benefit me more. Outside the hall, the intense arguing continued unabated. Croster cheerfully made a promise. I will send you a wonderful gift for your graduation. Hearing this, Porter quickly interjected, I will send a better than my brother. However, his tone remained very calm. He spoke up to remind the two, that is fine. However, I hope you will handle what I have mentioned. He smiled in agreement. Don't worry about any, just focus on your graduation. Fortunately, the princes were satisfied with Lewin not taking sides and left. Additionally, he had clearly demonstrated his loyalty, confirming that Lewin would not leave the kingdom. However, he had made a few demands. First, Lin requested approval for the plans that Adel is currently pursuing and asked for military support at the same time as the expedition. Everything was progressing smoothly. Is this the power of authority? Suddenly, Croster appeared excited. He called out to the crowd around the hall, please listen carefully. Both Croster and Porter declared together that Duke Lewin Adel is the future and treasure of the kingdom. Therefore, I appoint Duke Lewin as the royal protector. Everyone should show the respect he deserves. Lewin briefly broke into a sweat at the unexpected honor. This was not part of the plan. Things turned out this way. As the closest person to the royal protector, no one in the kingdom would dare to underestimate him. Although not official yet, since the princes have recognized it is practically official. Thought crossed his mind. Feeling relieved that everything had been resolved smoothly, the two princes happily said goodbye to Lin. Now we are leaving, they said, while those in the academy started to gossip. It is really impressive to be appointed as the protector of the kingdom. So impressive, the crowd quickly surrounded him. Seeing that, Jia-sun loudly demanded, please make way. You are blocking us from getting to class. Just one day of joy turned him into a famous, and he could only force a smile. Now that the princes have left, it is finally time for classmates to gather. One of them excitedly shouted, it seems like things are about to get noisy again. The position of protector has always been monopolized by the Gary Heftu family. The face of that guy next to him showed fear, patted that guy's shoulder, and reminded, be quiet. The teenager's eyes were filled with worry, and he pointed in one direction, where the shadow of a person was approaching them. Over there, the group of people was constantly buzzing. Michael was coming and heard his name being called. He clenched his teeth in anger. What are they saying? Are they talking about me? They looked down on Michael's seat, seriously saying it was ridiculous. Who is saying what about whom? His anger began to boil fiercely. Mi glanced at the crowd and declared, did you all forget? I am with Gary Hill. You know, no matter how loud you make noise, after graduation, you will all be under my authority. Right after that, Luzin's expression also hardened a bit. Gray Hill, Michael Gray Hill, who was once considered for expulsion after using banned substances during the midterm exam, escaped expulsion thanks to the harsh punishment of a 30-day suspension. It was all thanks to the reputation of the Gray Hill family. The magical world of the academy, even the magical world of this royal palace, is now nearly under the control of Gary Hill. Can't hear it clearly. He stepped up to remind, really, but it seems like it is not what the princes want. Their gazes become sharp, as if they could pierce through Michael's mind. He softly said, long time no see. Michael, his teeth clenched tightly as if they were about to break. Damn it. Michael angrily questioned, think you have won, right? What is with the surprise at such an observation? He angrily turned away, muttering, just wait and see who will be laughing in the end. After that situation, Jia-sun patted his shoulder reassuring, he is just jealous. Do not pay too much attention to that. When you won the major tournament, Mick's expression was really noteworthy. This situation with the princes probably affected him more. Loon's eyes narrowed slightly. Right. Are you reminding yourself to be jealous? Those things are not worth considering. Always watching Michael from behind. His tarnished reputation in this matter is directly related to his family's honor. Prediction flashed in his mind. He might be planning something. After that, everyone returned to their original position. One person spoke, asked, this class is a special lecture for alumni, right? Person next to him replied, we should go participate. Always reminding ourselves. After all, my rival is the ruthless Gray Hill. He stood in front of the academy door, doubtingly asking, are the alumni coming to the academy to study? I wonder who will show up. Jia-sun next to him calmly replied, hopefully someone kind. The two opened the door. A chill suddenly swept in, and somehow, this feeling of unease never faded. Their eyes were wide open, clearly showing surprise. The atmosphere in the classroom was very strange. A group of students was staring at. They just looked and said nothing, creating a chilling sensation. Faced with that situation, John questioned him with doubt. What is going on? At the same time, Jackin also to ask, is something wrong? Why is the atmosphere so strange? He glanced over at Lewin. Could that person be Lewin Adel? Jin seemed very excited, happy to meet him. Lewin Adel. His face suddenly changed. That name quickly popped into Lewis's head. Jackin Gary. The second semester for the graduating class focuses more on practical skill rather than theory as mentioned before. There will be classes related tonight, and the alumni will come to the academy to share stories of current wisdom. A type of lecture. This is a lecture full of good intent. But somehow, feeling of unease never felt wrong, especially when the alumnus invited to lecture was Michael Jin Gary Hill's older brother. He leisurely held the book and introduced commenced the lesson. Today, the story I am going to tell you is about the relationship between the wizards of the Gary family and the wizards. Jackin's face suddenly turned sinister. Corners of his mouth curled slightly, and he looked quite pleased with himself. Everyone knows this, right? Among the 14 court wizards selected last year, 11 came from the Gary Hill family. Jin tried to present himself as someone with deep experience, as a senior from the academy. I will share a truth with you that you need to know to succeed in this world. There is nothing that I can own by myself. He began to emphasize the lesson. Therefore, the weaker ones need to unite more. From now on, you should focus more on reality rather than ideal. Then, Jackin suddenly pointed his spear towards Lewin. He kept lecturing. Just because you praise the student representative Lewin Adel, that does not mean your life will turn out like his. His gaze sharpened as he looked at you. Lewin Adel, what do you think? Hearing those words, Jia-sun stood up abruptly, showing his anger. Every time he saw him, Lewin calmly stood up. I can say this, he did not hesitate to express his opinion. Even if 10 pieces of trash combined with determination, a deadlock would never be born. Most, it would just become a huge pile of garbage. Jackin's eyes suddenly widened as he glared at Lewin. Are you talking about me? Hearing that, he shook his head in denial. Not all. Do you think that is about yourself? In response to Lewin's sarcasm, Jackin would not back down either. He looked at him disdainfully. I have heard a lot about you from my brother. You are really an unlucky guy, are not you? Unlike Jane, Lewin responded very calmly. I guess you have not heard the other stories about how that unlucky guy completely defeated you. Jackin's jaw began to show vein. He muttered angrily. What a cocky brat. At this moment, both knew that the feud between Lewin Adel and Gary Hill was a rivalry that would not end easily. Since Jackin appeared, the atmosphere at the academy started to change rapidly. With the statement that anyone could join Gary Hill if they wanted, Jane made the underperforming students go blind with envy. Jane's practical and straightforward style proved quite effective. Among them, there were those who kept discussing it. Did you hear what Senior Jane said? We work for Gary Hill. We can succeed too. The guy next to him seems to show disgust while arguing back. Do you really think Gary Hill cares about you? No self-respect at all. I refuse to work under that old mite. Person who uses cunning to manipulate others. In the end, the students at the academy were divided into two factions. Gary Hill and Adel. Gary Hill's petty efforts to humiliate Lewin and his growing anger towards such childish provocation. The atmosphere at the academy grew increasingly tense over time. However, an opportunity arose to put Gary Hill in his place. Tan placed a steaming tea on the table. Come in and have a seat. Lewin politely replied. Yes. How are you doing? Teacher called with a respectful tone. Principal. He smiled. Then Nunham High poured. I am doing well. Then Tan looked at Lewin with a fond expression. Since you are the student representative, can we discuss the official matter? How's life at the academy? His helpless demeanor quickly surfaced, just like always, except for one thing, a troublemaker was making everything a mess. Hearing that, found it very interesting because it seemed Tyrion predict the situation. I understand now. I have a feeling I know exactly who you are talking about. He leaned back in his chair, his voice clearly showing exhaustion. Gary Hill. I do not like them at all, but what can I do? Every wizard in the kingdom is connected to them, so the academy is no exception. Then, Tyrion continued to explain the situation that Lewin was facing. However, it is not like last year. This year we only assign them courses that do not directly affect their grade. Still, they are quite noisy both inside and outside the academy. It is because of you. It seems they have a lot of resentment toward you. Tightened your grip, your eyes clearly showing your confusion. What kind of person is the former student Jackin Gary Hill? He did not hesitate and immediately started to talk about. He is extremely famous for his good looks and eloquence. His social relationships seem smooth, and his academic results are excellent. At 23 years old, he became the youngest chief sorcerer in the kingdom. Later, Tyrion shuddered slightly upon learning about Jane's twisted mentality. However, behind that facade is a giant snake living inside him. He has a deep desire for power and ambition. His personality compels him to achieve anything he wants at all costs. Faced with the shocking information, Lin pressed his lips tightly. You know well that he is not an ordinary opponent. On the outside, he seems fine, but inside he is rot, and he will use any means necessary to get what he wants. That is Gary Hill. In your mind, calculating to find a solution. By now, there are enough reasons to take action. Question is which reason to use to do that. At the same time, Tyrion's voice pulled Lin back to reality. By the way, I want to discuss the upcoming special lesson. His face showed clear confusion. A special lesson, right? As the classes are approached, suddenly Lin's mind came up with a crazy plan. I have a good idea, but will he agree? Quickly walked to the class. Lin's mind was a jumble of thought. I asked around, but the main reaction was negative. Just then, Tyrion's voice echoed in your ears. What if you ask direct? Lewin decisively swung the door open. The group of students instinctively turned to look at you. Even they showed doubt and looked at Lewin. Lewin, my dear, you have a plan in mind as an endearing junior. I will directly propose a request to Jane Gary Hill. Lewin got straight to the point. I am here with a request for you. Senior. Hearing that, Michael became extremely excited. A request? Alright, it was only a matter of time before you would say something like that. You quickly extinguished his wild thought. Don't get me wrong, it is not the kind of request you are thinking of. Then Lin began to talk about an event. I heard that you received a proposal from the principal about the linked night class next week, and you turned it down. At this point, the corners of your mouth slightly curled up. I emphasized each word. So I came here to make the request in person. You looked towards the person who made the suggestion. Please allow the alumni and us to have a linked class. His face showed clear surprise. The linked class is a session where alumni, special instructors, will join the class with the student. In other words, this is also an official opportunity for Jikin and Lewin to face off on the same playing field. Faced with the unexpected situation, people in the classroom looked at each other in confusion about the linked class. So finally, we will get to see the skills of Jackin Gary Hill. Right. They gradually became more excited, and both he and Lewin would stand on the same stage facing each other direct. Seeing everything going according to plan, you felt extremely excited. The dice have been cast. proudly looked over at Jean. Now, everything depends on you. Jane Gary Hill. At that moment, he voiced his question about why. Jane kept questioning Len. Our alumni are seasoned professionals who have worked in the field for many years. There is no need for a class like that, and to be honest, it is just a waste of time. Do you really think that lowly? Hearing that, you feel a bit happier inside, right? I guessed you would respond like this. Then Lin spoke counter. That sounds a bit unreasonable. Isn't the purpose of alumni visits to the academy to teach us? Jane was taken aback by your unexpected response. What? Lin quickly pointed his spear in his direction. And yet you dismissed the linked class. The best opportunity to pass on knowledge to the next generation. Just because of that kind of class. Your words hit Jane like a knife. He kept emphasizing that Gary Hill is a collector. Said provocative. So why the sudden change? Or maybe there is another reason. Like you are scared. Those words aimed directly at. He angrily retorted. Even though you won the major tournament, you are still just a student with limited experience. Then, Jackin returned to his calm state as before. He tried to explain. In front of a real sword, you can do nothing but cling to your stubborn, useless pride. Why do we need such a complicated class? At the same time, the group of students shouted in unison. We want to see your skills too. Jin looked confused. One of them excitedly said, that is right. We really want to see the skills honed through real battle. At that moment, Mai slammed her hands on the table and shouted, what are you waiting for, big brother? His face showed clear excitement and a desire. This is the perfect opportunity. Crush that guy in front of everyone. Just accept it. Miko continued to mock Lewin. Lewin addled, you will regret this suggestion for a long time. My older brother is a truly powerful wizard. However, he does not realize that his actions are already part of your plan. That is right. Mike, you are absolutely right. Lewin was very pleased. Predetermined situation. It was exactly how it should unfold so that our esteemed mentor could not refuse anymore. Realizing he could no longer avoid it, Jekin reluctantly nodded and accepted. Alright, if it is a linking class, the apprentice knights from 4 will participate. Right. However, he used his own reasoning to evade once again. I declined this proposal because I did not want to take away your opportunity to shine. The representative student in the class. But now if you want to skip that, contrary to Jekin's wish, please deny it. Please go ahead. I am asking you. Lewin raised his hand towards him with respect. As a junior at the academy, I also want to see your skills. Seeing this, Jekin also reluctantly shook his hand out of formality. Well, if that is I have no other choice. Let us give it our all. Suddenly he tightened his grip, causing a cracking sound. Jekin's teeth clenched together. He was furious at the unexpected attack. Jin angrily looked at Lewin. This kid, you calmly whispered in his ear. So I will leave it to you. Senior. Lewin's face shone with determination. You smiled and reminded. Get ready to be amazed. 3 days ago, the apprentice knights of Foreign came to the academy. Lewin could not believe what he just heard. Nervously asked, a special class? Really? Heinixnit leaned on his hand. I thought about pairing up alumni students to form teams for the class, but most have declined. However, if you ask a senior direct, they won't be able to refuse. As the student represented, what do you think? He could not help. Principal is quite clever, coming up with a plan that would make the senior unable to refuse. Elsewhere, Lewin pointed toward the group of people approaching. He introduced them as the apprentice knights of Foreign. Gutter saw Lewin standing there and asked, look who it is, this stubborn kid. How have you been? He immediately replied, and you, Gutter. He answered casually and then asked back, you won the grand festival last time, right? Lewin replied, that is right. Thanks to your guidance. Gutter smiled light, waved his hand as he was leaving. I am going to see the principal now, so please help guide the kid. He understood what he meant. Lewin introduced himself, placing his hand on his chest. Can you tell me who the representative apprentice knight is? The guy made an saying their representative is currently busy. Suddenly, Lewin heard a noise from afar. This lowly commoner. Does he only listen when things get tough? One of them laughed mockingly. You are making the kid scared. His friends are taking advantage. So what? This kid won't be missed even if he died. You immediately realize the one being bullied is Han. He also notices Lin's presence. You wonder what Han is doing here. Before he can respond, Manti interrupts the conversation. Are you Lewin Adel? I have heard a lot about you. He introduces himself, making sure to mention he is a representative of Foreign. Lewin takes the opportunity to ask Mantip Vengras Jigen, the commander of the Golden Knight. Have you ever heard of him? He immediately replies that he is his father. You doubt why he would mention his father during the introduction. Is he bragging that his dad is someone remarkable? Lewin lays out the condition. I would be happier if you answered my question first. Mantip looked visibly annoyed. What question? He frowned, asking what he was doing. Menip, this kid is not listening. So I am training him. Is there a problem if I train a commoner? And you are being rude. Caring about a commoner while greeting. Do you know him? Lin clenched his fists. He is my friend. Is there a problem? The guy scoffed. Are you serious? Looks like commoners understand each other better. The Al family is not much from commoners. A representative of such a lowly academy. I naturally feel disgusted talking to you. Don't you understand what Menip is trying to do? Quickly noticed the presence of his older brother. Finally, Lewin understood why this guy was so hostile towards him. Jane stepped forward to greet him. He wondered why a rookie knight like you was here. Lewin did not respond, thinking that birds of a feather flock together. You frown. Even though I am not acquainted with Han, it seems and sense the atmosphere growing tense. Jin smirked, as if trying to provoke Lin. Mantip smiles bright. We were already planning to clash. Suddenly, Gutter speaks up, breaking the atmosphere. Everyone folk, today we are going to have a joint training session. He stands with his hands on his, looking very imposing. Before we start training, let us divide into groups. Each group will consist of 2 students from the academy and 1 trainee knight, totaling 54. Mantip complained. I really do not want to be here. Why do I have to train with these guys? Jin agreed. He still does not understand why he is here. Suddenly, he has an idea. Let us just wing it and get this over with. Either way, we will win. He replies. That makes we include. We will be one group. Mantip chuck. We will easily take them down and feel sad inside. No one will choose to be in a group with. I am famous for having the lowest score. Lewin steps up to invite him to join his group and can't believe what he just heard. He asks again to confirm. You really do not mind being in a group? He smiled. Why not? You are my friend, right? And was really touched by Lewin's act. Where did John come from? That was a bit surprising. If we are choosing friend, I should get to choose too. Since you are Lewin's friend, you are also my friend, right? Thank him. Senat. Your name is Han, right? From now on, can we just talk freely? And quickly blended in with everyone. Lewin said clearly, our goal here is not just to get high score. We have to stand up to those guys. He glanced over at the group standing nearby. Lewin said, we need to deal with those annoying. They do not know they are being watched. Still happily chatting as usual. When the team divisions lead it was time for a short break. You asked, after being hit like that, are you okay? I can take you to the medical room if you want. Han replied, I do not need to go anywhere. Nice to meet you. But it might not be good for you to act like you know me. But you saw how many people did not like like me earlier. So when there is no one around, Lewin interrupted as he said before, I am your friend, so you do not need to be on guard. That guy who bothered you at the training center last night was not he. He did not deny it. When you check the map information, the system shows that guy is a 4-star knight. Now Lin understands why Han was so scared. Just keep glancing over to sneak a look at Mantip, Lewin thought. Green aura surrounded Han's body as he killed the gang leader with a single slash. Even though his current state is 3-star, he has met the 4-star requirements. With such potential, there is still plenty of room to grow. After pondering for a long while, he spoke up, I will deal with that Mantip soon. What about you? Your words shocked him greatly. Lewin asked eagerly, are you just going to let yourself be eaten? That determined look when you were protecting your sister. Where is she? And asked hesitant, can I really win? Seeing you say he could win only made Han more confused. This moment, Mantip could not bear to listen to the conversation between the two any longer. He could not accept that you could defeat him. So he started cursing harsh. Suddenly, Mantip called and moved closer. And at that moment, he started to become wary. Even though he was scared and still dared to say he did not want, the guy gritted his teeth. Just standing next to him does not make you special. It is just a bunch of idiots together. Are you going crazy after getting beaten up all this time? Today I will kill you myself. Seeing him draw his sword, prepare for a fight, Lewin immediately entered and looked you, not understanding his intention. One of them spoke up. You are not like him, are you? You should not act like that jerk does. Lewin explained that today is not the day to confront him. Wait for the opportunity to take him out. You rush in, and today let me handle it. Mantip was so angry that his face turned bright red. Who the hell are you? Get lost right now. Suddenly, out of nowhere, someone rushed in and kneed him in the face. His kick was so fast that he could not react in time. Lewin was extremely surprised by Gutter's appearance. Frown, still maintaining the previous attack. Gutter asked Mantip about what just happened. The guy sat on the ground, hesitating for a moment. Mant made an excuse, saying they started it first. I did not do anything wrong. Pointed out the absurdity. So are you really pulling out your sword to attack someone? Starting today, you are dismissed from the knight captain position. The vice captain will take over temporarily, and the punishment will be enforced as soon as you return to the academy. That guy could not find a reason, so he switched to threat. But if you dismiss me, my father won't let it go. Gutter's words left Manti speechless. I think so too. But when he finds out his son pulled out a sword at the academy and intended to attack someone, he might just faint. Hearing that, could only apologize. Lewin silently judged, acting tough but actually scared of his father. You frown, watching Manti get reprimanded. It seems Lewin has drawn attention to himself. On the first day of the training, first lesson was about combat and defense. Gutter taught us how to exploit a wizard's weaknesses, the timing to cast spells to neutralize them. Professor Haidu presented how to predict a knight's movement and how to effectively escape their attack range. Each group practiced these techniques under guidance. Mantip scratched his head. He was really annoyed with that Lewin. Now he had to train in a place full of people like him. Jin told him to just ignore it. Although he said that on the outside, inside he did not know what to do. Jackin is guessing. Are they really asking me to show my full strength in front of so many students? After a tiring practice session, Han wanted to take a break, and Lewin immediately agreed. GSN praised you for being someone who never tired. Lewin got carried away. I do not know. But it seems like we are just getting started. What you said startled the two of. Where did Gutter come from? If you are not too tired, could you spare a moment for me? It seems like he wants to confirm something. Lewin is puzzled. What do you mean? He explained that this level of swordsmanship could not have been self-taught in such a short time unless you had an exceptionally skilled teacher. You immediately recalled the image of the teacher who taught you. Sir Gutter seems sharper than he looks, does not he? After stating his reason, Gutter wanted to ask Lewin for a favor. He pointed his sword at you, challenging you outright. I want to duel with you. Lewin was confused, not understanding what was happening. People around began to murmur. And you spoke up. Are you joking? How could I possibly win against you? Besides, I have only been learning for a week. But he did not ask Lewin to win. That made you even more confused. So what is it? It turns out he wants Lin to teach the students here. Gutter explained. No one here has superior swordsmanship skills compared to you. Suddenly, you became the center of attention. But perhaps this is also a good opportunity for Lewin. If you perform well here, you can take the chance to assert your position. Lewin got into a fighting stance and boldly said, I look forward to learning from you, Sir Gutter. He smiled, complimenting your impressive. No sooner had he finished speaking than Gutter rushed toward you. Seeing that he showed no mercy to Lewin, the two bystanders were extremely surprised. They discussed that attack hit. I would not even be able to bones. Yet you were able to easily block that attack. Gutter's force was strong enough to send Lewin flying backward. He was doubtful. It is hard for me to believe in your skills. I ask you one more time. Where did you learn this sword technique? Gutter suspected it was a name he could not disclose. Lewin wondered whether to tell him the truth or not. You think, but it is not like that person was intentionally hiding it or anything. It should be fine. After hesitating for a long time, Lewin finally decided to speak up. Sir Bova. Everyone there was surprised by your words. A student wondered if Bovapan is the legendary god of war. The friend next to him replied, no way. I heard he is dead. While everyone was in a frenzy, Gutter remained calm. He asked, how do you know him? Lewin replied, Lord Bova retired and has been living in Adel since then. He was the one I was with when I was young. Manip suddenly interrupted conversation, claiming he was lying. The guy stepped up aggressively and called out to Lewin, don't he lie. Manip yelled, my dad said Bovapan is dead and you can prove otherwise. Can you? He looked annoyed. Why do I need to prove anything? And do not call someone who is still alive dead. He remained stubborn. Even if what you said was true, it did not matter. The strongest in the kingdom is still my dad. Lewin realized this was what Mantip was worried about. The officially recognized strongest knight in the kingdom is Mantip's father, Sir Vengras Gajan, commander of the Golden Knight. But if the legendary knight Bovapan is still alive, the official hierarchy could be turned upside down. He knew this, so he did not let the guy get. Lewin stated his opinion. Believe in that title if you want. Lord Bova does not care about those petty ranks. What you just said was like adding fuel to the fire. Mantip was furious. That guy did not think at all and just acted reckless. How dare you insult my dad? After hearing those words, Manip angrily challenged Lewin. While he was shouting, come fight me right now, he got knocked on the head. He seemed unable to believe what he had just heard. You really want a challenge? Mantip stood firm. Gutter then made a declaration. Alright, first match in tomorrow's group training will be Lewin's team against Mantip's team. Is there any objection? Neither of them refused. The next day, his voice echoed throughout the area. Is everyone ready? As I said yesterday, yesterday. First match will be Lewin's team against Mantis' team. Jin calmly stepped up to Lewin and called out his name. The expression on his face was clearly mock. Have you guys prepared well? You are annoying. Suddenly asking that, Jane was about to say something, then stopped. We saw that and also started the match. As soon as he finished, he dashed towards Lewin like light. However, he reacted in time. What speed is this? What the hell is going on? Lewin had never seen anyone this fast. You think everything that just happened is really funny. How desperate is he to win? Is he really bringing 6 artifacts? The night before at the mansion. Who's this? Venger. Jaws greeted the man in front of. He smiled politely in response. Long time no see. Commissioner Joe. At this moment, the two old men were conversing. One was the commander of the Golden Knight, Venger's Gaijin. He began speaking. I heard about Jane. He was invited to lecture at the academy as a representative of the alumni. Right. The other responded unexpectedly when Principal Tyrion Signet personally invited the boy. Is Mantip doing okay? That is Jaws Gary Hill, the senior commissioner of the Lady Kingdom's Tower Council. Vengrass helplessly spoke about Man. He is causing too much trouble. It is really annoying. So I sent him to Myth Gunter for proper training. He is probably at the academy now. Jaws pretended to be profound as he spoke about his. Actually, I am here on behalf of that academy. Vengrass asked back in surprise. If it is a representative, you mean Lewin Adel, right? He recalled the rumors and continued to speak. The rumors spread so widely that even I remember that name. I heard he won the tournament and even caught the attention of the Empire. But right after that, his tone changed. Country bumpkin from Adel should not have such a smooth path. Jaws laughed in agreement upon hearing that. Exactly. We need to stop someone like him from attracting the prince. Right. As loyal subject, we truly care about the kingdom. Of course. Vengrass quietly asked Joe, do you have any plan? He also lowered his voice. This time my son and Mantip are on the same team and they will compete against Luz and Adel. So I am thinking, why not give Mantip an artifact? Vengrass exclaimed in surprise at this suggestion from Joe. Continued in that inciting tone. You leave that neck. I guarantee Mantip will get it. Vengrass, sweating, quietly questioned, are you suggesting we cheat? But Jaws did not care about Vengrass's feelings at the moment. Placed his hand on Vengrass's shoulder. That is not what is important right now. If we want to crush that kid before he becomes a big nuisance, this is necessary. I already gave the artifact to my son. Vengrass is still hesitant. Still, this is for when Jaws makes his final move. He said in a low voice. Overpowered. Does that name sound familiar? Vengrass's expression was one of pure astonishment. Why did you suddenly bring up that name? Jaws frowned, saying he heard that the guy is still alive and seems to have taught Lin swordsmanship in Adel. He continued, while Vengrass adjusted his collar. Lewin Adel, favored by the prince, learned swordsmanship from the magnificent knight Bova Payton. If he defeats our son in the upcoming match, our position will be over. Hearing this, Vengrass had made up his mind. He handed the necklace around his neck to Joe. His voice still carried a hint of hesitation. Alright, I hope this will bring a good result. But where Vengrass was not paying attention, Joss was wearing a smug smile, having achieved his goal, still confidently saying, of course it will be. All of this is for our kingdom. And right next to the window, the two had reached an unspoken agreement along with a dark conspiracy. The next day, at the training ground, a man with long brown hair was smiling challengingly. What is it? Lewin, Alo said. Then Jaqen continued casting spells towards Lewin. Are you really that confident with those mediocre skills? So disappointed. Lewin struggled against the magical forces binding and his teammate. You grit your teeth in Angel. Damn it. I knew they would pull some, but I did not expect them to be this coward. Senior yet. King Gary Hill, C-rank wizard with high potential. Right now, he was smugly mocking Lewin. What are you still doing standing there? Show your incredible power. Lewin, not. Manti will knock you out. Just as the words left his mouth, right next to Lewin, Manip charged in with a wooden sword at an incredible speed. Seeing this, Jisun, who was currently bound by the bright green, shouted, Lewin, get out of the way. At that moment, his foot slammed down hard on the ground, breaking the green push from his foot. Lewin easily dodged Manip's attack. Clearly, the impact of that strike was not light as it ground, still able to unleash fierce. Lewin was also astonished. What? How can a wooden sword be so durable? It turns out that the sword was an artifact that Mantip received from Lord Vengrass, a sturdy protective gear. This artifact is designed in the form of a pendant for easy carrying, enhancing weapons to make them sharper and more durable. Seeing that, Mantip was smug. I messed up. I should have been able to kill you. After finishing his work, continued to swing his sword at Lewin. This time, I am definitely going to kill you. Lewin, watch out. Seeing this, Lewin thought of another approach. Hard as steel. If something is made of iron or steel, it can be destroyed without exception. One. He swung his fist toward Manip's sword. Surprisingly, the sword that was as hard as iron easily broke in half after that hit. Mantip did not he stammered, asking how the hell that happened. Right then, Lewin's fist continued to swing towards Mantip. To Jaken's astonishment, Mantip, who was standing there, was knocked back. He turned to look at his teammate lying in pain on the ground. Jaken widened his eye, wondering how this could happen. Even though everyone was wearing relic, he still was not pushed back at all. Lewin reached out and rubbed the arm of Losizian from earlier. I intended to go easy on you if I could, but clearly that won't be effective. He spoke in a deep, clearly showing his anger. Since things have come to this, I will fight serious. At that moment, energy was gathering in the fist that Lewin raised. The leader has unique skill until the last moment of strength. The first leader of Qian Shan Huhan will stand behind you. The spirit of Hun appears above you, moving in sync. Outside the training ground, the onlookers are astonished by this scene. They are so confused that even their voices are trembling. What the hell is that? Jin looks towards where Lewin is standing, his voice shaking and his face scared. No way. A goblin. All that can be seen surrounding Lewin now is a fierce flame. In that flame is the silhouette of a huge, furious goblin. Dong punches and can only yell for everyone to run away from the goblin. Lewin steps closer to Jack, who is terrified. Let us end this, shall we? I mean, to the artifact. It seems like that is still not enough for you. Hearing Lewin say that, Jaqen is even more astonished, but it seems Lewin does not want to explain. He gestures as if crush an ant. Flame with the spirit of the goblin also follows that gesture, using a finger to pull the chains around Jaqen's neck, force brought by the giant finger. The ancient chains fall one by one to the ground. Crowd around also gets the main point and starts murmuring. What? Is he serious? Did the senior really use the artifact? Using the artifact to fight against a group of juniors. Hearing the whispers about himself, Jaqen definitely could not stand it. He was angry with a twisted face. You jerk. How long do you think you can hold out? Gary Hill won't sit still. And before he finished his sentence, Lewin interrupted Jane. You are saying Gary Hill won't leave me alone. First Mike, then the eldest son Jean Gary Hill. Who's next? Could it be Sir Jaws Gary Hill? Hearing his father's name, Jaqen could not help but stand up and rush towards Lewin. What did you say? You dog. How dare you mention that name? Another Another interrupt. Lewin mercilessly snapped his finger. A surge of power shot through Jin's forehead, causing him to fall back. Lewin even rudely criticized. You are being too loud. Just lie down for a bit. Chang, sitting on his shoulder, could not help but ask, are you sure about this? Lewin asked, bewildered. About what? Jiang reminded Lewin of the scene everyone was witnessing right now. Is the little elf really okay with showing this in front of everyone? Look at the principal's face. He is completely shocked. This moment, Principal Ignat had arrived, and his expression was one of great astonishment. But contrary to the panic Lewin remained very calm. It is not like I can hide it forever, right? Like Trang is right about that. Lewin's gaze shifted. It seemed he was thinking of something. Quietly contemplating that. After all, Jane had collapsed, and Michael appeared to have fainted from shock at seeing the little elf. He was foaming at the mouth and was being subjected to the scornful or sympathetic gazes of those standing there. This meant the winner had been decided. Lewin's gaze turned towards Gutter. He looked at the situation before him and awkwardly cleared his throat a few times. And so the winner was not yet finished speaking when a loud shout rang out. Everyone was surprised and turned to look in the direction of the sound. Lewin is no exception. The silhouette of the man walking up his hand, and he boldly declares it like a challenge. The match is not over yet, and throws a wooden sword to Mantip, who is sitting on the ground. Your sword just broke, right? Then use this one. He spoke in a challenging tone. Pick up the sword. Manip. This angered man. He growled. Are you really crazy? You filthy commoner. How dare you? At this, Mantip paused, his eyes widening at that. The sword of Perito. Clearly, he recognized the sword in Han's hand radiating a familiar blue aura. Bolts of angry light. Perito. That holy sword is a swordsman of 4 stars or higher, meaning he has mastered the aura. A swordsman with an aura that instills fear in others. 4-star knight has a green aura, and a 5-star knight has a red aura. Those auras are wrapped around the body, clear enough for others to recognize. From 6 stars on, the aura gradually shifts to purple. Beyond that level, the aura is no longer bound by a specific color, but will appear according to each knight's unique characteristics. But it cannot be denied that they are very strong at each level. The average level of the apprentice knights is about 3 stars, and what surprises the crowd right now is how someone as weak as Han can do it. I have not even mastered the aura yet. Those are the whispers about Han. In other words, even among the official knights, many have not reached 4 stars yet. Chang sat on Lewin's shoulder. His face expression coldly asked, Lewin, are not you going to stop? Anyway, the match is over. Even if you are surprised right now, Lewin is still determined to watch a little longer. He thought to himself, finally, his back. That look from Han's, a determined gaze with anger hidden deep in his eye. Mantip accepted and stood up, grabbing the sword lying on the ground. I won't accept. Instantly, he rushed in like a madman and shouted loudly, I will never accept this. You are just a pathetic commoner. And now you dare say you can use the aura. The 2 wooden swords clashed at the same time. After blocking that attack, Han was shocked by Mantip's word. No way. A weakling like you can never stand on the same level as me. The blow made Mantip lose his mind. In his mind, there was only one thing. Han had humiliated him by being a commoner and daring to stand up to him. Mantip kept shouting angrily, just lie down on the ground where you belong. But Han still managed to block Mantip's crazy attack. He spoke mockingly, still clinging to that commoner argument. Mantip was surprised and asked back what. Obviously, he did not expect to be countered by Han. This moment, he also showed his own anger. You are just a lucky person born into a good family. A selfish, self-absorbed nobody. This is pushing man a crazy pace. Brink of insanity. That guy twitched his lip, fighting while letting off steam. Are you crazy? He stomped his foot hard on the ground. Alright. Right after that, Mantip channeled power into the wooden sword in his hand. A blue aura also appeared around the sword. If you want to die, I will help you achieve that. He jumped high and swung the sword towards Han. Mantip's mouth kept shouting loud, expressing his anger. You bastard. Lewin saw something was off and rushed over to remind him. Be careful. The crowd also hurried to help. Could not help curse that bastard Mantip. A loud collision erupted along with a blue light that obscured the surroundings. Lewin stopped in shock with wide open eyes. He did not expect the scene before him to unfold right now, in front of everyone, and managed to block Mantip's attack and send him flying back. The sword in Mantip's hand also flew out of his grip. Mantip could only scream insults as he flew back like a shameful loser. Meanwhile, and landed safely in a very stable position. His gaze at Mantip now feels like he is looking at a loser trying to find a way out with insult. The 2 guys next to him rushed over to Mantip. Man, calm down. Damn it. Is he unconscious? The crowd was in a frenzy, asking each other, what just happened so fast? Did Han defeat Mantip? But Han was a bit surprised by what he had just done. Obviously, he did not expect to do that. When Lewin arrived, he hurriedly asked, are you okay? But then Lewin froze, his eyes narrowing as he looked at Han and asked, look at your sword. Following Lewin's direction, Han glanced down at his sword. My sword. At this moment, the aura of the sword had changed from green to red, meaning Han had become a level 5 swordsman. The red aura of the sword burned bright, like current spirit of its owner. At night in the castle of the kingdom. As expected, you are truly amazing. Lewin. Principal Xnit was taking a walk with Lewin. Could not help praise Lin. I had a feeling, but I did not think you would defeat a senior graduate. Lewin clenched his fist upon hearing Xnit say that. Is that all you had? Just a feeling. His remark left Xnit a bit stunned. Lewin continued to expose it. Principal was the one who called Jakin Gary Hill from the very beginning. Did not he anticipate this outcome all along? At this point, Sit can't hide it anymore. He exclaimed, oh no, so I have been discovered. I wanted to take this opportunity to teach him about humility, but it seems to only fuel his hatred. Hearing that, Lewin was again confused. Hatred. Sin explained further. The rumors about this match spread all the way to capital since you defeated the heir of the Gary Hill family. The aristocrats are saying this could be the downfall of that family. Indeed, rumors can travel hundreds of miles in a day, especially in the unpredictable world of the aristocrats. Principal Xnit imagined Joss's expression and knew that Joss Gary Hill would do anything to restore his family's honor. That means you could soon be in danger. The 2 walked cautiously down a dimly lit staircase. Xnit continued to explain, as a principal, I can't allow my students to be in danger. That is why we are here. The staircase led down to the academy's base, a dark and mysterious place. Nit spoke, breaking Lewin's current doubt. A few days ago, Kingram woke up from his hibernation. First thing he said after waking up was that he could smell his kind. The statement made Lewin uneasy. You tighten your fist, trying not to show any weakness. Nit sees this and gestures. Now we just need to go down. Kingram is waiting with a gift. Both of them are hesitating to step down. Why did not you ask about it? Teacher. What do you mean? Ask what? Lin is not shy about asking what is on her mind. I suddenly appeared with with a fairy on my back. There is no magic like that in this world. Are not you curious at all? Hearing Luan's doubts, just smiles gently. Even if he shows up with a fairy carrying a goblin, Luan Adel is still someone I trust. That is all we need. Hearing the reassuring end, Luan smiles and thanks him. Sissy gesture, saying it is time to go down now. Kingram has been waiting for you for a long time. After a while going down, Luan finally reaches a large, dark door. Gathering all his courage, he pushes the door and steps inside. The huge door closes automatically as Luan walks a short distance inside. The surroundings are quiet. Only the sound of footsteps can be heard. A voice suddenly breaks the silence. Long time no see. Little destroyer. Hearing that, Luan smiles confidently. It has been a while. Kingram's name along with that of the other was uttered. A gigantic figure appeared before my eyes. It was a goblin with long ears and huge fangs. Kingram was sitting on a chair that looked like a throne facing Luan, who was walking up. Kingram, still in disbelief, said, "Can't believe I can smell the familiarity from my sky ancestor from you. I can even sense my father Munka's breath. Possible. Could you tell me the whole story?" Luan gladly accepted. "I will tell you everything." Then he carefully recounted all that had happened in the sky and how he had made an artifact, Kungan's fang. After hearing everything, Kingram burst out laughing. "You arm wrestled with hundreds of goblins. That is really bold." Luan confidently added, "It is not just arm wrestling with 100 of I actually won against 100. Kingram was also very amused. "That is right. My lineage must have had its share of fun. I once thought I would be trapped in this artifact forever and just vanish. But now I can hear news from the homeland, the one who broke the curse. I really thank you. You truly are my blessing, my savior." Just as Kingram's last words echoed, the system immediately sent a notification to Lin, unlocking the achievement. You look at the notice board in surprise. Your title has been upgraded from Friend of the Elves to Elf Lord. Power increased by 1000. The manifestation of power has reached 5-star level. The ability to transform into a human is now available. Companion skill boosts power by an additional 500 points. At the same time, Kingram made a declaration. "From now on, you will be the embodiment of Drak and my benefactor, the only human the elf tribe on the mountain trusts. This is the gift I want to give you." Luan was still in shock, and his power level instantly reached 7000. Trang also reached 5-star level. Trang appeared at that moment, looking very satisfied from eating so well, not expecting to get 5 stars earlier than predicted. While Luan was still trying to process everything, it jumped to the ground and made a tight. "I have been sick of being trapped in this tiny body for a long time. Do you know how boring it is?" Just as it finished speaking, its whole body emitted blinding rays of light. The amount of light radiating was as strong as a small sun shining across the space. The source of energy was so great that you had to shield your face, stand firm. You were very curious about what it was doing that was so colorful. After that beam of light disappeared, a figure with long brown hair appeared graceful. A lovely girl turned to Luan and asked, "It is just amazing, right, Luan? This is the moment we have been waiting for." Cute girl with a mischievous look boldly spoke, and that is exactly what Sang looks like. Since Luan met Kingram, he received 2 parts of a reward. First was the authority to command like a clan leader, allowing him to give orders to the goblin clan like a lord, power to summon the goblin. The second was the privilege to summon Kingram, who must stay at this academy for his lifetime. This ability can only be used once. And when saying goodbye to Kingram, he told me that I could only call him in a life or death situation. But ignoring that, Luan's face was scrunched up because of someone's continuous piercing laughter. Chang, in the form of a woman, was having the time of her life, screaming and dancing in human shape, which was the best. Tan on the other side was questioning Luan. The moment Trang turned into a person, everyone could see her. When Luan saw Chang as a girl, he was so shocked he could not say a word. "So you really are a girl?" Chang replied irritably. "How many more times do I have to tell you before you believe? I thought you were lying," Luan said after that. "Then you were pressed by tearing with questions. Just one person going underground. Now it is 2. So what now?" And in Lin's mind, there were only 3 words. "I am done." Then you decided to recount everything that happened to Tyrion. After hearing the story, Tyrion drew a conclusion. "With my humble knowledge, can I consider you as a soul?" Trang answered clearly. "Almost right. More accurate. I am an incarnation." Luan stood in the middle, feeling anxious. "Is that explanation okay with?" Trang also made it clear. "We are an inseparable symbiotic relationship." And Luan was behind, his heart racing and legs trembling. "Why are you talking so dismissively to the princess?" And she got even more arrogant. "I will outlive this old man." And that statement left you speechless as you realized it was true. Tyrion looked at her hesitant. "You got here through Kingram anyway. Since you are also a higher incarnation of Luan, I will arrange a place for you to stay at the academy." After listening with her asked, "Do you have any cool plan?" Tyrion slowly stroked her white beard, smiled gently, and said, "Of course I do." The scene shifted to the campus area of the academy, and the sound of people chatting echoed out. Everyone was extremely confused by the appearance of a new character. "Do you mean you have a cousin who transferred here today?" Everyone's voices were filled with shock. "It seems this is the principal's cool plan." Trang stood with her hands on her hip, grinning bright. "Trang Adel is pleased to serve you." Luan, looking helpless, stood in a corner. "She is also a senior student like me. Our group just got a new member from the senior class." "Didn't you just say she is younger than us?" You stammered in response. "She skipped a grade. She is a genius." And then the sounds of admiration rang out again. A polite person extended their hand to greet. "Very pleased to meet Miss," none other than Jia-sun, with his blonde hair. He was kneeling while introducing himself, saying he is Luan's best friend. "Miss, you do not know about the academy. Would you like to take a tour?" Trang just replied tersely, "Who's this?" Luan looked at this scene helplessly and wondered, so what is he planning to do? And then Jae-sun kept inviting mock Trang to hang out with him. "Do you want to go check out the school cafeteria? They have the best sandwich ever." "I do not like sandwiches." "Get lost." "Do you like to watch the sea? It is really beautiful." Kept calling out to each other, unaware of Luan's changing expression. "Well, as long as everything's okay, right?" Suddenly, someone called out a name, making him quickly turn to look. Luan immediately recognized it was Han. "Oh right. Today is the day you are leaving, right?" And cheerfully replied, "That is right. I came to say goodbye." He felt a sense of regret that they had to say goodbye once again. He also promised to visit foreign in the future. Court was very happy and assured him he would always be welcome there. But actually, Han had one more Luan, "After I graduate from the training center, I will come to L." "Okay," he happily replied. "Court, you can visit anytime." But Han's voice dropped a little. "Actually, I do not just want to visit you. I want to become a knight in Luan was quite surprised to hear this and had to ask, "Are you serious?" Han replied, his tone unchanged. "Yeah, I want to do something meaning, like protecting Al or something. And since you will be the leader there too, please allow me." Luan was really happy for his friend. He flashed a warm smile in response. And just a moment later, the atmosphere was stirred when someone spoke up. Oh wow, are you two planning to keep this a secret from me? John exclaimed while hugging Lewin, including me. I want to go to L2. I will handle the logistics, doing the dishes and cleaning up, since I will be staying with the lady of the house. Lewin coldly splashed water on Jasun. I never said you would get to go there. Jasun shocked. Then he began to whine to Lin. That is really mean. I know you are just joking, right? Everyone continued to laugh as if it were a great harvest. Inside, Lewin felt a strange worry stirring. All my friends will go to Al after graduation, but I am not sure if this is a good idea. All I know is that the future in Adel is going to be more and more interesting. The scenery now also shifted to the capital of J-Ladian in Ladian Du. A man is raising his voice, screaming in despair. It is, I have lost everything. Do you know how much money I have poured into Vengerous? And yet a mere common knight in training managed to defeat Menet. Gary Hill is the same. Even the eldest son, Jack and Gary Hill, fell to the renowned Lewin Adel. Then it is safe to say that Gary Hill's time is over. To understand a bit more about Gary Hill's legacy, Gary Hill lineage has maintained a reputation as a magical family, and the Vengerous Jaren is respected as a place of the strongest knights in the empire. The main reason is that they have always received support from the nobility for generations. But what will happen if that support disappears? So right now, that man is still extremely outspoken, even though they are still number one now. When their children become the pillars of the country, the glorious era will surely come to an end. The other man finds these words reasonable and agrees. So the solution is quite clear. We have to switch sides. We must immediately change our support to the side of Adela. Suddenly, the voice of another person entering the hall cuts off their conversation. But Adel and Adele, the current head of the family, will never accept money. There is another voice of dissent. Come on, who does not like money? Look at Gary Hill's house over there. Before he finished, that man's cold voice rang out again. Are you talking about me? At this moment, those inside finally realized who that man was. They all shouted in unison. Commissioner Jaws George, with an extremely serious expression. It seems everyone is having quite a pleasant conversation. Who exactly was saying they would side with whom earlier? They all turned pale with fear and hurried to explain. It was just a slip of the tongue. I did not know you accidentally overheard. Old Jaws questioned again. You slipped up, so if I were not here, everyone would just slipping up about that nonsense all day. His eyebrows were now tightly knit together. His deep voice said, everyone listen close. Since Lady Dine's founding, the Gary Hill family has always held power. History never lies. So the nonsense you are worried about will never happen. After hearing this, the two men who had been the most eager before had to change to a conciliatory attitude, hurriedly flattering. We will definitely remember this. Seeing their flustered attitude made him feel enraged inside. I clenched my teeth thinking about the name Lewin Adello. I had planned to use his reputation as a stepping stone for Jane and Mike, but I never expected to have my honor trampled on like this. His face was filled with murderous intent, and I decided that I had to kill him at all costs. Back at the academy, everyone was on a train heading to the capital. In the second semester, this was also an important class, a special session that would be held with a direct visit to the Wizard's Tower and the Royal Palace. At that time, students could observe and learn from contemporary wizards. That is why everyone was extremely excited. Trang was also very interested in this and asked, so we will finally meet Jaws Gary Hill, right? Lewin just sighed softly and replied, maybe. His attitude was like that because he understood that the of the class, while interest had its risk. But recently, the head of the Gary Hill family had been extremely resentful towards Lewin. Going to the capital meant entering the territory of an enemy, and at that point, he could easily manipulate the royal wizard. This would be a completely disadvantageous situation for Lin. While he was still sitting there thinking about the immediate danger, Chang asked if that Jaws Gary Hill was strong, but even Lewin himself was not sure. All he knew from the information was that he was a 7th level wizard, just like the principal. Chang listened and then showed a bit of an attitude. Professor on the 7th floor. Sigh. If it were me back then, I would have snapped my fingers and dealt. Lewin definitely does not think so lightly of the enemy. I am not sure how strong Trang was before, but dealing with a 7th floor wizard can be easy. Principal's power is on the 7th floor, and the truth is I can't see any information even from a player's perspective, so I definitely can't let my guard down when entering the capital area. In just a moment, the announcement in the train car rang out. The next stop would be J-Rydon, capital of the Rydon Kingdom. So shortly after, all the students could see tall and beautiful buildings lined up closely together with extreme excitement. When the train stopped station, everyone quickly moved off the train, unable to contain their excitement. The luxurious and new sights of the city. Only Lewin remained with a worried expression, looking at the splendor and softly sighing. Truly the capital. Deep down, Lewin sarcastically thought it was all so superficial and not fitting for such a small country. While all three were still standing around gazing, suddenly a figure appeared nearby calling out, Prince, long time no see. Surprisingly, Tyrion's reaction was far from cheerful. He even asked you back, what brings you all the way down here? Chairman Joe, that is the guy Trang and Lewis have been mentioning all along the way. Jaws Gary, that old man is here with a whole group of people. Old Jaws is not shy at all, responding with a slightly mocking tone. Asking me what I am doing here, does not that seem a bit heavy-handed? Future generation of our kingdom coming to the capital to learn. So as the guardian of this nation, I should show my face a bit to greet, right? But actually, there is another reason. He is moving in very close to someone. Right in front of Lin, old Jaws said in a low voice, I want to see how well the younger generation has grown, to the point where they can make my children fail so miserably. You must be Lewin Adel, right? Jaws' eyes were blazing red, showing no attempt to hide his anger and malice as he stared intently at Lin. The two faced each other, their gazes like sparks flying, especially Lewin. It felt like there was a snake directly wrapping around his whole body in that gaze. But he also noticed something very strange at the same time. Jaws Gary Hill is known as a level 7 mage, but in the eyes of the player, Lewin sees that he is only a level 6 mage. So how could he fool everyone like that? Suddenly, Lewis's gaze caught something very suspicious about Jaws Gary Hill. In surprise, Lewin was gradually confirming his doubts. Are those things he is wearing on his hands magical artifact? Like father, like son? Just thinking about it made Lewin involuntarily chuckle. Seeing Lewin suddenly smirk, old Jaws' eyes glinted with suspicion. Is there something funny? Lewin ignored him standing there fuming, turned away, and simply replied, nothing at all. I am leaving now. But right after, old Jaws grabbed Lin and cast a spell, preventing him from leaving. His words carried a hint of threat. Where do you think you are going? I am not done talking to you yet. What are you laughing at? Well, I saw him unleash unleashing like that. Her face briefly showed surprise, but inside, she was burning with anger. Suddenly, Tyrion's voice cut in. Chairman Jaw, he is my student, so just stop praying. Standing beside, could not hold back either, her face turning red with anger, cursing that damn jerk under her breath. But how long has that Jaws Gary Hill been holding this in? He had decided not to show Tyrion any risk and directly glared, gritting his teeth. Principal, please do not interfere. You may be the principal at the academy, but my student is now in the capital, proving that I have every right and responsibility over him. Teacher Tyrion showed no mercy. Well, you should know that if anyone abuses their power to bully my innocent student, I will never let that happen. I will bring my student back to the academy immediately. After hearing those words, old Jaws grinned wide. Are you really planning to just go back like that? Right. Our esteemed principal always acts this way. Do you think I do not know any? It was you who planned to humiliate my son in front of all the students by luring that kid outside. Is it because you are still bitter that I was the one chosen to be the guardian of the nation and not you? What a disgusting jealousy. Those fabricated words truly made Tyrion angry. He shouted old Joss's name and unleashed his overpowering energy, clearly showing his intent to fight against that loudmouth Jaws Gary Hill. Everyone around could feel a powerful gust of wind blowing fiercely in the square, yet they could not see the immense energy radiating from Prince Tyrion. Old Jaws put on a contemptuous expression. You want to go all out again? Then let us do this. Suddenly, Lynn stood next to him. Jaws said something that did not make any. It was quite interesting and left him a bit dazed for a moment. Lewin remained unfazed, looking at him with a smirk, and continued. I am answering the question you asked earlier. I am laughing because I see something very interesting. I have never seen anyone wear as many rings as you do, but my two seniors, Michael and Jack Hill, also seem to really like jewelry. I guess rich people all share similar tastes. Hearing this, Jaws Gary Hill's face turned a bit pale, wondering if Lewin was onto something. After a moment, he hurriedly tried to explain. There is no reason for that here. Maybe we are all just coincidentally people who wear a lot of jewelry. He had also released Lewin's hand, and the boy just nodded along agreeably to that answer. Then Jaws Gary Hill changed the subject. By the way, Principal Tyrion should just stand aside and observe this tour. From today on, I will take charge of all these lessons. Hearing his condescending tone made Tyrion genuinely uncomfortable, but he decided not to argue with him further. After saying those words, Jaws turned away in frustration without waiting for anyone to say anything, and so, the capital tour could hardly be called a tour anymore. Jaws Gary Hill declares that he will be the one to completely decide the itinerary of it. It vanished without a trace as soon as the whole group set foot in the palace. Instead, there was an elder sorcerer who guided. Although the tour was not impressive, overall the atmosphere was not too bad. All the students seemed very eager to admire the surrounding architecture. It is just that both Trang and Lewin felt the same thing. Even Lewin sensed it as soon as they entered. It was the elders who were not hiding anything in their supervision of Lewin. After a long day of touring, all the students began to head back to the hotel for the night. Lewin and Trang were observing from the window of the room. Look over there, Trang said, and it was quite surprising to see a familiar figure still standing there since earlier. Trang had to ask, isn't that old man staring at us from over there since this morning? Yeah, he was there and followed us back, Lewin replied. Trang looked over at Lewin doubtfully. Right, what? I have been sensing something strange since early on. What is this old man plotting? But Lewin informed him, it is just an illusion. Trang was surprised. An illusion magic. So that means Lewin is answering thoroughly. Feel a very small mana energy surrounding here. He must have created an illusion around this area using illusion magic, like the scenery over there, or even the people passing by right now. Everything is fake. But not only that, he also used blocking magic to separate this place from the outside world. Chang listened and scratched his head, feeling regret. Serious, how did I not notice? That is frustrating. Even if I successfully transform into a human, my strength is still far weaker than my original form. Lewin's face was still scrunched up. You are extremely cautious, because you already knew there would be this situation before coming. Just did not expect old Jaws to act so suddenly. The elder who was standing there started to run for his life. Trang saw that and shouted, he is running. But Lewin, having anticipated the situation, realized that he was just trying to lure you out, because in a situation where you have to clash in a narrow space like this, Lewin definitely has the advantage. And that old man knows that Lewin does not want his friends to get hurt, so he will definitely have to fight in another area. That elder, according to the information Lewin read, is named Gary Hill, a 6th level mage. And if it is just him, you can handle it. It is just that with this much magical energy creates such a grand illusion. It can't just be him alone. According to Lewin's prediction, the enemy could be up to 223 or even more, hiding and waiting for you. And if they are all 6th level mages, then Lewin's chances of winning this battle will be extremely slim. What is even more troubling is if that old man Jaws Gary Hill actually gets involved. The more he thought about it, the more Lewin felt an ominous premonition and was seriously considering using his ultimate technique. Chang saw Lewin suddenly stand up and wondered, so are you planning to go now? Lewin replied grimly, yeah, I have to go down there. With a fierce determination, Lewin directly walked away, leaving a remark, tonight is probably going to be a long night. Time ruined a few hours early. Someone slammed their hand on the accompanied by an angry roar. What is wrong with I am the one who called this meeting, and you are telling me that only this few showed up, Jaws said, his face expressing utmost anger, as if he wanted to swallow the person in front of him whole. The one sitting in front of him could only stammer an explanation that everyone had tried to avoid the meeting, but he immediately questioned why they were still afraid of Lewin, even though he had left today. He continued to complain that normally this meeting room would be packed, but now there were only 4 lonely souls, and the long table stood empty in front of him as if to prove his words. In his heart, Jaws silently cursed Lin for ruining all his plans, his teeth clenched tight, the rage ready to burst. Then Jaws sighed softly and told himself those people would regret it. Then he assigned the task to someone else, and that person responded that their night watch was all their people, so if there was a riot, it would still be fine. Jaws continued to ask how the task he assigned was going. Vengras replied that they had sent an assassin to Lewin's place. According to Vengras, he had planned that once night fell, the assassins would break into the mansion and take Lewin's head. Immediately after, they discussed the death of Lewin's family. It seemed they believed Lewin would surely fall at the hands of the lack among them. Vengras coldly spoke up. His face was full of menace. Bovapon would also have to disappear. In another, under the starry night sky, cozy houses were visible with the silhouette of someone standing still in the silent space. Bova was lost lost in thought. He could not help feel strange about the tranquility. At that moment, an image of Lewin defeating Jikin appeared in his mind. He silently thought that because of that, the nobles had taken notice of, not to mention that the Gary Hill family would also have to be easily discarded. Next, the voice of Father Lewin echoed in Bova's head. He said that if Bova encountered anyone suspicious, he needed to report it to him immediately. Those words made him more alert. Suddenly, Bova's train of thought was interrupted. He saw a servant carrying some items pass by him. Bova spoke up to strike up a conversation with the servant. After Bova's greeting, the servant said he was about to head home. Then Bova asked him if there was anyone suspicious today. The servant hesitated, thought for a moment, then replied that he had seen a group of merchants, but they were not buying any, just lingering around. From his memory, the image of suspicious people in black cloaks came to mind. Hearing this, Bova immediately thought of the assassins disguised as merchants, and now they had vanished after entering the territory. His face furrowed with worry. Right after that, the servant continued to worryingly say that those people were armed with swords, so Bova should be careful. But before he could finish, in the blink of an eye, Bova had dashed off, leaving him behind. The servant frozen him, telling himself that he surely did not need to worry anymore. The Al mansion. The night was silent and still. The assassins were hidden in the bedroom. They were discussing the assassination. One seemed impatient. He replied in an extremely bored tone. But at that moment, a loud noise echoed, and in front of the two assassins in the bedroom lay a fallen comrade on the ground. They were stunned, not understanding what was happening, and then realized Bova was standing right at the door, his spear sharp in hand, while he was stepping on the body of an enemy like a war god. His eyes widened with rage, followed immediately by a cold voice. "Do you realize where you just broke in?" The assassins panicked, wondering how Bova had found them here. With an annoying click of their tongue, they drew their swords to fight, knowing that their stealth would be useless again. But unlike the fear of the other, one confidently drew his sword and claimed this was an advantage since they could kill Bova right away. Immediately after, the group of assassins charged at Bova, but he remained unfazed. This was a group of assassins hired by Vengris for the assassination. Their level at least 6 stars. Bova was well aware of that. He was a 7-star knight who had retired from combat. That is why people guessed Bova's skills were no longer what they used to be. However, that was a fatal mistake. As if to prove it, Bova's spear shone bright, his solitary figure facing the snarling assassin, while his voice rang out, "All of come at me together." In an instant, countless spear shadows flashed like light. Bova's spear danced among the assassins like no one was there, sending all of them flying. Not a single one could resist. All of them fainted with blank eyes. A painful scream burst from the mouth of the assassin. He was thrown down, smashing the stone floor into pieces. The assassin could not believe that Ba only had 7 stars. They had taken down more than 1,000 7-star knights of the empire. But in front of they seemed so weak. While he was confused, Bova approached and asked, "Do you know why I stopped training with the spear?" Seeing Bova, his eyes widened in horror, and he vaguely guessed through level. In front of him, she stood majestically and said that her spear skills had reached their utmost. The assassin could not help think that this person must have reached 8-star level. From behind Bova, another assassin swung his sword for a sneak attack, but with just one thrust of the spear, red blood poured out like a water. Each thrust pierced through his head, and he was left hanging in midair by Bava. The horrifying scene made the remaining assassin let out a cry of fear. Immediately, he cursed Vengris for deceiving them about Bova's strength. They had known beforehand. Even if offered more money, they would never have accepted this assassination job. It was thanks to that curse that Bova realized the mastermind was Vengris. In an instant, the assassin realized he had slipped up, and he could not help but curse. But there was no time for the guy to say more. Bova's hand gripped his throat and told him to go back and tell Vengris never set foot in Adel again. Bova's face was extremely fierce. He threatened that assassin, leaving him in fearful silence. Elsewhere, the houses on the street were still lit up. There were footsteps echoing, a young man's silhouette approaching the man in black. He noticed you and sneered, "Since you still decided to come here in the end." Soon after, the images of Lewin and Trang in the form of young girls appeared. At that moment, the words of the man in black also confirmed your identity and the person you brought with you into the door of death. Lewin told the man in black that he absolutely did not want to die, but the man in black just disdainfully said that was only his own thought. In reality, everything will never revolve around one person. Immediately, another group of people appeared and surrounded Lewin's group. He glanced at and thought to himself there were about 7 people. That was quite a large number, making Lewin's face show signs of worry. Right in front of you, the man in black was summoning fire in his hands while arrogantly saying, "Let me give you some advice. If you want to live long, keep your mouth shut." As soon as he finished, flames erupted in the hands of the others as well. Lewin and Trang cautiously looked around, ready to fight at any moment. All the other guys were in an attacking stance, their eyes fixed on Lewin. At the same time, the man in black continued, "Now you only have one future left. Lewin Adel." With that voice, a thunderous shockwave erupted, enveloping Lewin in a blazing explosion that obscured all vision. The man in black let out a satisfied laugh when he saw that scene, and he spoke words of condolence for Lewin. Then, moments later, his eyes widened in disbelief at the sight before him. Both Lewin and Trang, who were supposed to be dead, were standing unscathed in front of him. The man in black thought that with that attack, they would not be able to survive. Yet the reality was far from what he... A smug smile hung on Lewin's lips. He said that there are creatures in this world like he described, a creature that can never die. Under Lewin's confident gaze, Trang's solid figure standing before him became even clearer, and in his mind appeared the image of a bear cub. Deep down, Lewin thought about the transformation that could not die, and the only way to make Trang powerless, kill him. "You have made a pact." Then he used his unique skill to summon Kun Kan, a terrifying fire wielder, and raised his fist at those people. Once again, he affirmed that he did not want to die. Accordingly, Lewin swung his fist toward the man in black. The terrifying might caused Trang to flinch and dodge. That was a fist-imbued power of Kun Kan. That is why it was incredibly powerful. A deafening roar echoed. Lewin's expression remained cold and unflinching. You tell yourself that with just this much, you won't be overwhelmed. But suddenly, you feel a chill run down your spine. Lewin jumps in surprise and turns to look behind him. He realizes someone has grabbed his leg. Person laughs, speaking as if they are sure of victory, no matter how strong you are. The face of the man in black becomes clear before Lewin. He has cast a spell on you, claiming that you will soon lose your life. In anger, Lewin's mind echoes the name of this spell, the Black Water Seal Magic. Images of people cloaked in black appear with deep blue magical light. Thus, a train of thought emerges. Those who practice forbidden black magic will be shunned by wizards and called witches. Among them, the Water Seal spell was devised by the primordial witch of water. This magic drains life and is also the most notorious spell in his mind. A witch holding a terrifying black sphere appeared. Back in reality, Lewin grits his teeth in pain. He never thought he would encounter black magic. Now, the situation has reversed. Lewin is under the control of the witches. He grits his teeth, looking at their leader, who joyfully watches Lewin being captured, pretending to pity him that he will have to die. But that hypocritical facade did not last long. He returned to his true nature and revealed his thought. He initially intended to kill Lewin. His uncle was pinned down by his subordinate. After controlling Lin, he believed that now Lewin's friends would not be able to help him anymore. That smug attitude made Lewin grit his teeth in anger. The hissing sound of his breath escaped his mouth, and his sharp gaze seemed like the man in front of him. He stood leisurely in front of Trang, while Lewin was being restrained. Gently provoking Lewin with the cruelest word made him fear and doubt. Don't be sad. You won't be reincarnated in solid, because by now, your father and sister must have already died. Those words were so cruel that they left Lewin frozen in shock. His mind felt like it was shattering. The leader still did not shut up and leisurely stabbed a knife into Lewin's heart. If you knew, you would not be standing here. Why go against the person who entrusted you? You can't win. It seemed he knew for sure that Lewin's life would end here, so his words were unrestrained, unaware of what he was about to face. He intended to say more, but his words cut off by Lin's hand. The magic covered his hand, and that hand was gripping the man's head. In an instant, Lewin broke free from the binding, and now he was the one holding the leader's life and death. He could not believe that Lewin avoided the water seal. His hand clutched Lewin's hand in desperation. The strength Lewin poured into his hand increased so much he could not utter a word, only letting out painful moans, and his eyes bulged bloodshot veins, showing just how terrifying his pain was. With a terrifying explosion, his head was crushed by Lewin. Blood sprayed everywhere, but his face showed no change, only overwhelming rage. Seeing that horrifying scene left the remaining ones frozen like statues. They silently watched their leader fall, Lewin's cold figure standing out among them. At that moment, he looked at his hand, stained with red blood, as if Lewin had decided to let go of some. At the same time, a massive dark green came crashing down to the ground. Following that was the announcement Lewin had used his unique skill to summon Kingram. Kingram's figure cast a shadow over the injured remnant, while Lewin's cold voice echoed in their ear. You all have crossed the line you should never have crossed. Don't be too sad. You chose this yourself. Kingram and Lewin stood imposing in front of, full of pressure. Now, their lives and deaths were entirely in his hands. In the fearful expressions of the witch, Lewin's mind echoed with a single thought. Kill. Current you is just like the world destroyer Draka of the past. Lewin only wanted to slaughter all those in front of him. The terrifying form of Kingram reflected that very thought of his. Kingram asked Lewin why he had called him here. His eyes glinted with a red hue tinged with misfortune. Lewin was now engulfed by a surge of anger. All he wanted was to turn the people in front of him into scrap. As soon as he received the answer, cloak in Kingram's hand swung fiercely. He obeyed Lewin's command to attack the witch in front of him. They were so small that they could only run away, nothing else. With a powerful swing, Kingram seemed to tear apart the very fabric. At the same time, Lewin shot off like the wind. He was chasing after those wicked witches amidst the continuous cries of challenge. Lin's fist swinging, while the witches could only run and await death. Lewin ruthlessly punched through the belly of one of the guy was like a kite string being dragged away by. Deep down, can't forgive these. You just want to kill them all. Now in Lewin's eye, there is no reason left, only bloodshed. You do not care what your fists are destroying or who your magic is killing. All you know is relentless killing. One by one, they fall to the ground with each punch Lewin throws in his fury. Just then, Chang's voice rang out, her hands trying to stop the madness as you were losing control. Behind them were the sounds of groans and bodies scattered everywhere. Chang was trying to wake you up and telling Lewin to calm down. That much anger was enough, but even as he was on the brink of death, a mocking sorcerer beside him said that now Lewin was just as crazy as they were. His words fueled Lewin's rage even more. You told Chang to get off so you could kill that guy, unlike Louis, who was much more rational than you. Trang explained that Bova was stronger than Sa thought, so nothing was happening at the Adel house right now, but if Lewin lost himself, he would end up like Drak. Trang reminded you to make Lin calm down for a moment. At Trang's voice, an image of a savage dragon appeared in your mind, with scattered bodies beneath it. That is a Draka going crazy with power, and in the end, it becomes a world destroyer. Chang believes that Lewin won't end up like Drak, but the situation has made Trang doubt her own word. Trang's head drooped, unable to look him in the eye. Noticing Strang's word, Lewin falls silent for a moment before apologizing. Finally, he has regained his composure. After calming down, Lin makes the survivor reveal what happened at Adele. Trang looks coldly at the guy, but he just says that Lewin will regret listening to him. Despite his serious injury, he still smiles. He says that the ones sent to Al are from the Shadow clan, all 6-star assassins and above, and 5 of them have been sent to the Lewin family. That is why he is sure that Lewin's relatives are all dead now, but before he can finish, he is pierced through the body by a spear, ending his life complete. From a distance, Joss's figure is approaching. The body of the previous guy collapses before him. He looks disappointed because he did not expect that Gary Hill's high-ranking subordinate could not handle someone like Lewin. As soon as he sees him, Lewin angrily questions why he dared to lay a hand on his family. Then, a chill runs down Lin's spine, leaving him momentarily frozen. At the same time, Josh said that Lewin brought this consequence upon himself for not staying silent and instead provoked. Lewin and Trang both collapsed under the terrifying pressure. You realize that it was dark magic. Lewin roared in anger, unable to believe that Jaws used dark magic, because if this gets out, he will be in big trouble. But Jaws remained calm, a smirk on his face, while his hand tightly gripped the magic control. For him, Lewin died. It would not matter at all. The situation was extremely dangerous. Lewin gritted his teeth because he could not move. Meanwhile, Kingram had run out of time to summon. You are now completely at a disadvantage. In contrast to you, Jaws sneered and summoned countless sharp spears from the magic circle. Jaws decided to finish Lin off flying spears, sentencing Lin to death, while you could only watch them rush as the dark magic had paralyzed you. Deep down you did not give up. Your will was still incredibly strong. In an instant, thunderous noise erupted and dust filled the air. Lewin was astonished, not understanding what had just happened. He looked ahead and realized the person standing in front of Lin and Trang was the principal. He set up a barrier to protect the two of them from Joss's attack. The old man was surprised by Tyrion's appearance. Joss could not understand how he was here. Tyrion gruffly called out to the old man. He was back, so his expression was unclear, but one thing was certain. He was extremely angry. Tyrion's whole body emitted an overwhelming magical aura that terrified Joe. The entire surrounding space was hazy and unreal. This was due to Jaw's illusion barrier, a 6-star sorcerer, preventing outsiders from knowing what was happening inside. However, this illusion barrier only worked on ordinary, not a sorcerer like Tyrion, who could sense the unusual presence of mana. At this moment, he was extremely furious, and at the same time, the weakness of the illusion barrier was revealed, which was that if there was a sorcerer stronger than the one casting it, the barrier would be destroyed immediately. Just like now, Joss's illusion barrier was continuously shaking. On the barrier, cracks appeared along with the sound of breaking. Nevertheless, Joss was not afraid. On the contrary, he provoked Tyrion, because if he destroyed the illusion barrier, the entire capital would be destroyed along with. Tyrion calmly opened his mouth and said that the only one who would suffer damage here was Joe. Tyrion explains that he created a shield to protect the capital, and then accuses Joss of using dark magic and messing with his. Joss is incredibly frightened and unwilling because of Tyrion's words. Next, he raises his hand to execute punishment on the traitor. He decides to punish the old man himself. With a wave of Tyrion, a massive stream of magic hurtles like a shooting star toward Joss. The old man weakly tries to block his hand. What Tyrion did made Joss so angry, gritted his teeth. He let out a growl that was almost unintelligible. In a fit of rage, Joss shouted Tyrion's name in defiance. The stream of magic was right in front of him, and he could not avoid it. In that moment, Joss's illusion realm was completely destroyed. The purple illusion realm was entirely replaced by the blue light from Tyrion's magic. The atmosphere was solemn, as expected due to the difference in levels between the two. The outcome of the battle was very clear. Lune also pondered in agreement. The difference was at a whole other level. Standing before them was Principal Tyrion Signet, who was at level 5. That is why he was even more certain that it was a level could not reach. I thought I was strong, but there is still a long way to go. Next, Tyrion Signet asked, "Is Lune okay?" You are polite to respond. Thanks to the principal, everything's fine. But in the upper room, whispers are rising. What is all the commotion about? Just then, a boy hesitated for a moment. That person is trying to confirm our principal. But why is Counselor Jaws like that? At the same time, someone from behind shouted, "We are here." Porter spoke up first. "We came after hearing that Gary Hill had taken control of security." Froster chimed in, and the target was that guy Lewin. Seeing them panicking like that, Lewin reassured, but they were still very agitated. All the way here, we were worried something would happen. In his mind, there were only 3 words. He is still the same. Then, Froster shifted his attention. Principal is here too. Porter's attention was back on Lewin's word. That person is Josh Gary Hill. He tried to target me with dark magic. Principal stopped. Froster was furious after hearing that. How dare he harm my dear Lynn? This is a challenge to the royal family. An act of treason. I will go meet with my father and arrest him. Porter shouted as well. It is rare for us to be united like this. I also think this is treason because we know he studied forbidden magic. We have to detain his entire family. Surprisingly, Lewin interrupted. I have a request. Hearing that, Froster got excited. I will grant you anything. I did not expect you to bring up something else. I need to check on my father and sister in Al. The truth is, to get news from there, they have to request information from the trading city of Monzo. The waiting time will take half a day. For Lewin, felt like the longest time of his life. A long time later, the news finally reached him. We have received information from Monzo. Fortunately, they are all safe. He had taken precautions against potential assassins and had completely subdued 5 killers. Additionally, they discovered who ordered the assassination. After hearing this, Froster asked again, "Isn't he that person, Jay?" It is surprising to hear one thing. There is also an accomplice. The one most deeply involved is Lord Veng, and there might be 2 other men in black also participating in the plot. At this moment, Froster felt very troubled. Everything was corrupt. Right after that, his younger brother shouted out. At this moment, Vengris was stripped of his captain position, and Joss was removed from his counselor role and guardianship right. Next, Porter heard the report again. Your Highness, since those 2 hold important positions, you need to appoint a replacement. He immediately ordered the vice captain to temporarily take over captain's position. As for the counselor position and Joss's guardianship, and the principal help out temporarily, he looked at him with a slightly surprised expression. Then Tyrion Signet said that he was too pretentious, causing Porter to say he understood that he had no interest in politics. His brother understood the hint, but the situation was unstable, at least until a successor was chosen. I beg for your assist, Tonignet said in it. He slightly parted his lips. The fact princes had worked hard to bring him back to the capital had become well known throughout the country. However, Tyrion Signet always refused, saying that educators should not get involved in politics. He had turned down every offer until now. While thinking about that, someone called out, "Principal, please. I think that position suits you." That is right. No one is more suitable. Tonexon was gradually swayed by this state. Please, do it. Finally, he made up his mind. If that is what the students believe in, we should follow their wishes. But only until a successor is chosen. Okay. Cheers rang out in the night. We will rely on you. The kingdom will prosper even more. However, Lewin suspected that a new successor would appear soon. For now, you should set aside all worry. I am glad everything ended well. And more than that, when the tour of the capital ends, the graduation exam will soon begin, and the brief time at the apprenticeship will come to an end. This tour has seemed shaky from the start, facing rumors that the rest of the schedule might be cancelled. But in the end, everything still went according to plan, so they will stay for a few more days. Transition to Lewin seeing 2 unfamiliar young men talk. Did you hear? Mike from the Gary Hill family is dropping out. His gaze was fixated on them without blinking. Accordingly, he knew well the rumors spreading throughout the palace that Michael had left the academy. His father is being imprisoned in the dungeon, and the Gary Hill wizard also been shattered. The young men continue to chat with each other. It seems Kin has also disappeared. I heard he joined the rebel faction. Only Lewin silently lament the name Gary Hill had completely vanished. People called that event the fall of Gary Hill, along with Adel's victory. These banners appeared all over the capital, and the news spread not only among the nobility throughout the kingdom. Transition a bit. Currently someone is yelling in the castle. I said, "Get out now." But the other side seems to be trying to convince. Just wait a moment. While the commotion was happening, another person appeared. What is all this noise about? The subordinate hesitantly recounted. This man kept trying to get inside. He knelt down, apologizing for barging in. I'm the eldest son of Gary. The other party was also very generous to listen to. It was truly an honor to meet the prince. The person Jekin was facing was Summer, Prince of Genach. Jekin explained. Although I acted rude, please understand it was not intentional. Right after that, San spoke up. That is enough. So why did you come all the way here? He hurriedly recounted. I came to request imperial asylum. Myself and others in my family. A total of 40 people want to seek refuge to offer even a little strength faith to you for the endless glory of the future empire. Saman immediately interrupted. What a hassle. Did you come to flatter me? Finally, Sanan had to ask direct. Your family once had the strongest influence in that kingdom. Why did you leave your country in shame? Asylum. Hearing Chikin recounting the assassination, Samton asked again. You went against the royal family over a trivial matter. Don't tell me you tried to assassinate a member of the royal family. Jin was so scared he stumbled over his word. That is not it. He said serious. No matter how small your kingdom is, sheltering a criminal goes against my principle, and handing you over brings benefit. I see no reason to grant you asylum at all. Finally, Samton ordered. Leave. I won't grant you asylum, but I won't imprison you either. But then suddenly, a name made him pause. Luan Jin emphasized strongly. We tried to assassinate Luan Adello. Saman's eyes gradually revealed his excitement. When Saman asked again, he confirmed it was the person you know. Right after that, Saman suggested, I want to hear more about that assassination. Let us have some tea together. Jack Kinsback's clearly scared. Shifting scenes a bit, although many events have happened, they all seem rather trivial. Time passed peacefully after the visit to the cap, and 3 months after the new year arrived. Just like the heavy snow of that winter, many nobles came to the academy. The reason is quite simple. It is for a major, the graduation exam. To put it briefly, it is where graduating students showcase their skills to others, creating opportunities for them to be recruited by nobles. Today is that exam, which will be held at the academy. This moment, Luna's resting with his group. His state of mind is floating. Once this exam ends, it will also be time to graduate. 6 years have been both long and short, and is finally coming to an end. Just then, GSN asked concerned, what is wrong with? Are you worried? Luan relaxed and replied, not all. Have you prepared a lot for the exam? He suddenly burst out laughing. The exam is not important. After all, I will be going to a with. But Luan coldly replied, I have not said where I am taking you. Just then, a piece of clothing flew over. It seemed that Luan's feelings were also wavering. Quietly said, I heard you are safe, but seeing you in person puts my mind at ease. He stepped quickly ahead and said, thank you for coming. Since that day, nothing has happened. Right, in the end, Dad is in danger because of me. He softened his tone and replied, you do not need to feel guilty. We are truly proud that we did not compromise. Luan also relaxed more while talking. Thank Dad. Thanks, Sir B. Too. Upon hearing this, he humbly explained, it is nothing. I am just doing what I have to do. Luna then called her brother Luan. It turned out she was feeling very curious. Who is this sister? He looked toward them and hesitated for a moment because he felt a bit awkward in his head. This cousin excuse won't work. And then Luan had to explain that she was just a friend. In Lin's mind, there was a change of thought. Maybe the people attending my graduation exam are not just family. You have completed the oath and become an official knight. Furthermore, the bonds formed during the grand tournament also exist as a reward. While Luan was welcoming friends, someone noticed those people and instinctively turned away. Forder and Croster smiled as they approached. We are here. Luan felt quite excited. They were the strongest among his connection. While the two princes were still joking with, Set remarked that indeed he was on a hold level. A few minutes later, the announcement rang out. In just a little while, the graduation exam for the senior students will begin. Senior, please gather in the arena hall. Hearing that, Luan had to say, see you all later. Luna represented everyone cheering, wishing him good luck. We will be rooting for you. Luan also could not help but remind himself to do his best in the final exam since everyone was supporting. However, after just a few steps, Luan stopped. Two other people were standing in front of him, his gaze filled with alert. What is going on? Your attention is locked onto those two targets. I have never seen their faces, but they feel very familiar. Immediately, Luan asked, those two over there look suspicious, do not they? Trang quickly replied, do you know who they are? The one on the left is the Fire King named Terran. Right now, he seems to be dressed differently than usual. Then Trang continued, the one on the right is the prince. Of course, Samton has also tailored his outfit to match. He arrogantly declared himself to be the one who transformed. There is no magic, fool me. They may have changed their faces, but they can't hide that strange aura. But Luan was worried about something else. Why did they come here in person? They wanted to, they could have appeared more formally. Don't tell me it is just because of me. Are they trying to test how strong I have become through this exam without worrying about being discovered? Thinking it, Luan smirked. They are quite considerate. They make a similar proposal as before. I will still refuse, just like I did back then. But since they have gone out of their way to come here, I should at least give them a spectacular performance. So just watch and see how much I have grown. Let us change scenes and learn a bit. The graduation exam consists of the following part: isolation, and next will be a place called the Glacier Place Hole, chilling ice block. Finally, there is the destruction name exam, which is a time test that must lead across all three. The isolation challenge requires escaping from a tightly locked room, and there will be people directly observing. In fact, there are many ways to escape from there. You can disable the lock with a lock break bell, or use a mana crystal to create a key. It does not matter which method you use. This moment, the voice of a critic rang out as 7 mages from Group 6 escaped the room almost simultaneously. That also showed the most important thing is to escape from the room. But starting from the next challenge, the difficulty has increased tremendously. From defeating the icy beasts in the bone-chilling glacier, there were many frustrated shouts around the arena. What is going on? It turns out it is because they have to use their strongest magic to break a solid stone wall in the final challenge. And if they succeed in it, then you will finally complete the graduation exam successfully. The host announced that Jae-sun finished leading Group 6's challenge in 3 minutes 5 seconds. 3 out of 10 students in Group 6 successfully passed the exam. At this moment, Loon also really wanted to ask, you act like everything's fine, but you have actually prepared a lot, right? Only 3 people out of 10 made. Most finished with less than a minute left in the 15-minute limit. We would better come up with a detailed plan. Finally, you heard it. Team 7, please step forward. Lewin could not help but think it was his turn now. The chatter also grew louder. This team of Lewin is the pride of the academy, right? I heard many distinguished guests came just to see Lewin. I am really excited to see him perform. Someone also spoke up. I am really looking forward to seeing how strong he is. What does the sponsor think? But the response was just the same unchanged answer. Tyrion skeptically asked him what he planned to do. He bluntly mentioned the reason for his visit today. He calls it the final verdict, right? Salman honestly expressed that if he joined the faction in the future. He would surely be a valuable asset, but if he could not be recruited, he would become a threat, and he would handle him himself. As soon as he entered the closed room, Lewin heard the announce the challenge Team 7 was starting. He checked a bit and remarked principal must have put all his effort into this. Even with his strength, he could not break the wall easily. Should he unlock it like the other students did? That would not be interesting at all. Didn't I learn this at the comp? Nothing in life is perfect. Even though the wall seems solid, there must be hidden weak. Right now, the skill to break steel is being used. It can break any. Manhwa in the stand. The audience is chatting excited. I wonder how long it will take Lewin. I hope he is worthy of my reputation. At that moment, a powerful jet of air shot out from the enclosed room. Everyone screamed in shock. What was that? Wait, look over there. When they saw his back, they instinctively held their breath. No way. A door that would take an ordinary person 5 minutes to open. He opened in an instant, and according to the measurement, it was 13 seconds. This moment, Lewin confirmed that this graduation exam would once again reinforce Jia Hai's already legendary reputation. His movements were incredibly decisive every second. Lewin's face was filled with the arrogance of a strong person. Anyway, Lewin will win. The announcer's voice rang out. Lewin passed the first gate in just 13 seconds. Now we can't help but wonder how quickly he will get through the next challenge. Taran also began to ponder. I knew he was not an ordinary person since Kun Kan's fangs react him, but his rate of growth is still completely unreasonable. Next, the commentary echoed again. He is getting past the second gate with a really clever method. The beastly ice creatures watching his flames also feel fear. The narration echoed again. Is he running with a fireball? With that size, no monster would dare to come close. The gossip does not distract. Keeps running. Someone is also praising him non-stop. What the heck? He is really a madman beyond imagination. In contrast, Taran maintains a very grim demeanor. He is busy judging. He always creates unbelievable results. Alright, I've seen enough of your skill. That is the case. Tell me how you will break through the final gate. Lewin is calling forth thunder around his hand. His gaze is narrow, mostly cold, and that makes Taran pause. That energy is undeniable now. An invisible type of magic, tearing everything apart with sound waves fast for the naked eye. Next, chunks of stone suddenly flew out, everything engulfed in a beam of light. That is called the wailing of the departed, the death bell. Lady, the dazzling power continues to shoot out like a laser, but Lewin made him wonder if that kind of magic could only be wielded by someone who reached level 6. Right, Lewin Adel, have you really reached that level? Then everyone saw the rope slowly lowering. The choke breath interrupted by the host. 2 minutes and 57 seconds. Lewin Adel from group 7 cast a level 6 spell, completing it excellently in 2 minutes 57 seconds. It goes without saying that the rope earlier was the torn finish line. Taran was starting to feel scared. Level 6 is a realm that most mages find hard to reach, and Lewin achieved it at just 16 years old. This is not good. Before he matures and becomes a threat to my status, I might have to crush him somehow. On the contrary, the two Prince brothers were very pleased, cheering for Lewin, future of the kingdom. Lewin's side was also congratulating. Hooray, I knew you could do it. Lewin was lost in thought. Right now, everyone is celebrating for me. Who could have imagined that day? That Mun would graduate to the sound of cheering. Then Jia-sen also patted him on the shoulder. When did you reach level 6? Can't believe my friend is actually a high-level mage. Even with Lin, I do not think you will reach that level anytime soon. There is one thing that is absolutely essential for today. Keep everyone curious for a few seconds. He intentionally dragged it out. That is exactly what he said would happen after half an hour. Two glasses clinked together. Everyone happily raised their drinks for the celebration. Surrounding them were fun-loving guys joining in. Lewin and Trang continually heard laughter and jokes. We are adults now. Let us drink like crazy. For him, quietly told himself. Tomorrow is graduation day, and this might be the last time we all gather like I am sure everyone wants to enjoy it. When he turned to Trang, he was a bit surprised. Today he discovered that even drunk. A few minutes later, Tyrion's signet had arrived. Are you enjoying the party? Lewin replied happily. Professor Haiden is here too. Thank you for organizing this event. I have enjoyed it a lot. He was joking along as well. Since it is almost graduation, they should go all out. Finally, Lin spoke up since tomorrow would be busy with the ceremony, so he would say this right away. Thank you for everything, and to the professor as well. Trinixton humbly replied, you are too kind. Soon enough, even if I want to, I won't be able to meet you anymore. Then Lin and he made a promise to each other, inviting Lewin to be a guest lecturer for next year's graduation. Transitioning a bit, currently here is the campus outside with only Lewin walking in the snowstorm. You gently brush your forehead and complain. I must have drunk too much, so my head hurts a bit. Right after that, someone noticed you. Excuse me, you are Lewin Adel, right? Rika, a merchant running a small trading company in the East. Can I talk to you privately? Even though you knew he was lying, you still agreed. Go ahead. However, Lewin still called him by his actual title, Prince Summonin. Taran could not take it anymore, so he spoke up. How do you know? You would better answer properly. Lewin calmly replied, you can hide your face, but you can't hide your presence. Your eyes remind me of the prince I once knew. You must be the Fire King. It has been a long time. Nice to meet you. He asked loudly. You recognize me by my eyes. I am truly impressed. Summonin interrupted. Now this is my final offer. There won't be a second chance. Come serve in the Empire. Refusal will not be accepted. The aura from him indeed rated an oppressive force on the conversation, but Lewin was not intimidated. He refused. Summonin tried to hold back. You really are not listening. Are you? I warned you. Any gem we do not have, I will destroy. It is surprising that Lewin made such a blunt guess, but I did not think you would do that. You made a sarcastic remark at him, because the prince I know would never lower himself to sneak, in disguise, order the killing of an ordinary student. Summonin scoffed in disdain. Do you dare to call yourself ordinary? Lewin confidently replied. After all, our graduation ceremony is tomorrow. He suddenly mumbled. I do not know if that is courage or intuition. Today I will step back, but look forward to our next meeting, because next time we will meet as enemies. The two of them left cold. Just as they had arrived, Lewin did not stop them either, just silently watched them go. Just a few minutes later, Jia-sen found you. What are you doing? Not drinking. Party is not the same without. Lewin nodded slightly. You seem a bit out of place. That time, I had no idea that, because of this pre-graduation party, a disaster beyond anything I could imagine was about to come my way. Time quickly moved past that day. Now it is the day after graduation week. Wine and glasses are scattered across the table. Lewin starts whining again. My head. At that moment, someone softly said, you are awake. Without waiting for a reply, Irene asked, do you feel any better now? But Lewin's posture remained as stiff as ever. He hesitated and replied, I should have drunk more moderate. Irene chuckled softly. Looks like you are doing better than those other guys. But do not you remember anything at all? Lewin frowned and yelled again. That is Irene smiling when she hears your loud shout. The dragging. She then calmly replied, Jae-sun secretly mixed drink into your beer. Then you suddenly stood up and shouted, whole group would go to Adello. Luin now could only silently curse his friend. But Arin's question pulled him back to reality. I should go down there too. She shyly tucked her hair and continued, to Adello. I have been there before. It is a really nice place. As I said before, I need to hurry up to beat you. Louis quickly regained his composure. It would be an honor for me. The young lady is always well on the surface. They talk to each other like that, but anyone with a brain can see through it. The reason that Miss Iron wants to go to Adel is clearly not just because of a desire to beat Lin. A few hours later, a solemn sound echoed. The graduating students of the Academy of Magic must have gone through quite a lot of hardship. I hope all those experiences were meaningful. I wish you all to become great wizards in the future. My speech ends here, and now the student representative will come up to share their thought. Representing all the students, and also the valedictorian of this class, Luin Adel could not help feel proud when mentioning your name. Then Tyrion gently reminded, don't be nervous, just speak fact. Luin was really anxious. He was truly worried, just thinking about being the center of attention in front of all these. I was so nervous that I forgot everything I had prepared, but it is okay. Even if I forget the words I wrote down, I still remember what I want to say. Next, his masculine voice rang out. As you all know, I won the competition, achieving this in just 1 year. But that journey was far from smooth. I had to endure a condition called mana release disorder for 5 years. For a wizard like me, not being able to release mana is a huge blow, but worse was how people looked at me. Many wondered why I stayed in school, why I had not given up even at the last moment. But I did not want to give up because magic means everything to me. That is the only way I can protect myself, my family, and the people I care about. That is why I stay resilient until the end. People often talk about winners and losers. I think we should just wait and see how fate unfolds. Right. And if anyone here is struggling because they have not seen the results despite their effort, today I must tell you, keep moving forward. Even if you fall back up, even when you feel like no one is paying attention to you, there will definitely be someone who notices. As long as you do not give up, miracles will happen. Thank you all for your efforts over the past 6 years. A long line of students stood silently before the emotional speech. After the ceremony, the wheels are rolling and another car is ahead. Meanwhile, sounds of clarity are echoing from the car. That speech was really good. Everyone seemed to really like it. You always are amazing. As if remembering. Luna asked, so did your friend also immediately come to Al? Did all 4 of them come as well? That reminds me of the meal we had yesterday. Set, let us be teammates. Right now, Luin can only vaguely say that he does not understand. Things turned out this way. And so right after the graduation ceremony, they all went to Al together. To be precise, Luin was the one who hired them. Not only that, 3,000 soldiers will be joining as well. You remember the reason why the 2 princes promised to send reinforcements for the Southern Pacification campaign. But I never imagined they would send so many troops. After a moment of silence, Luna curiously asked, after the invasion is over, do you plan to stay in the territory permanently? He honestly replied to the girl, after all, our fathers are still there. I think I will travel a bit afterward, but I have not planned anything specific yet. For now, I should focus on the invasion. While taking a break, Luin discussed, I plan to start with surveying the terrain. Chang worriedly asked, have you made any strategic plans yet? Looking around a bit, Luin quietly said, we need to prepare really well. But he also had to ask where those guys were going together. That guy suddenly replied, we thought you already knew, because this is related to your friend. One of our knights will duel with your squire friend. After processing this information, Lin shouted, you mean Han? Han is dueling with an official knight. He just completed his knight's oath. Though, the snow was still gently falling down. They chose dry branches as their final landing point. But on the ground, some tremors appeared, as if something was sweeping by like a whirlwind. 2 knights were standing facing each other on the cold snow. But one person approached without fear. Luin felt a bit flustered when he realized it had already started. Crowd was reminding him too. Take it easy. Do not you think you are being too harsh on a rook who just completed the oath? Luin immediately knew he should ask, why are those 2 fighting? Crowd explained, there was not any special reason. While cleaning up after lunch, we were bored, and since a junior was each, I suggested we give it a try. Just then, Bova also showed up. Is the young master here too? He heard you ask, are you here too? The response you got was such an interesting sight. How could we miss that? Luin soft-pondered the man's enthusiasm. Interest. If the knights here recognized who he was, their reactions would be just as fascinating. Then Luin started discussing with him. What do you think about this match? Bova replied to you brief. Both are not bad. And is that young knight a friend of the young master? Luin honestly revealed that his name was Han. Bova sharply observed that he was clearly being pushed back, but just managing to hold out this long against a gold knight is already impressive. Luin, confused, asked Knight Kim again. He spoke in a low voice. Did I happen to hear that while eating? I heard that he is considered the cream of the crop in the kingdom, but I am not so sure. While they were chatting, a loud noise echoed from the forest. Pretended not to notice and continued. Kid Han still has a long way to go to reach that level. Han is currently standing there dazed because his sword was knocked out of his hand. Over here, Luin was lost in thought for a moment. Indeed, Lord Bova could see through Han's talent. Realizing this, he decided to speak up. Lord Bova, if you can, could you teach Han a few moves? Because having Lord Bova teach just one move would be amazing. If a legendary knight Bova would share even just a breath, that would be a great benefit for Luin, for Han, and for all of Adel. He pondered and replied, that is not up to me. You will have to ask that boy first. Luin stood there like a statue after hearing that. Bova did not notice and said, just like when I taught you how to wield a sword. I treat the knights very After a while, everyone was used when they heard the heavy breathing. They lowered their voice. It really is brutal training. Does he make you do that? I heard he is the commander of the Azio Knight. Bova turned to ask, is it really that hard? And quickly denied, he is not merciful at all, so do not be slow. I have already made it clear that you need to be prepared. Luin could only comment silently. He said he would be strict, but I did not would be to this extent. I am starting to feel sorry for Han. Remembering a few minutes and happily said, I am confident I will definitely succeed. Right now, Luin could only sigh. I already gave him the choice. The voice of another person interrupted his thoughts. There is someone approaching Bob. May I ask for your name? He did not expect to choose to remain silent. The guy next to him anxiously asked, why is not he responding? There are rumors that he eliminated 5 assassins. Maybe I should ask about that. While they were and had run over, Sir Bova, the spearhead has been moved. Furthermore, he is breathing heavily. Just then, a young man asked, what did you just say? The crowd looked at Han with suspicion. I did not hear that wrong. Did I? Did you just say who is standing here? After that, convoy continued on its way. Luna's first. Is he really admired by the knights that much? Meanwhile, the sound of lamenting was still coming from the back car. This is the first time I have thrown up while breathing. Do not not overdo it. This is the training method that Sir Bai is using. Inside the car, Lewin cautiously opened his mouth. Sir Bai and you bravely asked, is that training really useful? From what I can see, it feels a bit rough. He calmly explained, it is not exactly a good method. Posture is wrong. You will suffer chronic injuries. Bova smirked slightly and continued, there is not much to do on the way to Al either. I just want to train the new students after a long time. Both Lewin brothers decided to let the atmosphere free. Quietly sighed in their heart. No wonder call him the Tiger of Adele. A little later, someone was lamenting, it is really something. I looked into the distance with mixed emotion. They finally arrived. You look at this scenery but do not want to admire it at all. Hong Thongayan. Below is a gooey pile of purple. Actually, this land is located south of the southern mountain and was once part of the territory of D. But since the Mud People occupied this, the rulers from the humans were replaced by the Mud People, and because of their terrifying reproduction rate, this land looks like dark red fields from a distance. Hence the name Hung Throgayan. You decided to let the others go to Al first. Lewin and Trang will scout at Hung Throgayan right now. Chang is asking you, or should we just charge straight through the canyon near the coast? But you shook your head. They will attack from the cliff. It anxiously asked, so what if we send Bova to the front lines? He could lead and crush everything in his path. Lewin also disagreed. No way. They are too numerous. The Mud People have a core in their head, which cannot be destroyed by conventional. Even Bova would struggle to take them down one by one. Now I understand why pacification efforts have all failed. There is no way wide enough for a large army to pass. Then Trang asked again, so there is really no other way? The mountain high above made you hesitate. Perhaps Lewin implied an answer to it. There is still one way. The next day, things were becoming more tense. There was only one option left. We need to use a direct break attack. The others seemed silent, contemplating that proposal. Moro continued, if we are afraid to fight, how can we win? Facing them head on is the best way. Melvin hesitated, saying it was not wrong. The expected losses were too great. He retorted angrily, we did not have the capital's army supporting us from the start. Were not we planning to launch the pacification campaign? Just 300. Moro countered, I am ready to fight with that many. So why hesitate when there is a large? He replied, because this is not just a numbers game. To eliminate the swamp, we have to cross a narrow ravine, and those guys won't let us pass safe. No matter how many troops we have, it won't change anything. In short, instead of entering the ravine, we need to lure them out. He twisted it back, but we have no way out. Just then, Lewin interjected, that sounds reasonable. He straightforwardly expressed, Dad just gave the right answer. Instead of going in, we should lure them out. I have a great idea. We will attack from the top of the cliffs surrounding the canyon. Mero directly doubted, no one can get up there. Are you saying we all have to climb up there? Lewin calmly explained to him, we do not need many people. Just one or two mages to use magic to lure them out. Mero started to wave, that is a good idea. But how do we get up there? Can you fly? Lewin immediately pushed his friend up. This guy can climb up by himself. Jia-sen frantically shouted, can I climb? No way. But you gently reassured him, you can climb. Lewin smiled like an angel from hell. I will throw you up there. Jia-sen now did not know what to do with that gloomy expression. What? Scene transition. Someone is shouting, finally, we have reached the day of battle. Are you ready? The crowd answered in unison at the call of the entire army. Flags also waved in response. They lined up in a straight row, standing very solemnly. The commander shouted the order to advance, and thus campaign began. Front line were Commander Moro and the knight, both Lewin's and Bova's fathers donning armor, and at the back of the formation were Lewin and his friend, who were handling the carry. When the command to stop was given, all right, everyone gather around. We will go over the plan one last time. After that, he was called first. Jason was hesitant to ask, I know it is for my safety, but is this really the best you could come up with? Lewin, after hearing that joke, I think it is pretty cool. In the distance, people were talking, making Jason feel embarrassed to death. Felt like he was being laughed. Finally, Lewin burst out laughing. Don't he like it? This might be an opportunity. Knowing him, he emphasized the chance for Jason to become the star of this campaign. Jason's face turned bright red from excitement. The main star. Just leave it to me. I will handle it perfect. When Mar arrived, Lewin spoke up. We have no issues at all. John is currently shaking, but Lewin, take it easy. When he felt the air rushing over his skin, he shouted, just take it easy. Down on the ground, all they could hear was Jason Sen's scream, while he turned into a ball and flew away. Jason Sen's eyes were filled with bitterness, feeling like his heart had stopped and he was about to die. However, he realized he was being supported by a few easygoing folks. This confirms one accurate thing. He did not even need a blanket or rope. Miss Iron, your skills are still very sharp. Jason Sen only dared to breathe a sigh of relief after leaving the hard blanket. Alright, now I just need to do my part well. What is this? It seems like there are thousands. I can't even count them just by look. How does he want me to lure all these guys out? Can't do it. How? Just when he was desperate, encouragement rang in his ears. Jia-sun can do it. You are my friend. At least you can handle that. Right. Now go and hit those Mud People hard. Up above. He had clenched his teeth tight. I can't let Lewin down. You believed in me and brought me here. Finally, Fireball was gradually being condensed. A beam of light pushing through the snow clouds. And suddenly, countless stars are falling, but sparks create a rain effect in the snow. Lou saw this and smiled soft. Jason, you are doing great. What everyone is seeing is called Fire Dance, which is known as a powerful magic at level 3. Jason's level is not very high yet, so the cloud is not much bigger than usual. However, when they were napped, that was enough to wake them up. Lewin seized the opportunity to announce, now's the time. I will leave it to you. Iron quickly urged, the situation is quite stable. The Mud People are concentrating their movement in one spot to avoid Jason's attack, and the spot where the Mud People are gathering is the side path out of the narrow canyon. Lewin finds it quite amusing, but he can't let them escape the canyon that easily. From now on, our vehicle will start spewing fire. Come here. And that marked the beginning of the battle. Said excitedly declared, I will burn every single one of. He transformed into a large flame-throwing machine. The Mud People now are like being thrown into a furnace. Seeing this, he excitedly asked, Lewin, how's my skill? I have improved a lot. Have not, he briefly replied, stronger than expected, but I think it is still too early to proud. The Mud People are slowly stopping their shouting. Everyone realizes a truth. They are climbing up a lift. Jen senses the danger and shouts, save me. But below, those mud monsters are still crawling up. Lewin is confused when he hears Iron suggest, please throw me up too. You can't believe your ear. Can you? But looking into those eyes, it is clear they are not joking. For a moment, Lewin hesitates while the Mud People are getting very close. Jason Sen has also fallen to the ground, backing away. Damn it. Can T die here? I have not even had a romantic relationship yet. I do not even have a girlfriend. Oh my. But then the falling snowflakes make him go silent. Quickly seize the opportunity. So you have never had anyone love you? Then, the cold air slowly hardens into an ice block. The ice column traps the Mud People inside. After that, Iron asks, are you okay? Thanks to you, I have learned something interesting. However, she quickly quickly changes the subject. Just as Lewin said, everything is going as expected. The mud people can escape through the side path, climb the cliff, so they will retreat towards the shore. Jia-sun had not thought much more when she interrupted. That is right. From now on it is time for the capital's army to take act as planned. They were already waiting there. They were all fully of shields and spears, but their faces were extremely worried. They were coming from afar, and you could already see the pink hue of the mud. The army shouted, "The mud people are coming." Seeing their subordinates worried, Commander had to saying, "Don't retreat. Are you going to disgrace the name of the Jadi kingdom? Surely there will be support from the sorcerers behind. My mission is to hold out as long as possible." Following the sword, the spear was also ready. Maro loomed larger under the king's sword, heading towards a glorious. He had begun to ride out to start the battle. The soldiers were somewhat surprised by the commander. They gritted their teeth as prepared to make their choice. Finally, command rang out under the king's sword, heading towards a glorious victory. In front of them were the most talented general. However, the mud people were not weak either. Over here, Sak spoke. I hear the sounds of fighting. It seems like the army and the mud people are clashing. Lewin began to calculate, meaning that the number of mud people on this side had decreased, which also meant that the remaining ones had been pushed towards the beach. You quickly assigned. This job is on you. I think we should go lend a hand. Our vehicle grinned fiercely. Just wait for that. I will take care of it. Go ahead. So Lickly jumped high. Thank you. Moved swiftly through the mud people's encirclement. Then Lewin ran straight to the battlefield. The soldiers here were fighting brave. Then a beam of light sliced through the mud pit. That was due to Maro's sturdy sword backing them up. Nearby, Oval also galloped fiercely. He used his spear to stab through the horrible enemy. Their agility left the standing soldiers in shock. Did not it then. Something unexpected happened. They looked around cautiously. Where did that explosion come? Could it be him? I am not sure exactly what is happening out there, but one thing is certain. It seems like someone is around. That person is wiping out all the mud. The atmosphere suddenly became strangely quiet. The mud guy growled suspiciously a few times, and the human side also did not dare to move. Finally, someone burst out. Lord Lewin has arrived. That was support from the wizard. Lewin used his fists to directly smash the enemy's body. Bova smiled at you, just as expected from a young master. Maro shouted, "Now's our chance. Let us move forward and take out each of those mud." Lewin, encouraged by the cheer, turned into a spearhead. Your gaze was extremely cold. The monsters may act on instinct and not remember anything, but I remember every detail. The truth is revealed. Adel was destroyed by them 10 years ago. People of Lewin were attacked by those monsters, and your mother also lost her life because of. The more Lewin thought, the deeper his gaze became. With intense heat erupting in the snowy sky, he had clearly determined that these monsters had no reason, only instinct. Lewin's fists tightened even more. He would not stop. When the moon was high, someone hesitated and said, "So my next move is to deal with these wicked mud. We GSN will destroy you." After shouting really loud, "Are you listening to me? Or are you dozing off?" While Lewin looked at him bragging, the conquest of the plains had ended. More than 1,500 people were injured, but no one sacrificed themselves. After more than 2 hours of fighting, complete victory belonged to mankind. Even Moro happily said princes would be pleased with this result. Lewin was glad because he seemed satisfied. A few minutes later, someone softly called Lewin's name. Our vehicle honestly said, "Tomorrow I will go back to Oyota. You might not believe it, but the Holy One has not stopped looking for me. I am actually a promising sorcerer." Lewin excitedly replied, "I know. You have gotten a lot strong." Then he added, "Just wait. One day I will repay you for what you did." The scene shifts as the story takes a turn towards a room. Lewin carefully closed the door behind him after stepping out. At that moment, the person across from him had noticed the young master. "Hearing you ask about your father's whereabouts," the butler began replied. "He is on the terrace." He looked like he was deep in thought, so I thought it best to give him some private time. Lewin's mind was also stuck on that state. He is carrying a heavy burden. Just then, Bin gently called you, "Young master." He sincerely said, "I have lived here for a long time, but today is one of the happiest days of my life. Once again, I sincerely, what you have accomplished today is something no one in this territory will forget." Lewin was about to speak when he continued, "You should go in. Perhaps he is waiting." As you reached for the doorknob, you thought that today's victory was indeed something to celebrate, but not everyone could smile. Just like the memories of losing your mother still lingered. Surely your father was also remembering that day. Your father is definitely reminiscing about those days in light of today's. When suddenly called by name, he immediately spoke up. "I know I am here. Sorry, I did not mean to disturb." But then he just quietly ordered, "Come here. Do you want to taste the wine I offer?" In response to the invitation, Lewin politely replied, "Right, yeah." Melvin began to explain, "This wine has been aged for 17 years. It is called Selva, but Mary and I used to call it something else." His gaze was filled with deep emotion when he heard his mother's name. Melvin continued casually, "We used to call this wine Amoros Lin. That name means beloved Lewin. On the day you were born, I made this wine and promised that you and I would drink it together on a day even happier than that day. Although I could not promise drink your mother, being with you now makes me feel like I am drinking wine with Mary." Lewin finally spoke up, "The taste is wonderful." Then Melvin directly asked, "What are you planning to do next?" He did not mind sharing. "I am going to expand our territory. Now that the conquest is over, we will farm the valley." But then his face suddenly froze as a system window unexpectedly appeared. Lewin's pupils dilated in shock, and the corners of his mouth light because there was a very strange message in the system window. Trang also appeared to report, "Something is wrong. I think something has happened to Kingram." He hesitated for a moment and added, "I know today was supposed to be a good day, but we need to hurry to the academy. Get it together." "Lewin, we have to go right now. You are really confused about questioning the system. You want me to defeat Brett heading towards the academy. What happened?" Kingram. Finally, Lewin looked towards his father. "I am truly sorry, but I have to leave for a while." All he could hear was the painful voice of his father suddenly echoing back, but Melvin quickly accepted. "You are that serious? Then there must be a reason. Right, go." As he rushed out onto the balcony, he angrily asked, "Why now? Why does the mission come up right now? Right after the punishment?" "Right." Lewin clenched his teeth to hold back his anger. "What the hell is going on? Over there, person in a black cloak is using power. You really do not know about that distant matter. You just keep asking what is happening at the academy right now." Kingram is trying to hold back his pain to ask, "Can't believe, why did you suddenly attack? Are you crazy? I have heard rumors about you from the academy already." Fire King Tyran. He remains very calm when his opponent calls his name. After a moment, Tyran vaguely said, "Everything is strange. Right from the moment Lin got the fang of Kun Kan. How could he possibly have strength to an Oxer? So I started investigating and solved the mystery. The ancient King Oxer Kingram. What have you done to Lewin?" "Right." And at that moment, someone appeared. "No matter what your reason for being here is, I will hold you accountable. Tyrion scoffed when he saw him. Han Ignat, you are indeed different. Immediately recognizing my presence. On the other hand, he yelled back, how do you plan to face the consequences of this? To shout it again. But Tyrion grew even more arrogant. If I were worried about that, I would not have done all. I felt that during Lewin's graduation exam. If he continues to develop, my position will soon be threatened. He kept fixating on your face like an obsession. After a moment, Tyrion continued, if I eliminate all the key targets, there will be no more worries. Then I will find Lewin and end everything. Suddenly, a scream interrupted. Right, Kingram. The whole room froze and looked towards the door. Lewin also paused for a moment. What is going on here with the Fire King and the Prince on this side? Tyrion's savage louder. Thanks to you, I do not have to go looking for it myself. Lewin out. What is happening? How did you figure that out and come all the way here? Tyrion is nothing like a Fire King, marching towards you like a beast from hell. He angrily declared that it does not matter if you answer today or not. Either way, you are going to die. At that moment, Tyrion Ignat spoke up. Lewin, get out of here. He is drawing a magic barrier. Then he continued explaining. Listen to me. He is not someone you can handle. But suddenly, a tremor appeared in the room. Lewin screamed in terror. Principal Tyrion suddenly materialized behind you. Now you are dead. His voice made you turn around immediately. Over here, Kingram was emitting a monstrous growl. The display cases in the room lit up. They seemed to respond to Kingram's call. In front of Tyrion, a blinding light appeared. Tyrion shouted angrily, you bastard, before shattering her. How dare you? All that remained were shards of glass, red like blood. The light from earlier is starting to fade. Lewin was knocked down to the ground by the force of that blow. You can't help but mutter, what the hell is going on? Why is the Fire King here? Look, Kingram. Then Kingram's growl made you stop being angry. Right now, he is just as furious. Even after sacrificing all the artifacts underground, all I can do is expel the enemy. I ended up putting you in danger. But Lewin denies that. Don't say that. I could not do anything at all. On the other side, Tyrion's Nin has also reassured everyone. I am fine. But Lewin can sense Tyrion's energy because I am close to it. But you are in Adel. How did you notice? Kingram has the same thought. I also want to hear that explanation. You have to warn them first. What I am saying may be hard to believe, but I hope everyone understands. After everyone understood about the system, Lewin apologized for not mentioning it earlier. Then Tyrion Ignat spoke. Fire King can't know about, but with your growth speed combined with his personality, he won't just let it go. He thinks you will become a threat. Lewin also feared. It seems the Fire King is really targeting me now. I still have a long way to go to defeat. Just then, the system appeared. Mission accomplished. You can break the contract, Kingram. If the contract broke, it may lead to gaining even greater power. After researching a bit, hundreds of years ago, after being defeated by the ancestors of the prince, Kingram was sealed into an artifact and forced to serve the academy for life. So you ask, Kingram, what does it mean for us to be able to break the contract? He hesitated, then replied, it means I will return to my original form and leave this place. Can a player artifact break? Lewin sincerely responded, that is right. It is a reward for this event. He seemed a bit worried. To break the contract, you need to have the agreement of the curse itself. Tryanksnit stood silent as he knew they were referring to him. After a moment, he spoke up, do you really need my consent? Lewin's will is my will. Lewin looked at him gratefully. Then let us leave this. Right, Kingram. The streams of power are starting to break free. The system also began to announce contract between Florin Ignat and Kingram had been broken. The light from him had also completely poured out. Finally, Kingram exclaimed emotionally, even prayer could break the contract. His eyes flicked. Thank everyone. You seem very troubled about the upcoming challenge, right? Linus replied honestly upon hearing that. I am too weak to confront Tyrion. Kingram hinted back. Good. I just thought of a very useful method. But to test it, this place might not be suitable. What do you think? Do you want to come with me to Chan Shan? Lewin seemed unable to believe what he had just heard. Manhwa, over here. People are running and the guards are shouting. Prison has been attacked. Searching for escaped prisoners. Someone else asked, who in the world attacks a prison? Is there a description of the suspect? The answer was quite confusing. We did not know what they looked like. Finally, someone dared to speak up. So far, only one prisoner has been identified, and that is Jaws Gary Hill. He spoke gloomily. What an honor. Personally saved a wretch like me. Son Merton replied blandly. Don't get me wrong. It is not that I particularly like you. It is just a bit of entertainment for me. Putting that aside, let us go to a new land. There are many living together, and at that moment, someone called them Amarat, the chief. The welcome sounds echoed, followed by the great human warrior. The great human warrior has returned to Tian Shan once again. And who is behind the great battle? Amarat and Handley became stunned. They looked over there with emotion. Kingram, you finally came back, did not you? He replied softly, I have finally returned back to my homeland. At Sea Han joyfully announced. Two great warriors appeared at the same time. We must throw a feast. Kingram, your hand. He quickly cut off his brother. I will tell you about that later. And Han apologized for the sudden request, but mentioned he had something to say. Kingram wanted to ask shocked them quite a bit. The special elixir of the elf's vein, meant for our dear friend, Little Destruction. Can you brew that potion? Its identity is as follows. It is a secret of the elf tribe. It is considered so precious that it is used to nurture young elves as they grow. But now Lewin has seen it with his own eye. He hesitantly asked, do I really have to drink? The answer was very brief. You have to drink it. Didn't you say you needed power to defy Fire King? I have my own reason giving it to you, so you must drink it. You start to reassure yourself. Kingram insists, there must be a good reason. Close your eyes and lift the bowl to drink. Whatever happened. But upon tasting the drink, Lin's whole body changed. You panic and set the bowl back on the table. Lewin struggled to swallow. It was truly awful. Then Lewin honestly remarked, this is the worst thing I have ever tasted. Kingram only cared about one thing. Do not you feel anything strange? Lewin was a bit confused by what he meant, but quickly felt a sense of dread. What is this? My power increased by 100 just from drinking one bowl. Next, you hurriedly asked, is this even possible? Can the spirits here really get stronger like this? He honestly explained, it is not just a one-time thing with spirit. After that, it does not work anymore. Hearing this, fearfully asked, what about if I keep drinking? Will my power continue to increase? Kingram implied back to you, why do you think Draka has been here for 100 years? It is all because of this elixir. Thought quickly flooded your mind. Is there really no more? I will drink as much as long as you still have. The truth was revealed. That was the last bowl left in the stock. To formulate it further, we will need ingredients, but you do not have to worry about that. Kingram explained to Lewin as follows. When we say we should help, everyone pitched in, from the heartwood fruit to the crystal jelly, and many others. They all want to bring the ingredients to you themselves. Little Destruction. The emotion flooded Lewin's face as he thought about it. Everyone has done this much for me. King Graham quickly pulled him back to reality. But there is one last ingredient he could not find. Love tended. Seeing Lewin worry, he immediately reassured him. Don't worry, do not joke around. That bastard Fire King has prepared it for us already. Lewin did not understand what he meant. King Graham coldly said to him, use this. Just my arm alone is enough to brew dozens of potions. Lewin's face showed a moment of horror. This is King Graham told him. Don't refuse. Consider it my thanks for freeing me from my oath. Next, Lin also stopped hesitating to thank. King Graham had another concern. If he drank too much, it would put a strain on his body. Even Draka took 100 years. So it is hard to say how long it would take. After hearing that, he stuttered. So what should I do? Right now, Fire King Terran is pursuing me. I have to deal with. King Graham reassured him once again. You do not need to worry about that. I already have a plan to handle it. King Graham continued. When we expel the Fire King outside, do you remember when we used the power of creation? Among the abilities of creation, there is a type of magic related to time, and the right to use that magic is still in effect. In short, we will use that magic. He began to create a magical barrier in front of everything is gradually drifting away from its time trajectory. King Graham is casting a spell on the door cave over there. Purpose is as follows. To slow down time inside the cave. From now on, time inside the cave will flow slower than outside. Little destruction. Are you ready? You will have to endure an extremely harsh period. Next, Lun replied firmly. Ready. I have prepared myself for this. He coldly walked straight ahead. I am heading out. Chang and King Graham could not help look at him anxious. Chang finally had to ask, are you sure about this? Even with Lin, it takes quite a long time. Further explained, 1 hour outside will be equivalent to 10 years in the cave. He could not hide his concern. Even though there is no aging inside, it is still a tremendous challenge. I am an incarnation, so it is fine. But Lin is just a human. King Graham pondered for a moment and replied, the little annihilation will definitely. So let us head back. We need to reorganize. Just then, someone asked, where are you going? Suddenly stepped out from inside the row. King Graham hesitated and spoke. The little annihilation. At that moment, Lun's clothes were covered in mud. What he was more curious about was whether the kid had drunk at all. How long has it been inside? Lun tried to steady his breath. I'm not sure. Counted about a week, then I lost track. Anyway, I finally got to do what I wanted. He asked in confusion what the kid had always wanted to do. A few minutes earlier, Lun was lying among a pile of shells. He was struggling with the weight of his body, but his eyes clearly shone with incredible determination. Lun also immediately told, every day I promise myself, if I get out of here, out of this damn cave, I swear I will destroy it. Then, he created a massive explosion right at the store. The blast quickly hit Trang and King Graham. Then Lin relievedly said, it is better now. They were completely frozen in shock at his leg. Lun remained calm and asked, shall we go? The system has finished the check, and the power reached 20,000. Lun was still thinking about someone. The Fire King Tyrann, you made a terrifying declaration. I will eliminate that bastard. A servant spoke from the powerful castle. Thank you again. Your Highness. Sam coldly replied, I have said it before. It is not necessary. I just need someone to take my place in Lun. Then, Joss curiously asked, where's the fire? Isn't he always by your side? He replied, I'm not sure. Keeps wandering around without saying a word. Even if he is my foster father, he should not just roam about like this. I will make him take responsibility for that. Then he asked, you said you would deal with Lewin. Do you have any plan? Jaws did not dare delay and reported, the qualifying round of the swordsmanship tournament is being held in the Empire. Right. The plot is gradually being revealed. This is a tournament that is just as grand as the competition itself. I heard Lun's sister will participate as a representative of the Al family, and that guy loves, so he will definitely come to watch the tournament. At that time, I and the Dark Sorcerers will ambush and eliminate. If it were not for the old principal last time, we would have taken him out already. This time we will definitely succeed. Sondert made a decision after hearing this. Then I will trust you. However, his expression quickly darkened. Please do not let me down. Now let us talk about the swordsmanship tournament. If the tournament exists to honor the sorcerer, then the knights have their own swordsmanship tournament, and this swordsmanship tournament is similar. Organized for young knights across the continent. In the qualifiers to select the knight representing each region for the tournament, Luna was chosen to represent Adello. This moment, Luna felt her body trembling slightly. I am so nervous. Melvin had also said that something happened to Lewin, so this time he would not come to the tournament. Lewin felt quite regret. If only her older brother, it would be great. Promised to cheer. Just then, someone from the stands called out, you can do it. Your sister and everyone are cheering for you. You must win. The chatter around her rose. Is that Irene over there? Her connections are quite impressive. Only Luna smiled quiet. Thank everyone. Finally, the sword was raised. The girl was determined to win. The referee is now signaling. Both people get ready. After 3 seconds, he announced the match began. His arm quickly lowered according to the rule. The cheers from the stands echoed down to the arena. Below, Luna quickly launched an attack. Both swordsmen simultaneously swung their swords forward, not stopping there. Countless green sword lights were clashing fiercely with the orange one. The image of the two had been minimized. How could they know they were being watched by the prince? What is going on here? Didn't you say this plan would lure him out? Even searching the entire audience area, can T find Lewin? Jazam, a bit panicked. We must have just missed him. We look more. But why wait for an explanation? I was wrong to trust you. Your plan has gone off. Then I will take my leave. The old man responded hesitant. Then we will withdraw as well. Just then, Somerton had a brilliant idea. If we eliminate his sister, he will come to it. Right. So let this plan continue. Back to the mat. Luna was gripping her sword tight, while the opponent knight remained on guard. Chaos was erupting in the stand. It exploded. Run fast. Those cheering for Luna looked in shock towards the crowd. Melvin hesitated to call out. Wait, he wants to call his daughter but was stopped. His face was covered in cold sweat. What the hell is going on? Why is this happening right when Luna is fighting? Please survive. My Luna. At that moment, Luna calmly asked her opponent, are you okay? Was it an accident? Before I could check, trouble arrived. There you are. It would have been perfect. That Lewin guy was here too. But suddenly someone intervened. Wait, getting rid of the little sister and making him suffer even more would be better. He will blame himself for not protecting that sister. Luna tries to point her sword at. Who are you? Why are you talking about getting rid of her? The girl would not get an answer. Is it necessary to explain to someone about to die? But we will tell you one thing. We are the ones who harbor a deep grudge against your brother. As they prepared to execute, the girl trembled and shouted, wait, the death sentence has been declared long ago. Goodbye. Moreover, this malice filled the air. Luna's gaze dark. It was too late to run now. She had to tightly shut her eyes. Please, someone come save me. Just then, a plume of white smoke rose up in the stand. Luna's father was already frozen in shock, while Prince Somerton was enjoying himself. It was truly wonderful. Jaz also seemed pleased. Good. At least the prince's mood has improved. However, he suddenly stiffened. Wait a minute. The eyes in in the stands were also surprised. Loon had already appeared, blocking in front of the girl. He gently comforted her. Did I arrive too late? The girl was moved upon hearing his familiar voice. At that moment, a voice of reprimand rang out. Why did you only arrive now? Big brother. Loon gently accepted blame. Too much happened. But then he quickly restored his cold demeanor. Anyway, I heard rumors that the Fire King was appearing, so I came to find out, but I did not expect this to happen. Then, Jikin smirked and said, you arrived just in time. Our father will wipe you out. Loon replied cold. So your father, that bastard, is behind this? Right now he did not think you would act so. In an instant, Loon struck down. Jin was knocked flat on the ground. His younger brother panicked and shouted, brother. But Loon continued to question, who gave you the right to touch someone else's sister? Also, if you do not want to share the same, you better answer me right now. Where is that bastard Jaws Gary Hill? Your echo seems to frighten those behind you. Just then, someone had the guts to call you Lunadello. A figure in a cloak jumped onto the stage. He roared in anger. How dare someone like kill my son? A wave of energy flew through the air. He shot down to the ground like a comet, while Loon quickly pulled back. You did not forget to mock. Did you come here on your own? Good. Saves me the trouble of finding you. Joss shouted angrily at you. The bastard. Then, a beam of light burst from his arm, and he declared, I will kill you myself. A golden bow quickly formed, filled with hatred. Yelled. The arrow was aimed straight at your life. Yet Loon remained quite calm, amusingly saying, who said I would die? The one who will die today is not. You directly surrounded your knee strike with mana. After kicking up high, you continued, it is you who will. Your pressure immediately reversed his arrow, leaving Joss stunned and unable to move. A few seconds later, he finally began to react to the barrier. Clearly, the cracks were increasingly appearing on the illusory shield. Joss was fuming. What the hell is happening? Or, I could take him on by myself. Yet just a few months later, the gap in strength is this big. The expression on that old man's face was filled with despair. Loon's coat flew with the pressure, while he coldly pressed the old man's head into the ground. Those who were watching could feel the suffocation. Moreover, the remaining son of Michael was terrified to the core. Loon was still using his strength to stomp down. Then he spoke cold. Just one question. How do you plan to escape from the dungeon with the ruined name of Gary Hill? That should be impossible. Now he is no different from a weak animal waiting for death. The fear made Jaws surrender. I will confess everything. Please spare my life. But Loon bluntly replied, forget it. After all, it is just the Fire King or the Prince anyway. Just one of those two. Next, Michael trembled and shouted, Dad, that bastard. First it was him. Now it is our father. I will kill you. I will definitely kill you. Everyone rushed in to surround him. He would not escape. If we do not kill him now, Gary Hill will perish. The henchmen also began to gather their strength. You bastard. Just die already. Loon coldly spoke, still not understanding how scum like you are no longer tough enough to be my opponent. The radiant sphere dazzled. Just looking at it could blind us. The fire had burned everything nearby. Blazing flame represented 8th level magic. Furthermore, it was known as a meteor. His voice rang out hoarsely. Goodbye. Loon directly threw the meteor at the enemy. Gary Hill. Immediate. A wave of scorching heat passed them. Someone watched the scene of death alone. But who could stop that furious blade? The observation glass had already been shattered by the intense flame. Someone suddenly burst out laughing. You are really crazy. Loon addled. You truly are the strongest. Just then, Tyrion also entered. Something. What the hell are you doing? He calmly questioned back. Dad, why did it suddenly become like? Tyrion replied irritably. Are you still asking? Do you think I do not know about the chaos in Anfei? How dare you act so reckless? He asked coldly. You disappeared without a word, and then dare to raise your voice. He added in a stern tone. You saw the magic just now, and you still dare to say that? Sant remained calm. It was impressive. But what kind of spell was it that made you blow things out of proportion? Unable to hold back, Tyrion had to enlighten him. A level 8 meteor. The truth is that level 8 is a realm that only top mages can reach. In other words, Loon is now on par with or even surpasses Fire King Tyrion. He angrily asked, is this really the outcome that the prince desires? Sending a bunch of trash from a collapsing nation to provoke him. Sumton calmly reassured. Why get angry? Please let me explain. He laughed to himself joyfully. I see clearly now. I have reached level 8. Unable to tolerate the contempt, Tyrion shouted. Some unprecedented anger made him fall silent. Tyrion continued to scold. Prince had made a serious mistake and should never underestimate him. He is very cunning. He will know who helped Gary. But Sen Tenon kept mocking. Father, do you really think I tried to hide that from him? Why are you so worried about? You are the master sorcerer in control across the continent, and I am the prince of the mighty kingdom. He is just a toy from a small country. Or is my godfather scared of? Tyrion finally lowered his voice. Prince, you have always done as you please. Keep going. Seeing him confused, he explained a bit. I have nothing more to discuss. I will handle it myself. Come listen to me. His Majesty the Emperor changes this time. The chatter in the palace was about hearing there is an 8th level sorcerer in a small country who seems to be only 17 years old. The reason for their reaction is actually quite simple. Runadal of the Owl family reached level 8 at a very young age, meaning his understanding speed surpasses even that of the Fire King. That is why Ruin, who is showing himself off more than Tyrion, may be aiming for the throne he holds. In short, public opinion increasingly predict the master of the Sorcerer Tower should be changed. And of course, that rumor also reached the Emperor's ears. The Titan emitted a majestic sound. What do you all think? A sorcerer from a small kingdom threatens Tyrion's position. I want to hear your opinions on this matter. An opinion immediately surfaced. Your Majesty, there are many level 8 knights on the continent, but only one level 8 sorcerer. But now there is also a young sorcerer who is also level 8. Perhaps the one with superior talent deserves hold the position of the Sorcerer Tower Master. Just then, someone interrupted, saying not to let their words waver. Person entering the main hall is the Fire King Tyrion. The Titan looked at him with some surprise. I did not expect you to come in person. Then I want to hear your opinion directly from you. Tyrion looked sincerely at his king. Do you really accept this situation? Lewin, who is said to have reached level 8, was still far behind me in skill just a few days. So how could he reach level 8 in such a short time? He must have used forbidden power. Surely he has resorted to all means. Otherwise, how could he mature so? He even used some strange power related to the elves. Recently, the Gary Hill clan was once respected, but he slaughtered all the sons of the clan leader. If someone like that becomes the Tower Master, it will definitely throw the Empire into chaos. Wave, that is true. Then his maturity makes some sense. Titan pondered for a long time before responding. But something's definitely not right. This issue seems to affect not only the position of the Tower Master, but also the stability of the Empire. Perhaps we will have to mobilize the entire army. Terran grew increasingly pleased. We are getting close. With the Emperor's force, even that brat has no chance against. Just then, Sam interrupted. Father, can't do that. Please stop. Tyrion instinctively looked towards the source of the voice, and right outside the main hall was his godson. Tyrion was shocked but held himself back. Prince, then Titan spoke again. How dare you show your face? He denied everything, saying he did not understand what his father was implying. He angrily retorted, you think I do not know, yet you dare to sabotage it for your personal feeling. Prince, who dares to act so reckless? He calmly replied, that is all over now. Are you just bringing it up? Scold me. Titan lowered his voice a bit. The fact that he was being scolded showed he still felt shame. After all, what do you mean by saying to stop? Salmon briefly answered his father. I have decided to kill him myself. If he has to die, it must be by my own hand. I long to see him dead to the point of desperation. Hearing this, his father gritted his teeth, called out to his son. In that moment of anger, Titan felt a sharp pain in his throat. Everyone quickly asked, are you okay? Once settled, he replied, you know you have reached your limit. If you say that, then make the best choice you can. This left Terran stunned. Is this how it ends? So ambiguous, just because of a word from the prince. In the meantime, Sumden had also called him father, godfather. You dragged my father into this. You are making him rest just to catch him at all costs. Is this really the kind of person you are? Gradually lost the gentleness in his voice. My father's illness is getting worse. Even the best doctors are at their wits' end. In other words, all the emperor's power will soon belong to me. Then I will take my leave. Godfather. Terran only felt very confused. When did everything become like I should have been the wings supporting them? You will become the hair emperor. But Lewin, ever since he showed up, my wings have been crushed. Absolutely not. Can T forgive that? After the conversation, Terran returned to his private room, coldly called for Doom Pram. His voice was steady. You defeated Lin in the swordsmanship tournament. Then what? If I help you win, would not history take a different turn? But now it does not matter anymore. Soon the Tower Master will change. No matter how much the prince resists. He can stop Lewin. But why have not you left me yet? He cautiously replied, because to me, the Tower Master can only be the Fire King. Lewin is the root of everything. Then I will handle him myself. Terran gradually looked up. I understand, but with your current ability, it is impossible. However, this time, things might be different. Terran was emanating a magical aura. This time, I will proactively become your support. Doom Pram felt terrified by that. His eyes turned black, and then a hand reached out to grab his face. Don't worry, you always yearn for me to accept you as my disciple. Doom Pram could only respond with a stammer. Terran is going crazy looking at. Isn't this the moment you have always dreamed of? So just smile. Doom Prime is back at the Knights tournament. Lewin stands alone in the fiery arena. You are really angry at the enemy, creating trouble with Luna and dragging civilians into this. Who is really behind this? Is it the prince? Or is it the fire? But it seems it does not matter much anymore. Lewin ignited with intense killing intent. I will crush both. Moments later, he had only walked a little before being called back. Where do you think you are going? Lewin had to explain. This is orchestrated by the Fire King or the prince. Both of them are openly targeting me now. Seeing Iron's surprise, he became even calmer. But now that it has come to, we can only go all the way. She worriedly asked. What do you mean? He coldly replied. You see, they dare to openly attack right among the civilians. If we let them run rampant, not just Ale but the entire empire will be in chaos. Iron kept her thoughts to herself, not expecting the Fire King to target him, but the overwhelming magical power he displayed at that moment had surely reached level 8. Right now, you might be the only mage strong enough to face the fire, but in the end, what are you planning to do? Suddenly, Lewin pushed her away. Please stay back. Iron asked, usual. What are you talking about all of a sudden? But then the atmosphere froze. Doom Prime was standing in front of Lewin, immediately exposed him. Long time no see. Did the Fire King send you to kill me? He angrily replied. Don't mention him with that filthy mouth of yours. Lewin shot back with sarcasm. The Fire King Dom Pram was furious, did not dare to retort further. You bastard. Finally, he decided to make a preemptive strike. Doom Pram will never let you get close to the Fire King. Lewin managed to defend himself gently, still with that fanatical attitude, but then he jolted at something else. Right, what is wrong with this guy Doom Bram? Back before that, Tyrion was slowly responding. Even if I grant you power, I understand it is still not enough. So you only have one mission. That mission is your only purpose. Doom Pram is currently going insane because of that order. Then he began swinging his sword, a hot streak rapidly sliding behind him. Next, another sword strike shot towards Iron. She managed to dodge it but was still terrified, unable to believe it. Indeed, Doom Prime was once one of the strongest among the 11 children, but now he is on a completely different level. What the hell is going on? Her face clearly shows fusion. Then, Iron warned, be careful. His shape reminds me of something I read in a book. Doom Prime has gone through the process of demonization. That guy also revealed that the one behind this is all too clear. Truly a cowardly Fire King. Doom Prime is no longer sane. He might lose all reason because of the demonization. Then I know exactly what to do. Control him and help him regain his sanity. Doom Prime is still screaming. Let us end this. Lewin of O. Another streak of swordsmanship is unleashed in the air. Doom Prime is putting all his strength into striking the ground. At that moment, Lewin gently speaks up again. I almost could not stop because you swung the sword too hard. I had the chance to use something I could not before. The system quickly displays the steel breaking technique. Anything made of steel can be destroyed unconditionally once. You also cleverly raised your elbow higher. Following that is a mischievous declaration. Now, let us finish this. A column of light suddenly shoots up. It is all due to the pressure from Lewin's sword break strike. Then, fist suddenly flies toward, even though hitting him hurts a lot. You are still polite. Sorry, I will try to hit you without killing you, so just hang in there until the end. Over here, someone is running really fast. He directly burst open the door. Your Highness, you need to retreat immediately. Fire King was outside, but before he could say anything, something hard hit his, and then no one disturbed him anymore. Summon was lost in thought. In the end, did his father really choose to play this way? Your godfather, the Fire King. Facing him, he still maintained an arrogant demeanor. Over here, Tyrion calmly spoke. Forgive me, but I have no other choice. Chotan slightly smirked. This is ridiculous. Why are you doing this? Do you think that by getting rid of me, you will take the position of Tower Master? Tyrion's voice echoed from hell. Now I am not satisfied with just that. Since my position as Tower Master is threatened, there is only one way left. I must seize overwhelming power, crushing everything with absolute might, and not only become the Tower Master but also dominate the world. And that power comes from the latent energy within your Highness, the heir to the throne. Do you remember what I taught you when you were little? Never back down from your belief. And just as we taught you, we will make everything go as we want. Sam shouted in panic. Do you think just saying that will make me give up? Where are the soldiers? Hurry and catch him again. The guards took Nahir to follow their master's order. But Terran is not someone ordinary to be defeated like that. He cast a piercing gaze at the enemy. In the next moment, magic began crashing down upon them. The soldiers were engulfed by his magic. Madness was evident in Terran's smirk. He spoke as if nothing was wrong. Have you finished speaking? Electric. Sam smiled but felt hope. So this is how everything ends. Go ahead and try to take down Lewin. Even if I die, I will curse you. Back on this side, Lewin and Iron were watching intent. Looking at Dung Pram, Iron felt a bit worried. Will he be okay? He has been punched countless times already. Quickly reassured him. He is still alive, so he should be fine. Being punched is better than living as a demon. Just then, someone began to shout. Just as predicted, he does not have the strength to stop, but you did well too. Doom, he spoke up. Satisfied. You have faithfully fulfilled your role as I commanded. Irene hesitated, looking towards the opponent. The Fire King and Lewin declared harsh, finally revealing themselves. I will destroy you. But then his gaze caught something unsettling. This power far exceeds what I knew of the Fire King, an energy even stronger by many times. Then, Tyrion smiled eerily. Lewin, you will never be able to defeat. Lewin sensed the dark energy and shouted, Irene, get away. A second later, a terrifying explosion shattered part of the arena. Everyone was terrified by the anomaly. Only Lewin's family held their breath, praying for him. Luna also realized that it was her brother and sister Irene. From above, Lewin was carrying Irene and Doompram away. Furthermore, he warned loud, run fast. It is very dangerous. Take the people away from here now. Immediately after, Lin successfully set them down on the ground. He did not forget to question the enemy. What are you doing? Right in the middle of where the civilians are. He calmly asked back, why do you care? You would better just die already. Thus, Tyrion continued to unleash the next blow with a wicked smile. Dung Chan is rapidly causing chaos around. Lewin has to use both hands to push back ball. You can't help feel angry about everything. What is going on? Did you think finally face this bastard? But this power is beyond limits now. Fire King Tyrion laughs even louder. That is right. Give it all you have got. On Lewin's side, he is very shocked. During that time, what has he done? Wait, I sense a strange flow of magic. This energy can be Prince. He has absorbed the life force of the prince. Tyrion does not realize he has been exposed. Still frantically charging forward. Lewin is feeling furious at because ambition really knows no bounds. Does it? After stepping back, Tyrion suddenly said, thank you for provoking me. Thanks to you, I can finally become a demon god. Now you understand. It is because of jealousy that he dared to touch that forbidden power. This energy is so terrifying that I can't even tell how many people besides Prince have been sacrificed. People like him should never exist. If he gets to do whatever he wants, this world will be swallowed by chaos. Moment. Tyrion heard Lewin call his full name. You emphasize each word, and I will do whatever it takes to stop. Clearly, the demon's smile grew even deeper. At this point, the system has issued a mission to demon god and save the world. At the same time, female voice was screaming, sister. Irene looked at me in confusion. So Luna told her. He asked me to lead the remaining people out of the city, but relying only on us is not enough. Sister, what should we do now? In the girl's mind, all she could see was Lin, and her sobs grew heavier. He is fighting alone. I placed my hand on the girl's shoulder. Right, Luina. But then, a strange sound came from behind them. People in front were staggering closer, but upon closer inspection, Irene recognized the demon. So Jadam Pram is not the only one turned into a demon. They intended to wipe everyone out from the very beginning. Then she urged to run quick. This place is dangerous. Bova suddenly stopped her. Everyone, step back. This seems to be the place to finish off that old man. Irene quickly requested, I will fight alongside. Bova shook his head. The young master will be very heartbroken if he knows. But she interrupted, I have made my decision. Meanwhile, the human demons were screaming fiercely. Irene once again affirmed, if we can't protect people here, I think I will regret it for life. Bright flame appeared before them, or rather, the magic fire flared up from somewhere. An ancient sound echoed in their ear. We are late. I sincerely apologize to everyone here. I did not expect it would take so long to bring such a large force. Then everyone began to take action. Then we will fight alongside. The heat from the explosion sent the evil demons flying. The humans were not afraid, continued to push forward. The skilled knights used their sword. They used their ultimate skills to slash through the demon, especially Han, urging everyone to take them down and go help Lai as well. His face had frozen, as suddenly there was a cloud of dust ahead. Seeing Tyrion flying high, quickly searched for Lewin, but Han's friend was collapsing on the ground. Lewin was gritting his teeth. He was not even a match for him anymore. How can it end up like this after all that training? I have to protect everyone. That moment, the enemy's savage laughter echoed. A fitting end for you, B. The desperate struggle no longer holds any meaning. You have reached the realm of gods and demons. We'll wipe you all out. Your silhouette looks incredibly lonely before him, while Tyrion's glee only grows. Now, goodbye. His face showed no trace of humanity. The heat of the fireball almost touching the ground. Its target is to crush Lewin below. Irene stared at you in shock. As for Luna, called out to you in fear. Lewin's eyes had lost all hope. Is this the end? Just then, a voice echoed into your mind from somewhere. Protect them. Even if I can't do it, you can. Chang also seemed to find it strange. This energy can't be. Then, the space gradually faded into obscurity due to the mysterious light. The explosive force rapidly spread everywhere. The light continued to shoot out more fiercely. Tyrion also stopped all movements in surprise. He shouted in panic. How can this be? How can one withstand a blow from a god or demon? Lewin smirked subtly at his opponent. Until just now it was not allowed. But in becoming a god alone is not fair. Right, now just charge in. Tyrion. Lewin was completely enveloped by his imposing aura. Tyrion could not help but look at the weak beast from earlier. At his feet, there was still a full reign in the city. Lin merged with the power he just summoned. Now let us have a real fight.